Prologue. Plink, whoosh, plink, whoosh, whoosh, plink. Slow it down, Corporal, the gunnery sergeant shouted just loud enough to get the corporal's attention. The corporal despondently released his left index finger from the trigger and rested it on the trigger guard of his M4. In a momentary spat of frustration, the corporal spilled out a golf ball-sized wad of chewing tobacco. If you shot like you spat, you'd be one hell of a marksman, son, the gunnery sergeant said half-jokingly. The corporal let out a displeasingly loud sigh and slowly tilted his head towards the gunnery sergeant. The glare from the sunset beamed off the gunnery sergeant's limited edition, polarized teardrop-shaped aviator sunglasses. The advice was as simple as it was frustrating, like telling an irate soon-to-be ex-girlfriend to calm down during a ruckus shouting match. The corporal was hoping for something a little more insightful than slow it down. That's easy for you to say, the corporal replied with bated breath and a splash of sarcasm. The gunnery sergeant was unfazed and stood resolute over the corporal. His arms were crossed and hands remained firmly implanted in between his armpits. The corporal ran his fingers through his wavy blonde hair and clenched the back onto the foregrip of his M4 carbine. He squeezed the foregrip until his left hand started to turn white. The backside of his hand shined like a recently bleached toilet bowl. Sergeant DeStefano couldn't help but smile and reiterate his advice to the young corporal. Salar Salanus Mortalis, Sergeant Tony DeStefano said in a gingerly tone. Is that Latin for slow the fuck down? Corporal Janowoski inquired with genuine curiosity. Swift, silent, and deadly. Commit it to memory. This isn't GCE. This is Recon. Every bullet counts. Reset and re-engage the target, DeStefano suggested in a stern voice. The corporal took a deep breath, shook off his nerves, and readjusted the front sights of his M4. The shooting range was littered with spent shell casings. The range had human-shaped steel targets, ranging from 100 yards all the way out to 1,000 yards. The backstop of the firing range was a 30-foot-tall mound of dirt and an amalgamation of previously owned military Humvees. Firing range etiquette dictated that anything closer than 250 yards was sequestered for small arms and iron sights only. That put the nearest steel target about 250 yards downrange from the two men. The corporal slammed in a new magazine, cocked his rifle, pulled back the charging handle. The corporal was cocked, locked, and ready to roll. The feeling of slamming a new magazine into his rifle provided the corporal with a renewed sense of tranquility. DeStefano took a knee behind the corporal and tapped him twice on the right shoulder. It was an affirming pat like a father reassuring his son after losing his first Little League game. Don't just pull the trigger. Squeeze the trigger. Think of your M4 like an extension of you, DeStefano instructed in a soft tone of voice. The corporal nodded his head and stared downrange eagerly, sighting in his target. The rifle was wafting up and down as he attempted to sight in the target. Just as he was about to stabilize the rifle, it began to drift left. He placed his index finger on the trigger guard in a nervous attempt to steady his rifle. He took a series of deep, controlled breaths and went to work. The corporal rained lead down on the target. More often than not, Corporal Janowoski hit his mark, but that still wasn't good enough for the sergeant. Plink, whoosh, plink, whoosh, plink, whoosh, plink, whoosh. Well, that's one way to take out a target, DeStefano said while nodding his head up and down. It was the wind. I just need to compensate for the wind speed. The wind? Kid, this is Camp Lejeune. This ain't San Diego. Luckily for the corporal, the shooting range was characteristically emptied out this late in the day. Typically, DeStefano had free reign of the shooting range. Everyone except the range master, that is. He found a sense of peace in the solitude of shooting alone. I think I found your problem, DeStefano said. Yeah? How about you enlighten me? the corporal said sarcastically. What's her name? Who? Who? You're a rifle genius. That's who. What's her name? What? The corporal answered in utter befuddlement. Yeah. That's the problem. She doesn't have a proper name. You gotta give her a name, the gunnery sergeant said with a resounding tone of voice. You're kidding me, right? The corporal responded somewhat sarcastically. I don't joke about firearms, ever. DeStefano waddled over to the back of the range and stood over a large black rifle case. He grabbed onto the case with his cartoonishly large hands and unsnapped the latches in rapid succession. Snap, snap, snap. The gunnery sergeant's rifle case was about 4 feet in length and covered in stickers from countries around the world. The exterior of the case resembled that of a passport of sorts for the gunny. Some countries we publicly admitted to being in, and some that might be discovered one day through a Senate hearing or FOIA request. The sights are probably off. I just need to make an adjustment and tinker with the scope, the corporal explained. Tony scoffed at the corporal's logical and well-reasoned response. Move aside, Junior. Time for Betsy and I to put in some work. She ain't pretty, but hot damn she's reliable, DeStefano said as he grabbed his Frankenstein M4 and moved into a prone shooting position. His solid gold cross and his Italian horn jingled as he got down into a shooting position. DeStefano adjusted the sandbags on the ground and started brushing aside all of the spent shell casings. The brass jangled like a large gust hitting a set of wind Japanese chimes. DeStefano stood about 5 feet 5 inches on a good day. He was stocky as hell and had thighs the size of beer kegs. In his spare time, he competed in triathlons and also in strongman competitions. To prove a point, he trained his M4 on the 500-yard target further downrange. He took a deep breath and fired a controlled 3-round burst. 3 loud gunshots rang out like a church bell caught in a tornado. Clack, 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 clink, clink, clink. DeStefano pulled back the charging handle and cleared his rifle. The firing range at Fort Lejeune was often serenaded with the sound of M4 carbines. It was like music to the gunnery sergeant's ears. No sound was quite as charming as an M4 carbine, chambered in a 5.56 by 45 millimeter NATO, air-cooled, gas-operated, direct impingement, magazine-fed, select-fire carbine. Aside from the brass shell casings falling to the ground, the range was silent. He detached the magazine and daintily placed it on the ground next to him. Smoke was still seeping out of the barrel, like the slow burn of a finely rolled Cuban cigar. Okay, kid. So what did I do that you did not? DeStefano asked while looking back over his shoulder at Janikowski. DeStefano rolled over and hopped up into the squatting position. The glare from the sunlight hit his aviators and beamed a reflection back in Janikowski's face. You mean aside from not being an expert-level marksman since the age of 10? Janikowski asked in a contemptuous tone of voice. Kid, I'm trying to teach you something here. Don't be such a fungool, DeStefano said in a boorish tone while towering over the Marine. DeStefano glanced down at his cotton tactical cargo pants. To his displeasure, they were covered in dust and grime. He began feverishly dusting off his pants. A minuscule mist of dust matter began to hover around the gunnery sergeant. The gunnery sergeant discontinued the assault on his pants and took a second to size up the corporal. Corporal Kyle Janikowski was the spitting image, nay, the textbook definition of a special officer. Kyle stood 6'5" with a massive broad shoulders and a perfect V-shaped physique. He had an unkempt beard, 20-inch biceps, and always wore designer sunglasses. His marksmanship was suspect, but he was reliable and as tough as they come. I honestly have no idea, Janikowski replied with an inquisitive tone. Learn to shoot between your breaths. Take a breath, hold it for half a second, shoot and then exhale. It's as simple as that, DeStefano explained. Got it. In between breaths, Janikowski replied. DeStefano removed his ear protection and motioned to Janikowski to do the same. Janikowski reticently acquiesced by removing his ears and placing them around his neck. The gunnery sergeant tilted his head to the side and started stroking his beard like the statue of the thinking man lost in deep contemplation. "You were a machine gunner in the Corps, right?" DeStefano asked. "Sir, yes, sir, 6 years on the medium," Janikowski said with some spunk. What kind of equipment did they have you on exactly?" "Nothing but the best. The M240 belt-fed gas-operated medium machine gun," Janikowski said with a feeling of pride. The gunnery sergeant started nodding his head in agreement like Sherlock Holmes stumbling upon a clue. The gunny almost instinctively knew how to remedy the situation. The corporal wasn't a lost cause, at least not quite yet. The gunny was amused with the spry young corporal. His naive sense of wonderment reminded him a lot of how the gunny used to be when he was first enlisted. "Yeah, that explains a lot. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna mix it up on you. Sometimes it's better to play chess, and others it's better to just flip the fucking board over," DeStefano said. DeStefano walked over to Janikowski and sized up his M4. Janikowski took a lot of pride in maintaining his M4. He had all the latest tactical add-ons, but none of the wear and tear of a battle-tested rifle. DeStefano could practically see his reflection bounce off the shine of the barrel. There's the problem," DeStefano said as he snatched the corporal's rifle. What is it now?" DeStefano snatched the optical scope, ripped it off to the mounting rail. Janikowski only responded with a stern look on his face, but the gunny could tell he was triggered and teetering on losing his shit. Perfect. All fixed. Try it now," he said and shoved the rifle into Janikowski's chest. Janikowski carefully examined the rifle in a state of shock. He gingerly clasped the rifle and rotated it from one side to the other. The corporal wasn't one to cry over spilled milk, so he went back to work. He started getting back down into his normal prone firing position. All of a sudden, DeStefano tapped him on the shoulder. He immediately looked back at the sergeant with a look of pure confusion. "One more thing. Seated. Try shooting from the seated position this time," the gunnery sergeant said in almost a comical tone of voice. "Seated? You're kidding me, right?" The corporal responded in a different tone. "I never joke about shooting. Break up your routine. Get on your ass and put some lead downrange," DeStefano replied back in a resolute demeanor. The corporal wasn't amused, nor adept at change. He was, however, an excellent soldier. He knew when to listen. He knew when to speak. He knew when to shut up. He plopped his butt down on the ground with his legs sprawled out in front of him. He looked downrange through his iron sights and focused solely on the target. He was noticeably struggling to sight in the target. The rifle was wafting in the wind. The corporal took several long, purposeful breaths and firmly gripped his rifle. Every passion breath helped the corporal focus in on his target. Like a zoom finder on a camera, he was tracking and timing his breathing, just like the sergeant ordered. He gently squeezed the trigger, followed by a loud plink. "Bullseye," the corporal whispered. There was an aroma of smugness that emboldened the corporal. The corporal snuck a quick smile and cleared his rifle. Smoke slowly protruded from the end of the barrel like the last gasp of a cigarette. "Well, that's it for today. Quit while you're ahead. That's my motto. Let's shower up and get the hell off base," DeStefano said in a self-congratulatory manner. "Thank God. Oh, man. There's nothing sweeter in this world than a 3-day reprieve," Janikowski cheered and slapped his knee. The men hopped up and started packing up their weapons. The taxing nature of being a special operator weighed heavily on DeStefano. Janikowski picked up the gunnery sergeant's mood and said, "Come on, Gramps. You're making me look bad. Let's pick up the pace." DeStefano snapped out of his trance, scoffed, and shook his head. The near 2 decades of service paid a substantial toll on the gunnery sergeant. He started packing up his gear in a slightly more intentional and expedient manner. He overemphasized every motion and ironically stared at Janikowski, like someone staring you down at a red light ready to race. Both men double-timed it back to the barracks. Meanwhile, at one of the base's many indoor training facilities, Sergeant Allen found himself face down. He was pinned to the business end of a rubber floor mat. He rolled to his left, was met with resistance. He rolled to his right, and was met with even more resistance. The mat was almost completely tattered and encrusted in a faded royal blue color, all except those worn white spiderweb ripples that protruded throughout the mat. Over time, the cushioning had really evaporated, and the slightest amount of pressure would produce a large crackling sound. Sergeant Hernandez started laughing in between exerted breaths and asked, "That's all you got?" "I'm working on it," Allen said, struggling to gain his composure on the mat. He wasn't aching for losing and didn't make a habit of giving up. In Allen's mind, it was better to lose than to give up. "Work smarter, not harder," Hernandez murmured while rolling around. Sergeant Allen attempted to spin out, only for Hernandez to take his back and slip into a rear neck chokehold. "Come on, tap, sir," Hernandez said while tightening his grip. Sergeant Allen struggled in a feeble attempt to escape the chokehold. Hernandez didn't let off the choke. He was trying to make a point. As the chokehold tightened, Mike's resistance faded away. "Come on, sir, tap. Why you gotta be so fucking stubborn all the time?" Sergeant Allen attempted to dispute the reality of his situation and utter some kind of retort. The only audible sound he could produce was a gargled set of half-utterances that loosely resembled words. The sound was reminiscent of something you would hear on the Nature Channel, like a gazelle being devoured by a boa constrictor. The world around him started to dissipate. The light became fleeting and his lens dampened. Just like that, it was nap time for Mike Allen. "Sir?" Hernandez said with a concerned tone. To the dismay of Hernandez, the sergeant's body was completely limp. Hernandez rolled Mike Allen over and started gently patting him on the face. Hernandez started laughing aloud to an empty room. Allen opened his eyes and began to stare at the ceiling tiles. He was clearly dazed and confused. Hernandez couldn't refrain from laughing as the sergeant was trying to recollect what happened. "What's so funny?" Mike Allen said after barely regaining consciousness. "You gotta be the most stubborn son of a bitch on this base, sir." Mike Allen laughed off his comment in an attempt to maintain what was left of his shattered ego. "Opinions vary, Hernandez. I almost had you." The mat was drenched in sweat from hours of Brazilian jiu-jitsu practice. Mike rolled back and sat cross-legged on the mat. Hernandez started instinctively stretching his legs out. Both men took a second to regain over their composure and shoot the shit. "Any plans for your leave?" "Plans?" "Yeah, outside of running covert warfare, I assumed you had some kind of a life." "The missus wants me to mow the yard, if you know what I mean. I just hope to get some time in front of the TV, light beer, football, and family. Nothing mellows me out more than a case of ice-cold domestic piss water." Light beer. Truly the sign of a distinguished gentleman, a man of refined and exquisite taste, he said with zeal. "Not everyone used to be a corporate bigwig like you, Sergeant." "Fair enough. Why do you ask? What you got going on?" Hernandez figured Sergeant Allen was fishing for a conversation, so why not give it to him? "I'm working on becoming an insurance actuary." "Jesus Christ, why?" "Why? Why what?" "Why in the fuck would you want to do that?" "You mean instead of sitting on my ass and drinking light beer and watching football?" "Yeah. What's wrong with you, sir?" "It's one of the oldest professions in the world." "What is? Prostitution for 500, Alex?" "No, Nimrod. Insurance actuaries are among the oldest professions in the world." "Yeah?" "Yeah." "Okay. I'll bite. What is an insurance actuary?" Basically, actuaries are like odd makers. But instead of working for a crooked casino, they work for crooked insurance companies." "Odds making, huh?" "That about sums it up." "Well, what do you give Detroit this weekend against New England?" "Is Detroit playing a home or away?" "I think they're—" Mike Allen interrupted Hernandez and said, "It doesn't matter. That was a trick question. New England wins by at least 9 points. I'd bet the farm on New England for a blowout win. Luckily for Mike Allen, the close quarters combat training facility was only 100 meters from the barracks, which made for a nice brisk stroll home. On the way back to the barracks, Mike noticed a small motorcade of black SUVs conspicuously parked over by the briefing room. It worried him, but not enough to inquire any further. As far as he was concerned, his next mission was to take a shower and get the hell off base. Janikowski swung open the door to the barracks in eager anticipation to get packed up and off base. When he opened the door, the entire squad was inside unpacking gear bags. Janikowski stood in the doorway with a confused expression painted across his enlarged Cro-Magnon brow. He started stroking his left earlobe, clearly deep lost in thought. The rest of the squad looked up for a second at Corporal Janikowski, and then immediately went back to unpacking. "What's so funny?" Janikowski asked hesitantly. He slowly stepped into the barracks and started scanning the room. One thing the corporal didn't take kindly to was being the butt of a joke. "What's so funny? You mean besides your aim, right?" Hernandez shouted from the back of the room. DeStefano walked into the barracks with his rifle bag slumped over his shoulder. He looked around the squad and took off his sunglasses. He immediately read the situation and started laughing. Tony had a bellowing physicality to his laugh. He really put his whole body into it. Tony found his way back to his bunk to unpack with the rest of the men. "What did I miss?" Janikowski polled the room. "What, aside from the broadside of a barn?" Hernandez chimed in again. Hernandez was the runt of the litter in the unit, which probably accounted for his sense of humor. He never missed an opportunity to get a jab, snide remark, or a dig. "Just start unpacking, new guy," Whitaker explained while he was neatly unpacking his sea bags. Whitaker was one of the most organized operators in the unit. He had a knack for being methodical in every aspect of his life. Janikowski looked over to Hernandez, somewhat uncertain of where to draw the line, so he poked the beehive a little. "Hernandez, I heard stories about you," he said. Hernandez looked up with an amused gaze at the young corporal. Hernandez was the one normally busting balls on base, and not very used to the role reversal. "Yeah? What have you heard?" he asked while staring daggers right into the young corporal's eyes. "I heard that you really put the special in special operator," he replied. The smirk was immediately wiped off his face, and his demeanor soared like a rotting banana. Hernandez was used to dishing it out, not a fan of being on the receiving end of comic relief. The squad all looked up for a second at the young corporal and simultaneously burst into laughter. He sprung up ready to throw down with young corporal. Luckily for the young corporal, Whitaker popped up and politely subdued Hernandez. Whitaker threw himself in between the two squabbling teammates. Luckily for Whitaker, he was one scrappy SOB, and none of the men dared cross him. Hernandez and Whitaker locked eyes to kick off the proverbial pissing contest of the evening. Whitaker was towering over Hernandez, attempting to subdue the pre-mission jitters. Hernandez grabbed the end of his mustache and wiped it with his thumb. Whitaker took both of his hands, patted him on the shoulders. "You good, amigo?" Hernandez smiled and nodded at the sergeant, like a cowboy tipping his hat. It wasn't the first time some new guy tried to pull some macho bullshit. Whitaker felt that with that kind of attitude, the corporal would fit right in with the rest of the men. "I'm good, buddy. I'm good. These fucking new guys, man." Whitaker had 14 distinctive, equidistant, thick black lines tattooed on the inside of his left forearm. One for each of the EOD technicians who perished in Iraq and Afghanistan. Since 2005, he made a point to keep his sleeve perpetually rolled up, as a sobering reminder of the courage and sacrifice it takes to be an EOD technician. Whitaker spent his first 2 tours of duty cutting his teeth in the Explosive Ordnance Disposal, EOD, unit during the height of Operation Al-Fajr. Whitaker often found himself playing dad within the camp. Every family has issues, and for the Marine Recon regiment at Camp Lejeune, that's exactly what it was, a family. Nice to meet you, by the way. I'm Whitaker. Call sign, Tortuga. Whitaker replied and stuck out his hand to Janikowski. Janikowski eagerly obliged. He wanted to make a good impression with the rest of the squad. He sure did have a funny way of showing it. What's the deal? They're shipping us out. Where to? Janikowski briefly protested to the group. The men picked up on his nervousness. It was only customary for the new guy to have a bit of unease going into the first mission briefing. Preach, what do you make of all this? Hernandez asked his devout teammate. Hernandez weakly protested the situation by shoving his bags under his bunk, like a teenager begrudgingly doing laundry for the first time. And you will hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that you are not alarmed, for this must take place. But the end is not yet, for nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famines and earthquakes in various places. It's Matthew. Preacher penned in a stoic tone as he read passages from his handy pocket Bible. It was an old pocket Bible that Lindell kept tucked away in his boot. Good shit, Preach. Good shit, Hernandez said. Real fucking ominous as always, Barnes said under his breath. The years of attending to dying comrades hardened Barnes in a way that made him rather cynical about war. The way he figured it, he could be part of the problem or part of the solution. He found solace in serving as a medical corpsman. Barnes wiped the melancholic look from his brow and made his way over to the briefing room without so much as an introduction to the new guy. Without notice, Preach sprang up and stuck his hand out to introduce himself to Janikowski. Preach stood 6'7" tall and weighed in at a lean 225 pounds. He was a slender mountain of a man with a soft-spoken yet rusty tone of voice. Corporal Lindell Jones. They call me Preach. Nice to meet you, kid, the corporal said in a deepened tone of voice. Lindell was covered shoulders to feet in tattoos. He spent his formative years on the streets of South Central. Lindell had the leathered street skin, the kind of thick skin acquired from hundreds of street fights and unfortunate run-ins with the wrong side of the law. After too many near-death encounters, he chose a higher path, the righteous path. Lindell devoted his life to God and to the Corps. Janikowski quickly shook hands with the corporal and went back to aimlessly wandering the barracks. You can gripe till the cows come home, kid. That ain't going to change the fact our reprieve is DOA. One piece of advice, just don't be late for the briefing, kid, Corporal Barnes squawked. Barnes was sifting through his footlocker searching for something. Barnes had one of the most unkempt bunks, but nonetheless the men entrusted their lives with him. Janikowski accepted the advice with a nod and a wink. Janikowski pulled DeStefano aside for a brief consultation. What's the deal with Barnes? He whispered as silently as a librarian. The deal? Don't mind Barnes. His bedside manner is a lot like his foreplay, and that is extremely brief and lacking of tenderness, DeStefano replied. Oh, okay. Yeah, don't take it personally. Why do you think his call sign is Zippo? He's quick and useful in a pinch. Janikowski started navigating his way towards his bunk. He traversed carefully through the labyrinth of bunks and sea bags. He made sure not to disturb any of the luggage left behind by his fellow crewmen. As soon as he was able to manage putting his bag down, Mike Allen stepped into the foreground of the room with a commanding presence. Nice to meet you, kid. I'll see you at the brief, Lance Corporal Yamada said while patting him on the shoulder. Yamada was short and slender. He had slick back razor black hair with a tattoo on his neck of aces and eights. Yamada was one of the new transfers from the Raider Regiment. He was quiet and reclusive, but the men appreciated his resolve. Drop what you're doing. Let's double time to the mission brief, First Sergeant Allen shouted to the remainder of the squadron. One by one, they disembarked from the barracks and expeditiously headed over to the briefing room. Chapter 1. Mission Briefing at Camp Lejeune. Yo, Tony, where do you think we're shipping out to this time? Mike Allen asked his comrade in arms. Mike, that's above my pay grade, buddy, Tony replied. The briefing room was a chock full of colorful chit-chat and teeming with the generic military banter. Mike found a comfortable sense of enjoyment in the predictability of it all. For Mike, his life in the Marines was all rather straightforward. The detachment commander gave orders, and Mike followed them, out to the letter. The briefing room was poorly lit and stunk from the aftermath of diets chock full of excessive protein shakes. Nothing quite compared to the distinctive odor of a heavy discharge of fecal matter, topped off with a wee protein. The Department of Defense really spared no expense when designing this part of the base. Mike often noted how, unlike other briefing rooms, this briefing room had its own wall-mounted air conditioner. The floor was an old commercial-grade carpet, which was rarely, if ever, cleaned. Tony stealthily stretched out his arms in order to scope out the room for some clues. He looked to his right, he looked to his left, he looked up at the ceiling and slowly rolled his head backwards and looked behind him. To Stefano's surprise, there were a number of new faces sitting around the room. Tony couldn't help but wonder who they were, or more importantly, why they were attending the briefing. Aside from the notable absence of the assistant detachment commander, nothing else struck him as too out of the ordinary. Tony and Mike tended to sit in the back of the room to get best vantage point. That way, they could always see who showed up late for the meeting. Both men placed a tremendous amount of value on punctuality. Tony nudged his head over to Mike and pointed over at the newbies up in the front row. Mike just shrugged his shoulders and pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Mike started tamping down on a pack of cigarettes against his palm. He pulled out a loose cigarette and offered one up to his partner in crime. Tony immediately obliged and grabbed the loosie out of the pack. Mike picked up his smoking habit out of pure convenience. You see, in the military, smokers get 2 extra 10-minute smoke breaks per day, which means over the course of 20 years of service, Mike would get an additional 101 days worth of smoke breaks. The way Mike looked at it, you'd be stupid not to smoke. Thanks, bud, Tony said. The way I figure it, if I don't look out for you, who in the hell will? Mike said sarcastically while handing his buddy a cancer stick. Mike Allen wasn't the most foreboding and physically intimidating soldiers. He stood 5'11" on a good day, with olive oil skin and luscious full set of slick-back brown hair. He weighed in about 170 pounds, soaking wet. He wasn't the most distinguished soldier, but was adept to making friends in high places. He always found it important to make people feel important. Tony and Mike had an unshakable bond, the kind of bond that is built on heritage. Back in the day, their great-grandparents came over on a boat from the same part of Italy. Just as Tony was about to say something to Mike, the room was spurred into complete silence. The detachment commander, Commander Russell, muscled his way into the room and made a beeline to the front of the briefing room. First Sergeant Mike Allen immediately noticed, hopped up, and shouted commandingly, "Officer on deck, 10 hut!" Everyone in the room jolted up out of their seats and stood at attention, saluting the detachment commander. It was a rare occasion for the recon unit stationed at Marine Corps Base, Fort Lejeune, to get a debrief from the top brass. This clearly wasn't a run-of-the-mill mission briefing. Mike and Tony did a double take and looked at each other in blissful amazement. For Mike, this meant some quality time for brown-nosing, and for Tony, it meant that men were fixing to get in a good fight. "At ease, men," the commander said in a silvery, sultry tone, the kind of tone that is earned through crucial 3 decades of military service. The commander waved us off and pointed at the projector with one of those cool wireless projector controls. His uniform was congested with decades of distinguished chest candy, though these days some of the medals had started to lose their luster. The mantle of the leadership weighed a noticeably heavy burden on the commander. During his tenure, he was witness to countless Marines being killed in action. Every mission carried its set of risks, and the men were all well aware that this mission, like the one before it, could be their last. "Gentlemen, this morning we had an incident on Plum Island," the detachment commander said sparingly. The commander wasn't much for beating around the bush. He stood 6 foot 2 inches, shoulders back, chest out, and donned the typical $5 officer's crew cut. His hair was a salt and pepper silver, without a speck of facial hair on his newly polished chin. The commander was a stickler for facial hair. He made a point to periodically call out disheveled beards or overgrown mustaches. On average, Saturday morning he could be found at the base barbershop getting a straight razor shave and a hot towel service. "What happened? Did another Motok monster wash up on shore?" Hernandez said. Staff Sergeant Miller smacked Sergeant Hernandez on the back of the head. Like a father scolding his son for cursing at the dinner table, the men all respected the hell out of Staff Sergeant Miller. For the Staff Sergeant, soldiering was a rite of passage in his family, handed down from generation to generation. He was young, dumb, and full of, well, you know how it goes. Hernandez was regularly placed at the front of the class, mostly as an example for the other crewmen as to how not to act. Hernandez tended to filter the grim reality of war through the lens of humor. He was a class clown. Every unit has a wise ass. Every unit has a Hernandez. Luckily for Hernandez, he had a talent for resurrecting bad situations and was one hell of a gunner. The commander, disparagingly, shook his head and continued the brief. A downed ship washed ashore onto Plum Island at or around 0900 hours. Aboard that vessel, an unknown number of survivors were rescued by Plum Island security. The Coast Guard sent in a rescue chopper that responded to the scene of the crash at approximately 1000 hours. From what we can tell, the Coast Guard rescue effort failed, and neither the Coast Guard nor the facility staff on Plum Island have been reachable. All communications in or out of the island are inoperable. "So, what happened?" Staff Sergeant Miller questioned. "Unknown at this time," the commander responded quickly. "What's the current state of the island?" "Unknown at this time," the commander responded sharply. "What about the island personnel?" Hernandez asked. On a normal day, Plum Island has approximately 400 employees working throughout the facility. The island operates on a skeleton crew over the weekend. We estimate there are approximately 36 employees on the island, all of which whereabouts are currently unknown, the commander explained. "What about the platoon stationed at Fort Terry?" Tony DeStefano asked. "Unknown at this time. We can only assume they're assisting the island personnel secure the facility or aiding in restoration of critical infrastructure," the commander replied. Mike leaned forward just as someone from the front row abruptly stood up with a stack of mission dossier in hand. He wasn't military. Mike and Tony figured he was probably a company man. He had aviators on, a pinstripe black suit, and a 5 o'clock shadow a yard long. The men assumed he was with the CIA and collectively felt an uneasy mood wafting around the room. Mike whispered to Tony, "CIA? Who else in their right mind would wear sunglasses indoors?" Tony whispered back with his hand covering his mouth, "What an asshole." The suit started walking around the room handing out the mission dossiers to the team members. He dropped the dossier like a spoiled rich kid casually dropping Benjamins at a strip club. "In front of you is a mission dossier. I suggest you commit it to memory before we get airborne," the commander said. The commander took a brief respite and stood at the front of the room with his hands crossed behind his back. He scrunched his eyebrows up. The men could tell he was adrift in thought. The commander was a very transparent person by his very nature. He wore his feelings on his sleeve and his attitude on his face. "Operation Tag Team. Did the boys over in the CIA run out of names or something?" Hernandez asked loud enough for the entire room to hear. Staff Sergeant Miller pulled Hernandez in close and whispered, "Hernandez, shut the fuck up. I'll have you cleaning the latrine for the next 6 weeks." The commander took a big sigh and continued the brief. "I'm glad you can read, Sergeant Hernandez. That will come in handy where you're going. On its face, Plum Island is a top-of-the-line animal disease center. In reality, this is a United States Biological Warfare Research Laboratory, BSL-4, Bioweapons Lab. This is a joint Marine Recon Coast Guard rescue operation, so try not to make the coasties look bad in the process. For all intents and purposes, this mission is going to be coached as a special reconnaissance exercise." The commander slowly pulled a cigar out of his right chest pocket. He took a second to light up the cigar and slowly began to puff on it. He took the cigar out of his mouth and blew a smoke ring, or at least attempted to blow a smoke ring. In reality, it was more like a dilapidated oval. Mike and Tony both lit up their respective cigarettes. Your mission is to reestablish communication with the island personnel and figure out what in God's green earth is happening on Plum Island. This could be anything from botched terrorist attack to a rolling power outage, or anything in between. Hell, this could be as simple as a blown fuse box for all we know. In all reality, the coasties probably just couldn't figure out how to flip a circuit breaker back on. The room laughed out loud, all except one man leaning up against the back wall. Mike nudged Tony with his elbow and suddenly pointed over to the foreboding figure in the corner of the room. Tony had no clue and just put his hands up in confusion. For all Mike and Tony knew, he was another CIA goon sent to babysit the Marines.
Do we have any intel on the ground? Anything at all?
Staff Sergeant Miller asked. The commander affirmatively replied. Are we expecting any resistance, sir? First Sergeant Mike Allen asked. From who? The coasties? The fishermen? The scientists? Yeah, expect a lot of resistance, the commander responded sarcastically. One thing Mike learned long ago was that during mission planning, there were no stupid questions. The mood was relatively tame given the circumstances of the op. This was more or less a glorified training op. No, we're not expecting hostile resistance. Sweat saves blood, gentlemen. Blood saves lives. And brains save both. For all the new people in the room, this is a perfect chance to get your feet wet operating in one of the most dangerous environments known to man. Plum Island is one of the most volatile biolabs in the world. Tonight, you could be going up against the most dangerous enemy. You could be going up against the invisible enemy, the commander said.
What about the UAV? Did it pick up anything?
Staff Sergeant Miller asked. As far as we could tell from the air, the island has gone completely dark. Heat signatures seem to be minimal, and activity on the island appears dormant from above. That's not too unusual considering the local weather patterns in the majority. If not, all the staff would be indoors in a storm like this. Here's the bad news. The bad news is there's a possibility of chemical outbreak on the island. So be prepared to stop often for periodic contamination checks, the commander said.
Great. So we're going in blind, deaf and dumb,
Hernandez said.
Check the bullshit, Hernandez,
Staff Sergeant Miller said.
Sir, yes, sir,
Hernandez said as he plunged his hands into his pockets.
Sir, why don't we just wait for the power to come back online? Why are we sending a special ops team for a power outage?
Tony DeStefano asked while puffing on his cigarette. The bioweapons lab is designated as a high-value target and operates in a negative pressure environment. The commander explained in a condescending tone. Negative pressure? Mike replied, completely bewildered by the explanation. Mike had a little more than high school's worth of biology under his belt. Lieutenant Colonel Johnson, this might be a good time to step into the conversation, the commander said while gesturing to this mysterious man. The commander pointed at someone in the front row, presumably the lieutenant colonel. One of the gentlemen in the front row stood up and turned towards the men, his hand firmly affixed to his hips, and an unlit cigar sticking out of the side of his mouth. He chewed on the cigar without lighting it up.
Viruses have to be kept in a negative pressure environment at all times. Otherwise, they could simply float off into the atmosphere. In theory, the backup generators should have kicked on by now. Thermal scans of the island show no such luck. The island had a similar power failure back in 2002, which led to some minor contamination seepage. Let's pray that that's the case here, and nothing more nefarious is afoot. The longer we wait, gentlemen, the worse outcome we can expect, Lieutenant Colonel Johnson explained.
Lieutenant Colonel Johnson is on loan from the Department of Defense. He is a retired biochemical weapons specialist for the DoD and will keep you from blowing up the island and or accidentally unleashing the next Spanish flu on mainland America. He was the point person between the DoD, MARSCA, NIH, and the CDC prior to his departure from the MARSCA and subsequent retirement from the Corps. He was acting commander of Fort Terry. His knowledge of the island, the infrastructure, and bioweapons is crucial to the mission's success. For all intents and purposes, the lieutenant is acting as intelligence sergeant for this mission. the commander explained to the Marines. The commander took a long puff on his cigar and placed his arms behind his back. He snapped his head side to side like someone who was trying to get seawater out of their ears. His neck made an audible cracking sound. We're going to assume the worst-case scenario, a power failure which led to viral outbreak. Gentlemen, best-case scenario is that the power just failed and everyone is following a strict quarantine protocol. What better time for a high-risk scenario than training ops, the commander explained. Tony DeStefano raised his hand and sheepishly asked, Sir, what kind of viruses are we talking about here? The man in the back suit finally found an opportune time to inject himself back into the conversation. Without flinching or budging an inch, he said, The kind of viruses that are above your pay grade, sailor. That kind. No offense, but who the fuck is this guy? Tony asked. Sergeant DeStefano, isn't it? I'm not familiar where you earned your PhD or microbiology in chemistry. Did you write a 1,000-page dissertation on epidemiological and molecular approaches to study the transmission and treatment of Lyme disease? That is who the fuck I am, the man said in a reticent tone of voice. The room was drenched in uncomfortable air silence. It was becoming abundantly clear that this mission did not sit well with the men. The projector started getting obscured by the lingering cigar smoke. The commander took a long, dramatic pause, followed by another plum of his cigar smoke. He smiled with a cigar in his mouth. His teeth were almost fluorescent white. For all intents and purposes, the commander took pride in his appearance. Okay, let's get the logistics out of the way. Hernandez is running comms. Barnes, you're on medical. DeStefano, weapons sergeant. Whitaker, engineering. Let's put this package together and wrap a bow around it, the commander said. The commander put up a map of the island and said, Whitaker, you're up. Target analysis. Todd Whitaker slowly rose from his chair, walked over to the projector screen, and began inspecting the map. Whitaker slowly pulled out his reading glasses and snugly pressed them up against his face. His reading glasses had cartoonishly large opal-shaped lenses and a thick black plastic frame. The light of the projector was dampened by amalgamation of cigar plums and humidity. The island is only 2 miles to the mainland, but the weather and surrounding rocks would make a beach incursion untenable. So CRRC boats are completely out of the question, he explained while pointing to the map with a half-cocked index finger. He started looking over the mission dossier and said, Since we have zero intel on the approximate size of the resistance, or if any resistance exists, I'd say the island would be most vulnerable to an aerial incursion. 1 click west of Fort Terry. It would be reasonable to assume that the target of invasion would be the biolab and not the fort. Whitaker started chewing on the end of his cheap plastic pen. He took it out of his mouth and started scratching his head with it. After about a minute or so of fidgeting with the pen, he stuck it back in his pocket. The pen started bleeding into the BDU and made a large swell of blue ink on his chest. Whitaker was unfazed and unaware of the ink blot forming on his chest. For someone so smart, the men thought he sure acted pretty stupid from time to time. A possible secondary landing zone could be the rooftop on the main facility, Building 257. That's our ideal point of accessibility for infiltration, and may even exfil, assuming there is no real resistance to speak of, Whitaker said. 1 squad deploys on the back side of the island, and 1 squad rappels onto the rooftop of the main facility. Everyone agree with Sergeant Whitaker's assessment? The commander asked. Hoorah! The group chanted in sequence. Land on the roof? Why not just knock on the front door and invite ourselves in for tea and crumpets? Hernandez said under his breath. Todd started aggressively stroking his beard and said, Now that the immediate problem is turning the power back on. Lieutenant Colonel Johnson stepped in and volunteered some useful information to the group. There's an independent nuclear reactor on the island and a series of redundant diesel-powered backup generators just outside the main building, Building 257. The reactor is housed on a sub-basement level 5, he said. The building goes down 5 stories on the island, Todd asked, somewhat perplexed by the obvious design flaw. Well, yeah. I mean, the building was designed to collapse in on itself.
We're talking about the deadliest viruses known to man. What better failsafe to contain the apocalypse? There are 4 floors below the surface of the island, all of which contain experimental bioweapons and genetically altered diseases. The deeper you go, the more apocalyptic the virus. That is aside from Sub-Basement 5, which purely is there to house the nuclear reactor, Johnson explained. Collapse on itself? Oh yeah, that sounds just lovely, Hernandez murmured. He was followed by an encore of confused outbursts and objections. The detachment commander simmered in the consternation of the 2 squads. He relished in the schadenfreude. The way he figured it, special operations was about high-level strategic military problem-solving. If it were easy, then anyone can do it. Got it. Uh-huh. So I think the easiest plan is to get the generators back online. Don't worry about the generators. Don't worry about the generators? Excuse me, sir. My job is to worry, plan, and execute. Son, if the generators aren't on, they ain't working. Yeah, but what if... The detachment commander interrupted the sergeant by overtly clearing his throat. Whitaker wasn't fond of semantics, or reading between the lines. Whitaker wasn't fond of getting publicly reprimanded either. Whitaker looked over at the commander and took that as a sign to move on. Okay, I guess the real question is, how do we get access to the reactor? Todd asked. Sub-Basement 5 has 2 possible access points. There's a private elevator exclusively designed to access Sub-Basement 5. Sub-Basement 5 can also be accessed through the main stairwell, Lieutenant Colonel Johnson said. Talk to me about the main stairwell, Whitaker inquired. Unlike the elevator, the stairwell requires us to sequentially breach each floor to access a lower level. Another failsafe when the power goes down, Lieutenant Colonel Johnson explained. Okay, yeah. Fuck that noise. Instead of traversing a maze of individual bioweapon labs, how do we access the elevator shaft? Whitaker asked. Whitaker stood there and invited the intelligence sergeant to provide some very much needed intelligence. Lieutenant Colonel Johnson said nothing and deferred to the detachment commander for the answer. Dr. Lisa Kerrigan is on your point of contact for the facility. She handles oversight of the entire facility operations on the island. Finding Dr. Kerrigan is mission critical. She holds the keys to the kingdom, so to speak. You're to find her and figure out what the hell happened. Get the island back to the operational status ASAP. Find the coasties and the fishermen. Then you get the hell out of there. Am I clear? The commander explained. Sir, yes, sir, the team said in unison. Weapons sergeants, front and center, you're up, the commander said while scanning the room. Tony DeStefano sprang up out of his chair and stood at attention at the front of the room. He started looking over the mission dossier and rubbing his right arm. He took a deep sigh of relief and explained, We need to play this one by the numbers. We need a fuck-up-proof loadout. A minimum, we need 1 high-volume, aerodynamic particular sizer per squadron. Level A hazmat suits. Fortunately for us, shotguns and any explosive ordnances completely out the window, Tony explained. What about breaching charges? Staff Sergeant Miller asked. What about them? Tony Wesson, the staff sergeant. How do you plan on breaching the facility? If the power is off, the facility automatically locks down tighter than a pastor's daughter on prom night, Staff Sergeant Miller replied. DeStefano looked over at Lieutenant Colonel Johnson for some kind of guidance. For an intelligence officer, Johnson wasn't providing a heck of a lot of intelligence. How'd you people manage to breach before explosives? Back in my day, we used nothing more than axle grease and torque. Right. In that case, each man will be equipped with a new toy courteous from our friends over the DARPA. It's a standard M4 carbine, chambered in 5.56, 45mm NATO, but with a special twist. This M4 has a special boron-coated barrel, making it weatherproof and prevents jamming. Each squad needs a sledgehammer, 2 wrecking bars, and a hydraulic extraction rescue tool, which I assume we can borrow from the coasties. Each man needs a regulator, spare oxygen tank, and plenty of duct tape, Tony explained. He took a second to inconspicuously adjust his bulge from the right side of his pants to the left. I mean, aside from our standard gear kit, that's about all I can think of, he explained. Everyone agree with DeStefano's assessment? The commander asked. Hoorah! The group said in unison. Medical sergeant, front and center. Barnes sprang up out of his chair and walked to the front of the room with his mission dossier in his hand. Barnes was attempting to quit a pack-a-day habit he earned during Operation Iraq Freedom. If this mission goes direct action, which let's assume it does for the sake of planning. Safe assumption, the intelligence sergeant interrupted. I want each man equipped with an automated distress signal unit, plenty of morphine, adrenaline, astropine, and a heart rate monitor. The intelligence sergeant gave his nod of approval to the commander like a catcher calling out signs to a relief pitcher. Consider it done, the commander said with ease. It is 1750. We have 30 minutes to get mission ready and mount up. We're wheels up at 1820. We take a Chinook from Camp Lejeune to link up with the Coast Guard transport off the coast of Plum Island. The Coast Guard was nice enough to lend us 2 Black Hawk helicopters for the trip over. Each team will encircle the island for an aerial search and rescue. If there are no visible signs of distress, which is probably the case, Alpha Team, which will be led by Sergeant Allen, will deploy on the backside of the island no later than 2000. Alpha Team will approach the island from the east and Bravo Team from the above. The drop zone will be directly adjacent to Fort Terry, which from what we can tell is completely deserted. Alpha Team will be flown in by the Coast Guard. Commander Riley, his call sign for the mission is Red Sparrow. The commander took another big puff of smoke from his bottom shelf cigar. He had nearly gone through the entire cigar in the near record time. Don't worry. He's one of the best pilots the Coast Guard has to offer. After checking in with the troops at Fort Terry, Alpha Team will make your way to the weapons lab and link up with Bravo Team. Alpha Team will be designated as the assault team, and Bravo Team will provide overwatch. Bravo Team will be flown in by Commander Hodges. Call in Silver Spoon. If there is no resistance, which is likely the case, you should hit the biolab by no later than 2100 hours. Sir, what's the abort plan? Hernandez asked sheepishly. Well, the island is 2 miles from mainland USA, so if shit hits the fan, just swim for it, the commander said sarcastically. The commander's words were immediately followed by a chorus of cachinnation from the operators. Hernandez, this is a rescue op with 0 signs of hostile resistance. Why in the fuck would we need to abort? I mean, we're better off bringing monkey wrenches rather than bullets on this mission. Consider it a vacation compared to the shit we normally face off against, Tony DeStefano scolded Hernandez. Tony's patience was worn razor thin by Hernandez's refractory attitude. Once the laughter subsided, the commander stepped back to wrap up the mission brief. Bravo Team, which will be led by Staff Sergeant Miller. Bravo Team will rappel directly from the Black Hawk onto the rooftop of the main facility. Bravo Team will secure the primary objective and cover Alpha's approach as they sweep the island for any hostile elements. Once both teams link up at the main weapons lab, approximately 2130, you will simultaneously hit the target. One team from above, one from below. Try to play nice with the Coast Guard when you get there. Best case scenario, they open the front doors with open arms, and we all make it back to base in time for margaritas by 2400. Hoorah! The group shouted. Any questions? The commander asked the room. No, sir, the group shouted. You have your orders. Let's go do what we do best, men. Chapter 2. Incursion of Plum Island. Dan Hut! DeStefano commanded the squadron. Each man stood at the ready on the sodden tarmac. Mike Allen walked up and down the line of battle-hardened operators. He inspected the team with a fiery anxiety. This was his first mainland mission as team leader, and by the vigor he chewed his tobacco, he was determined to do it by the book. The Coast Guard spared no expense on the transport, Mike Allen said sarcastically, pointing to the sturdy but reliable UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter supplied by the Coast Guard. The team laughed and popped off some pre-mission one-liners. None of them had actually trained for this specific scenario. The brief commentary was muddled by the rain and the backdrop of the Black Hawk spinning up for liftoff. The blades of the Black Hawk made a distinctive sound spinning in the rain. We're going to do this one by the book, gentlemen. We're the ghost in the darkness. We're the tip of the fucking spear. We're the best of the best. We are Recon. Slow is fast,
fast as smooth. Watch your fields of fire and don't pull that trigger unless you are 100% certain, Allen said, singling out Corporal Janowatsky by punching him in the chest. Hoorah! The group shouted. Preach! Front and center. Let's kick this part off right, the sergeant shouted in the rain. Corporal Lindell hustled to the front of the line. Sergeant Allen took a knee, which cued the squad to follow in kind. Each man slung their rifle and took a knee. All except Lieutenant Colonel Johnson, who stubbornly stood at attention. Preach pulled the Bible from his boot and held up his hand over the men. And I saw the beast, and the kings of the earth, and their armies, gathered together to make war against him that sat on the horse, and against his army, and the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet that wrought miracles before him, with which he deceived them that had received the mark of the beast, and them that worshipped his image. These both were cast alive into a lake of fire, burning with brimstone. Corporal Lindell closed his Bible and stuck it back into his left boot. He had an uneasy feeling about this mission, and wore the burden of nervousness like a cheap suit on a private detective. Mike wasn't a religious man, but the verses helped convince the men to be brave. He didn't believe in any particular religion or some kind of higher power. Mike believed in odds. Mike believed in playing the numbers. Mike believed in creating his own luck. Mike looked up from the prayer and stared at the sky like a turkey looking up during the rain. Water droplets were running down his face as he gawked up at the storm. His fatigues had already dampened and absorbed the initial onslaught of tsunami. The skyline was as black as a cup of freshly brewed Arabic bean coffee. Let's move out, men, Allen said with commanding authority. The men huffed to the Black Hawks and quickly mounted up. Let's double time it to Plum Island, Allen shouted at the Black Hawk pilot. The Black Hawk was a tad retro, but it would do the job. There was a thunderous sputtering from the late 80s rotor blades. As the Black Hawk took off from the landing pad, it shook and jolted the squad. As the team made their approach, the flight was starting to get noticeably bumpier. Mike Allen grabbed one of the many hanging support straps and leaned into the cockpit. Luckily, the landing pad was a hop, skip, and a jump from Plum Island. I hope the return flight has a dinner and a movie, Sergeant Allen shouted to the pilot crew. One of the coastees shot Mike a quick thumbs up and shook his head in disbelief. Allen took that head shake as a sign of disrespect and patted the coastee on the shoulder. How much longer? He yelled at the pilot, only to have his question muffled by the cancerous weather. The pilot yelled back at the sergeant. We'll have eyes on target in 5 mics, Sergeant. Sergeant Allen stroked his face with his left hand and held on for dear life with his right hand. This was a low-risk mission, but it had huge ramifications on Mike's career outlook. Mike chalked it up to restarting an internet router. As far as he could tell, this was going to be as simple as unplugging the cord from an outlet, waiting 30 seconds and plugging it back in. Flubbing this mission meant getting stepped over once again for promotion. That was a risk Mike couldn't take. Mike was determined to get the job done, no matter what the cost. The pilot motioned over to Mike Allen and pointed down at the island. Turn up the music. The gunnery sergeant smiled and clicked the play button on his MP3 stereo. The gunnery sergeant favored old-school rock and roll. You ready for this, kid? Sir, yes, sir, Janowatsky shouted back at the sergeant. What about you, Corporal? You ready for this? I'm ready for some satisfaction, baby. I'm ready for the whole lot of action, baby. Ooh-wee. Look out, baby, for here we come. The men performed their pre-mission banter. It was more like a theater troupe practicing before a big show. Mike honed in on the humming of the Black Hawk, like a rapper syncing to a metronome before a rap battle. Mike looked to the back of the cargo and noticed that Whitaker was reading a novel. What are you reading? He asked. Whitaker looked up from his book to answer the sergeant. It's one of those 100 books everyone should read before they die. Sergeant, we have eyes on target, 1,000 meters out. Roger that. The Black Hawks dropped down to below 500 feet, and both teams circled their respective drop points. Each team began to scan the island for potential threats, signs of distress, or anything out of the ordinary. Team Alpha, set off the drop zone near Fort Terry, and Team Bravo set out to main facility. Hernandez looked over to the pilot and pointed out the downed Coast Guard helicopter. "Down there! That must be the rescue chopper," Hernandez shouted to the team while making quotation marks with his hands to emphasize the sarcasm. "How fucking auspicious for us," Sergeant Allen said. "Suspicious? What's suspicious? Other than the fact there's an abandoned Black Hawk occupying our landing zone?" Hernandez replied. "No, not suspicious. Auspicious. You uneducated fuck. How auspicious for us. From the looks of it, the Coastie's rescue chopper looks completely unscathed," Sergeant Allen explained. "Sorry, Sergeant. I guess I forgot to pack my standard military issue word of the day calendar," Hernandez said jokingly. Sergeant Allen remained stoic in his disposition. The men could see right through him. He was as transparent as a jellyfish. "Let's land this thing. The faster we get in there and the faster we get home. If we get back before midnight, there's a good chance I get some ass," Hernandez said. "That reminds me, how's your sister, Hernandez?" Sergeant Delfano asked. The entire crew started bellowing out laughter. Hernandez just responded by flipping everyone the middle finger, the kind of middle finger that was well pronounced and screamed, "Fuck you." Hernandez looked over at Cal Janowaski. Cal had his head buried in his knees and looked pretty blue in the face. Hey, new guy," Hernandez yelled and pointed at the young corporal. Corporal Janowaski barely managed to look up without puking. His face was pale and clammy. The team spilled blood all across the world together, all except Cal Janowaski. Cal was a pollywog, but the men thought he was all right. DeStefano made sure to take him under his wing, because the corporal was the youngest member of the squad, and this would be his first re-enlistment working in special operations. "Forget about it, kid. This weather's nothing compared to the shit we had to deal with in South China Sea," Hernandez said. A large gust of wind nearly tipped the chopper to 35-degree angle. The irony was not lost on Hernandez. He started laughing and barely held on. All the men braced for the relentless onslaught of turbulence. "Just remember one thing, new guy," Hernandez said to the young corporal. "Yeah, what's that?" "Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. One wrong move and it's your ass. Just watch your muzzle discipline and you'll be fine," Hernandez explained. Cal shook his head and shot Hernandez a receptive thumbs up. Cal was starting to feel more at home with the squad. The humor acted as a conduit for rapport building with the squad. Hernandez and Janowaski were singing along to the retro soundtrack like a couple of drunk frat bros at karaoke night. A once contentious relationship had become a bromance of sorts. "Quit your yapping. We're almost at the LZ," Sergeant Allen proclaimed persuasively. The Black Hawk maneuvered above the landing zone and hovered right off the coast of the island. The team was spitting distance from Fort Terry. Sergeant Allen slid the cargo door open to get a first-hand look off the ground. From the sky, it looked like the coast was clear. "Fort Terry looks completely dark, sir," Commander Riley said while pointing down from the pilot seat of the Black Hawk. "It's pitch black. I can't see a fucking thing down there," the co-pilot replied. "Commander, we need to establish a line of communication before we touch down. Radio the control tower," Mike Allen explained feverishly. "This is Red Sparrow. Come in, Fort Terry. This is Red Sparrow with Coast Guard Command. Come in, Fort Terry. Fort Terry, do you read me? Over." The commander desperately attempted to hail the desolate fort. The commander radioed the control tower for another 5 minutes to no avail. The storm was worsening with every passing moment. He noticeably worked to stabilize the Black Hawk. The Black Hawk was listing back and forth, pounded by the brunt of the storm. The storm relentlessly bombarded the helicopter with hurling gusts of wind. "Sergeant Allen, Fort Terry is completely dark. We have minimal line of sight. We have no response from the island. Is this mission still a go?" the commander asked with genuinely confused tone. Mike looked over at Lieutenant Colonel Johnson. Johnson looked back at Mike with this calm intensity about him. The lieutenant colonel was seemingly eager to reunite with his former workplace. Mike wanted to make a good impression with the company man, so he gave him plenty of authority. He figured the easiest way to make them feel important was to make them feel important. Johnson replied, "Mission is a go. Initial readings show no contamination. No biothreat detected. Operation Tag Team is mission go." "You heard him, man. Get ready, boys. Let's land this bird, lock and load, Mike ordered the crew. The commander swooped into the loading zone. He couldn't wait to put the bird down and flee the storm. The commander touched down, and the team rolled off the Black Hawk to establish a perimeter. Go, 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 go! DeStefano was the first to depart the helicopter, followed eagerly by Janikowski at his rear. Janikowski lost his footing and planted a knee into the ground. His knee pad plunged almost 4 inches into the soil. The soil appeared to be solid from the sky, but to everyone's surprise was an amalgamation of sand, dirt, and water. In the process of getting unplugged from the earth, Janikowski unceremoniously decorated the better part of his leg in mud. To save face with the squad, Janikowski held his rifle at a slanted angle and scanned the beach for hostiles. The team knelt in a concentric circle surrounding the Black Hawk, all spread out about 6 feet apart. The water was blasting them in the face as each team member began to scan the environment, each of them battle-tested and weapons ready. Mike pointed up to the sky and looked at Commander Riley. First, Sergeant Allen signaled at the commander to take off by pointing up and whirling his hand in the air. The commander saluted back at the sergeant like two knights about to joust. The commander pulled back on the yoke and took off into the sky. As far as he was concerned, he couldn't get off the island fast enough. This is Commander Riley to Commander Hodges. Alpha Team has successfully landed on the island. I'm out of here. Over. Copy that, Commander. Catch you on the other side. Commander Hodges repeated over the comms. Comms check, gentlemen. Sound off. Comms check, gentlemen. Sound off, Sergeant Allen ordered.
Hernandez checking in.
Reading you loud and clear. Janikowski checking in. Reading you loud and clear.
DeStefano checking in.
Loud and clear. Whitaker checking in. Loud and clear. Breach checking in. Affirmative. Comms up. Hernandez front and center. Radio Team Bravo and get me a sit rep. Sergeant Allen ordered the communications sergeant. Hernandez knelt down directly adjacent to Mike Allen and began to radio in Bravo Team. He got up and down like an old man. Hernandez had piled on some extra weight over the summer. Normally, his fighting weight was around 185 pounds, but these days it was probably closer to 245. He made a large heaving sound as he got down.
Bravo Team, come in. This is Alpha Team, over,
Hernandez called. The storm had resumed pummeling the island and began to reclaim the surrounding area. The team braced for impact as the winds came barreling in. A few seconds later, their call was answered. Copy that. This is Bravo Team, reading you loud and clear, Alpha Team, over.
Roger, roger. Begin your reconnoiter. We're beginning our sweep of the island, over and out.
Roger that. We're making our descent. We'll have overwatch in 30 seconds, over.
Sarge, our Bravo Team is aware of our sit rep and has begun to occupy landing zone 2.
Roger that, sailor, Mike acknowledged. The island was quiet as a graveyard at midnight. The mud was as thick as it was heavy, like pouring a jar of fresh honey over a bowl of hot fudge. The waves forcefully shattered the rocks around the island. The splashes sounded like a battering ram hitting the door. Cal! Go scout out the downed Black Hawk! Cal eagerly ran over to abandon the Coast Guard Black Hawk. The new teammates always ran with a certain extra zeal. That zeal tended to fade over time, but the men appreciated his spirit. Mike learned a long time ago that in this business, the business of war, it pays to be patient. It's empty. What am I looking for exactly? Janikowski asked.
Did they leave the keys?
Hernandez said jokingly. Sir, no, sir, Corporal Janikowski replied.
Well, that's real fucking courteous of the Coast Guard. We got a 20-ton paperweight hogging up space on our landing zone, Hernandez remarked.
Let's hove it to Fort Terry. Let's double time it, men. Move out, Sergeant Allen commanded. Sergeant Allen commanded colloquially to the squad. Tony eagerly obliged and without a moment's hesitation took point for the team. The fort was less than one click from the landing zone. The initial brief on the weather conditions was dead on balls accurate. The unlit fort was barely visible given the weather conditions. The storm was relentlessly adulating around the island. Thunder glamored as Tony led the team to Fort Terry. Each flash of lightning was followed by a roaring thunderclap. The squadron moved out, scanning the environment from head to toe. As the squad continued to advance on Fort Terry,
The weather steadily began to dissipate. There was a momentary respite in the storm. The ingress was short, and the men secured several vantage points around Fort Terry. As the men approached the fort, the rain subsided, just long enough to get eyes on target. Each of the men took a knee and aimed their barrels down at Fort Terry, each keenly scoping out sections of the fort for signs of life. "Sir, from the looks of it, I think we're better off just going straight to Building 257. I think we should link up with the Bravo team and head for the main objective," Hernandez suggested. Hernandez got up from his prone position and casually unslung his rifle. Clearly, he wasn't taking this situation very seriously. As far as he could tell, this was no threat environment and a big waste of time. "No one is paying you to think, Hernandez. Shoulder your fucking firearm and get back into formation," Sergeant Allen shouted over the comm line. Sergeant DeStefano got up from his prone position and strolled over to where Sergeant Allen was standing. Allen grabbed his night vision enhanced binoculars and started investigating the fort in greater scrutiny. "Sir, believe it or not, I actually agree with Hernandez on this one. The fort looks completely deserted," Sergeant DeStefano said in a disappointed tone of voice. DeStefano pulled out his 6-inch serrated steel combat knife and started shaving the side of his cheek with it. The blade was damp and covered in cold rainwater. It wasn't a proper shave, more of a nervous tick. Every scrape across his 5 o'clock shadow produced a subtle screech, like a rake scraping its concrete. First Sergeant Mike Allen looked at the rest of the team and remained silent to ponder his options. On the one hand, he could hump it over to the main objective. On the other hand, he could waste time exploring the obviously abandoned fort. "Hernandez, front and center. Keep the perimeter locked down until we get back. Corporal Janowoski, you've got overwatch. Everyone fall back into position and watch out 6. Lieutenant Colonel Johnson, on me," Sergeant Allen said. The Lieutenant Colonel and Sergeant Allen both ran to the entrance of the fort. At the entrance, there was an empty check-in station. The check-in was only about the size of a prison cell. Mike took his tack light and flashed it into the check-in. From the looks of it, the check-in had been hastily deserted. Mike and the Colonel advanced further towards the entrance of the fort. The entrance of the fort was loosely fortified and full of obvious security shortcomings. Aside from the check-in station, there was a mere 6-foot chain-link fence surrounding the perimeter of the fort. The fort was about as secure as a run-of-the-mill strip mall. Let me guess, the boys back at the Department of Defense figured someone would have to be complete imbecile to invade an island this close to the mainland. So why bother protecting it? So why bother outfitting it with any type of serious defense? Mike asked the Colonel in a somewhat pissed-off tone of voice. "Don't blame me. I just used to work here," Lieutenant Colonel Johnson said in an attempt to deflect the criticism away. The men strolled on through the perimeter defense check-in station. Each man switched on their LED-mounted flashlights and slowly began to scan the exterior of the fort. The fort, if you want to call it a fort, was only 2 stories tall and made from solid brick. "So, where to?" Mike asked the retired colonel. The colonel looked over at Mike with an expressionless demeanor. Mike was starting to get an uneasy feeling relying on the colonel for any level of expertise. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. The colonel lacked any kind of rapport or tactical presence. The colonel silently went back to scoping out the building. Mike quickened his pace and the colonel followed in kind. The fort was rather rustic, to put it politely. The original structure was built in 1897, and it showed. The outside of the building was covered in red brick veneer. The building wasn't very imposing up close. "I see you spared no expense upgrading the fort. Clearly OSHA hasn't been doing many site visits," Mike said sarcastically to the colonel. The colonel scoffed at the comment and continued to follow the sergeant silently. Mike Allen and Lieutenant Colonel Johnson swept the base looking for any sign of intelligent life. Neither man was quite sure that existed before the sweep, and they were both dead sure it didn't exist after the sweep. Mike ran point and slowly began to sweep his M4 from room to room. Lieutenant Colonel Johnson had his hand to Mike's shoulder as they breached each room. The fort was pitch black, not a soul in sight. Both men activated their night vision goggles as they continued the search of the fort. Room after room came up empty. There was an eerie silence that captured both men's imagination. "It's empty," Sergeant Allen said as he slung his M4 over his shoulder. Mike placed his right hand on his hip and lifted his night vision goggles with his left. He flipped on his LED flashlight to finish scoping out the patrol room. At the moment, he scoffed and realized Hernandez was right. His fort was completely foobar, and it was time to move on to the main objective. There's no immediate sign of distress. The armory seems to be full. It's just like everyone in man in their post, the lieutenant colonel noted. Let's go report back to the team and get the hell out of Dodge, First Sergeant Allen said briefly. Roger that. The two men fled the fort like bandits making a hasty escape from a bank heist. As far as Sergeant Allen was concerned, they couldn't get out of there fast enough. Part Sergeant Allen's Special Recon process was always to complete a thorough due diligence of the ground assessment before any direct action. He tapped on the microphone around his throat and radioed the team. Men, on me. Converge on the fort. Double time it to the guard shack at the entrance of the fort, Sergeant Allen spouted. The team grouped up around the guard shack just outside the fort's entrance. Hernandez was leading the rear and noticeably out of breath. He took a second and hunched over to catch a breather. Turns out, nobody's home. The fort is dark. Every station is abandoned. Every desk is empty. There are no obvious signs of distress, the lieutenant colonel explained. The men started looking around at each other like a bunch of clergymen when Newton tried explaining gravity for the first time. There was a silent level of disbelief in the colonel's lack of self-awareness. The men instinctively doubted his credentials based on his target analysis. You mean, other than a powerless abandoned military installation on an island caught in the middle of a tsunami? Hernandez replied. Fuck, Hernandez. You ever shut it off, man? Preach took a moment to reflect on the situation. He hath filled the hungry with good things, and the rich he hath sent empty away. Just as Hernandez was about to spit out a retort, Bravo team interrupted with a status update, breaking the tension. Alpha team, do you copy? This is Team Bravo, over. Go for Alpha team, over. Alpha team, what is your sit rep, copy? Copy that. Fort Terry is completely abandoned, over. Affirmative. Fort Terry is fucking ghost town. We have overwatch on top of building 257. We have your approach covered. From above, the facility looks completely abandoned as well, over. Copy that. We are making our way to you now. Over and out. The sergeant removed his gas mask and greased back his hair. Having that plastic suit on made him sweat in all the wrong places. We need to radio this in, the sergeant said and pointed at Hernandez with his index finger fully extended. Calling HQ. This is Alpha Team. Do you read me? Over. Alpha Team, this is HQ. We're reading you loud and clear. What's your sit rep? Over. Fort Terry's completely bust. Over. Copy that. Any contaminants detected? Negative. Over. Any hostile resistance? Over. Negative. Over. Copy that. Move to primary objective and report back. Over. Roger that. Over and out. Let's just not stand around with our dicks in our hands. We've got a job to do, people. Not a second after Mike shouted his order, the weather worsened sharply, as if God herself was warning the squad. It was relentless, unforgiving, an undenying storm. The squad charged towards their rendezvous point. The conditions for their approach were suboptimal, but that was the job. The team was racing towards building 257 at a snail's pace. Hailing Alpha Team, do you copy? Over. Copy that. You are go for Alpha Team. Over. Are you guys hourly or what? What the fuck is taking so long? Requesting a sit rep. Over. We can't see shit in these hazmat suits. We're running knee deep through mud and the rain is obscuring our visibility. Over. Roger that. Do you need some cheese with that wine? Over. Copy that, Bravo Team. You'd like to switch places. Be my fucking guest. We were up to our asses in mud. Over and out. 10-4 Alpha Team. We got you covered. Over and out. Meanwhile, on the roof, tempers were high with Bravo Team. Anxiety had started to fatigue the men like a group of drunk friends trying out an escape room for the first time. Staff Sergeant Miller was the only one with basic biochem mission experience, let alone for a BSL-4 weapons lab. Aside from that, most of the men just learned about the island several hours ago. The men were pacing back and forth out of formation, seemingly just stuck on the rooftop in purgatory. "Overwatch secure, Staff Sergeant," Barnes whispered over the comm line while scoping out the perimeter of the building. "Roger that, Marine. Stay frosty." "All quiet on the western front, Staff Sergeant." "Roger that."
"Roger that, Ming." "Hey, Sarge, I thought Sergeant Allen was some kind of badass. What in hell is taking Alpha Team so damn long?"
Lance Corporal Yamada asked. Staff Sergeant Miller scoffed at the corporal's flippant remark towards the first sergeant. The staff sergeant had little tolerance for any form of sarcasm. He felt it was a form of subordination and not the conduct of a true warrior. The sergeant was very hands-on and got his grimy fingers prints on every part of the mission. He was kind of a control freak, probably due to his youth and exuberant inexperience. "By the time you started learning geography in high school, Allen was running Black Ops in our countries you've never seen or read about. He holds the record for the longest unconfirmed kill in military history. A hair inch past 1,200 feet, Miller explained to the talented marksman. Corporal Barnes immediately regretted his decision and did the smart thing, which is to say he shut the hell up. Miller crouched down and turned his peering gaze downrange through his optical scope. "Sir, I can't see shit out here," Corporal Barnes noted. The visibility was as obscure as looking out of an old dirty window screen in the middle of a snowstorm. "Stay frosty, boys. Just because we can't see nobody doesn't mean nobody can't see us," Miller ordered the team. Back on the ground, Alpha Team was bogged down in the mud. The team was approximately 2 clicks outside of the building 257. DeStefano stopped dead in his tracks, and he took a knee. He motioned to the squad by raising his fist in the air. "Sir, we have eyes on target," DeStefano said with contentment. First Sergeant Allen looked over to Hernandez and signaled him by tapping on the side of his helmet. Hernandez pulled out his TAC radio and began to deliver a sit rep to Bravo Team. "Hernandez, call in our position. I don't want to get fucking shot sneaking up on these guys. Yamada can shoot the wings off a fly from over 1,000 yards." Allen said out of respect for his fellow crewmen. "Bravo Team, come in. This is Alpha Team, over." "Roger that. Alpha Team, go for Bravo Team, over." Staff Sergeant Miller responded swiftly. "We can see the main facility on the horizon. Confirm receipt of infrared laser, over." Allen signaled over to Sergeant Whitaker and then pointed back at Building 257. Whitaker pulled out his infrared laser pointer and ranged it to the target. Whitaker struggled to steady the laser pointer in high winds. The downpour of water was obscuring his vision and making the laser slip in his hand. He finally managed to steady the laser long enough to get a range. "Roger that, Alpha Team. We've picked up your rangefinder. You're 1,500 yards out, over." "Over and out," Hernandez said. "All right, let's move out," Allen said. DeStefano hopped up from his prone position and advanced towards the main facility. As far as Sergeant Allen was concerned, DeStefano was probably the most competent marksman of the bunch and had the balls to back it up. There was rarely a mission where he didn't take point for the team. As the men began to work their way towards the objective, DeStefano decided to drum up some small talk with the crew. "Do you know that more than 1.5 million Italian Americans enlisted to serve in World War II? The most of any minority group in America," DeStefano said while waving his hands in the air. "Yeah? Did you have any family members that served?" Corporal Janowski asked in a curious tone of voice. DeStefano was his unofficial mentor and felt that he should get better acquainted. He figured some innocuous small talk was the right way to get that done. "You know it. My great-grandfather Guido DeStefano enlisted the Army on June 1st, 1940. DeStefano explained proudly. The team was trudging along trying to traverse the elements of the island. The monsoon had turned the island into a nominal swamp of muddy sand and decrepit shrubbery. The elements had slowed the team's approach to a literal crawl.
"Which side did your grandfather fight for?"
Hernandez asked jokingly. The team started chuckling at DeStefano's expense. DeStefano shook his head and responded by saying, "How about go fuck yourself, Hernandez?"
"Come on. You know I'm just clowning you, bro," Hernandez replied.
"Hernandez,
If I want to laugh, I'd follow you into the bathroom and watch you take a piss, DeStefano said. That's a good one. I'll make sure to write that down, Hernandez replied. DeStefano shot back a middle finger as stiff as morning wood. As the team approached the objective, they couldn't help out wonder where everyone went. The island looked completely evacuated, but no one was sure what to make of it all. DeStefano came to a sudden stop and shouted, Eyes on the prize, gentlemen. We're spitting distance from the objective. The team stood about 50 yards from the target location, just off to the right side of the entrance. Sarge, what do you figure happened here? Nobody's paying you to think, Hernandez. You know what I think? No, but I'm sure we're all going to find out. I think we're sent here on a giant goose hunt, sir. That's an interesting theory. Isn't it, though? You know what I think. Sir? I think you should get on the radio and call in our position to Bravo team. Sir, yes, sir. Corporal Janowaski, front and center, First Sergeant ordered the young Marine. Hernandez squatted down to the radio in the team's position. Janowaski ran over to the sergeant and stood at attention. His posture was impeccable. He stood upright and ready for his orders. Grab a flare out of my backpack, Sergeant Allen commanded the young corporal. The corporal stuck his hand in Sergeant Allen's backpack and started rummaging around for the flare. Allen's backpack was cluttered like a woman's purse after Labor Day. Corporal, they're sitting a prostate exam. Grab the fucking flare. The sergeant yelled at Janowaski. The sergeant's temper started to boil over, and it showed in his demeanor. His normal, predictable patience had dissipated to a dull disposition. Ah, the corporal said as he found the flare and pulled it out of the backpack. He held the flare in the air like an Olympic torch runner. Sergeant Allen, Hernandez yelled. What is it, Hernandez? The sergeant replied. I can't reach Bravo team. Comms seem to be down, Hernandez explained. What? Impossible. Try again, Lieutenant Colonel Johnson said in a wary tone. I did, 3 separate times. All comms are down. There's some kind of static interference, Hernandez explained. This is FUBAR. I'm convinced that this place is fucking haunted, DeStefano said while clutching onto his Italian horn and crucifix like an old Italian woman praying at a church pew. Check that shit. You superstitious asshole. Comms down. Comms go up. It happens, Sergeant Allen explained. Sergeant Allen grabbed the flare from Janowaski and started looking over it. Janowaski, have you ever used one of these before? Sergeant Allen asked while holding the flare in front of Janowaski's face. Sir, no sir, Janowaski replied. It's simple. Snap the top off and wave it in the air. Be careful, though. That is a pyrotechnic flare. It emits bright white light, Sergeant Allen explained. Pyrotechnic? Is it dangerous? He asked. Not unless you plan on sticking it up your ass. Get to work, soldier, and pop that fucking flare, Allen said. Janowaski popped the flare and started swirling it in a circle. The translucent glow of the flare radiated with a rakish bright white light. The chemical suits reflected the lights onto the ground, emanated the ethereal sands of Plum Island. Janowaski, like a rock concert, Sergeant Allen said. What? He replied. Side to side, dumbass, Hernandez said while waving his left hand side to side in a slow swaying motion. Hernandez found the best lessons resulted from a heaping helping of humiliation. Ah, I got it, Janowaski said as he started swaying the flare side to side. He did that for another 3 minutes until the flare ran down to a stub. The team floundered out of formation, waiting for Bravo team to reestablish comms. Hernandez, what's our status on comms? The sergeant shouted in the rain. Hernandez waved off the sergeant with his left hand and activated his microphone with his right. Bravo team, this is Alpha team. Do you copy? Over, Hernandez said. Reading you loud and clear, Alpha team. Over. Sergeant Miller responded in a restless tone. Sergeant, we've got comms back, Hernandez yelled to Sergeant Allen. About fucking time. Bravo team, we have reached the primary objective, awaiting orders, over, Hernandez said. About fucking time, Alpha team. We breached the facility 10 minutes ago, over, Miller responded nonchalantly. Sergeant Allen looked over to Lieutenant Colonel Johnson. Johnson trudged over to Hernandez and grabbed the microphone out of his hand. What the fuck do you mean, breached the facility? Your orders were to cover our approach, over, Lieutenant Colonel Johnson shouted into the comm line. Exigent circumstances, Lieutenant Colonel, over, Miller replied without remorse. Exigent circumstances? What kind of exigent circumstances? He asked. The retired lieutenant colonel clutched onto his revolver and restrained his anger from flaring. The men couldn't understand why he was so perturbed by the news. We heard you screaming inside the building, followed by what sounded like a gunshot, over, Sergeant replied. Sergeant, you hold to your position. I say again, you are to hold your position. Do you copy? The line went dead. It was as silent as a cemetery. Apparently, the signal had died once again. The sense of irony was not lost on the squad. It was as layered as a thick red velvet cheesecake. Pretty fucking auspicious, right, Sarge? Hernandez asked in a snarky tone. The first sergeant and the lieutenant colonel broke off from the formation and began to argue amongst themselves for several minutes. They stood just far enough away from the squad to not be heard by the rest of the squad. DeStefano lifted his right hand up and swirled his finger in clockwise motion. Janowaski, DeStefano, Hernandez, Lindell, and Whitaker circled up into a small group. Well, what? Well, what? What the hell are we waiting for? Let's rock and roll. Hold your horses, kid. We don't know what we don't know. We have hostiles firing guns. We need to roll up on this place, guns blazing, and smoke these fools. Slow down there, kid. We don't have any confirmation of hostiles yet. Hearing a gunshot doesn't mean dick until we have confirmed eyes on target. This is still a rescue mission. Do you read me? What do you figure that's all about? Whitaker asked as he pointed over the bickering going on between Sergeant and Lieutenant Colonel. It looked like a couple going through a divorce arguing over who gets to keep the dog. I don't know. I get the feeling our intelligence sergeant is keeping some mission-critical intel from those boys. Take it slow and watch your six. Something doesn't feel right on this job, DeStefano noted to the team. I think we're really bought the farm on this one, Hernandez said. Looks that way. Stay frosty, DeStefano responded. The squad all nodded in agreement and fell back into formation. Whitaker made sure to keep a close eye on the intelligence sergeant. He swiveled his head like an owl scoping out his next meal. DeStefano, lead the way, the sergeant said as he pointed to the entrance of the facility. The facility was under constant bombardment from the rain. The visibility was noticeably worsening by the minute. DeStefano grinned and pulled back the charging handle on his M4 carbine. He pointed his rifle forward, left hand on the front grip, right hand on the rear grip. He rested the stock on his right cheekbone and trained his eyes downrange. As the men swept the remainder of the perimeter of the facility, the extreme weather obstructed everything but the facility. As the squad carefully approached the entrance, DeStefano stopped abruptly and took a knee. He was leading the team by 10 to 15 yards. The rest of the team slowly caught up and stopped dead in their tracks. The team was at the doorstep of the facility. Building 257 had a massive entrance. The only problem was the front door was wide open. The men stopped and stared at the entrance in complete silence. Chapter 3. The wheel in the sky keeps on turning. Colonel, it's standard operating protocol for the front door to be wide fucking open during a power outage. Stand fast, the lieutenant colonel ordered the squadron. The lieutenant colonel took a deep breath and indignantly holstered his sidearm. The sound of his sidearm rubbing against his damp leather holster made a loud squish. The signs of exasperation followed the colonel, like Punxsutawney Phil seeing his own shadow. The colonel outstretched his arms and put his hands behind his head, like a prisoner about to be handcuffed for the crime he didn't commit. He walked over to Mike Allen. The men noticed his lackadaisical attitude and had no taste for it. The men slowly looked over at the entrance of the building 257 with a sense of deliberate vigilance and exacting curiosity. The men stood poised and ready with guns drawn at the entrance of the building.
The entrance was 2 double-wide sliding glass doors. One of the doors was marked exit, and the other entrance. Overlapping circles from their tactical LED lights loosely covered the entrance of the building and dimly lit the lobby. The raindrops pummeled the men and caused their lights to flicker on and off. Sergeant Allen didn't mind a little bit of luck every now and again, but this gave him cause for pause. "Should have called the fucking electric company, not a bunch of operators," Hernandez said while preparing to take a better look at the lobby with his night vision goggles. The facility was dark, and the night vision goggles were able to give him some visibility into the lobby. The men stood at the base of the entrance. Even in the middle of a typhoon, there was obvious signs of wear and tear on the building. The building was made of solid concrete and had been severely weathered by the local island conditions, and presumably lack of basic maintenance. The building itself was very foreboding. From floor to ceiling, it looked no bigger than a big box store. The outside looking in, the men could only make out a rough outline of the lobby. Something in the lobby piqued his curiosity. Was it something or someone? "Sir?" "What?" There's someone in the lobby." The men all looked at Hernandez in disbelief. They couldn't tell if he was fucking with them or telling the truth. The rest of the men activated their night vision goggles in order to verify his claim. It took a second to stabilize the goggles, but one by one, each man confirmed eyes on target. They couldn't quite make out much more than a shadowy figure lingering in the back of the lobby. "Eyes on target, in the lobby. A man, unarmed by the looks of it. 50 yards. What do we do?" The men looked at each other, just long enough to break sight with the target. By the time they looked back, the target had vanished from sight. "Well, that was easy. Maybe next mission I won't even bring my guns, sir." Mike Allen wasn't in the business of making risky decisions. As far as he could tell, this was still a glorified training op. "Sir, I'm breaching. What are my orders?" DeStefano said over the comms. Mike Allen responded decisively. "Breach." The men crossed the threshold from the muddy terrain in the hard concrete steps of Building 257. The building had 6 oversized concrete steps. The team infiltrated the facility's entrance, led by DeStefano in a standard 2x2 cover formation. Hernandez intuitively looked around the room for a light switch. Each team member scanned the room for survivors. Each team member scanned the room for some sign of life. Each team member scanned the room for something that wasn't there. The room had several large desks and 4 separate doors, each marked with a red neon exit sign. "So, this is it? This is the big bad BSL-4 bioweapons lab?" Hernandez asked the crew. Each man started investigating the inner workings of the lobby. There was an old commercial-grade carpet that made a soggy smushing sound every time someone walked on it. The combination of mud-covered military boots and old carpet made a distinctive sound, like trying to squirt out the last squeeze of the mustard dispenser. Corporal Lindell could feel his blood pressure start to wane, so he grabbed a candy bar out of the front pocket and started peeling back the wrapper. "Ah, chocolate. Good for every occasion," the corporal thought to himself. As Lindell fidgeted with the candy wrapper, it made a loud crinkling that carried throughout the lobby. The rain temporarily subsided, and the men turned around in disbelief. They had become familiar with the constant battering of raindrops and hurricane-force winds. The men took it as a sign of good fortune. From here on out, things were looking up. "What's the readout looking like?" Whitaker glanced over at his handy-dandy high-volume aerodynamic particle sizer. This was his first encounter with the device. On the ride over, he had a chance to peruse through the lengthy owner's manual. He gave it a second to update the reading and impatiently tapped it on the side, like an old video game cassette that wouldn't load. "Particle size distribution looks completely normal. Nothing out of the ordinary as far as I can tell. That is aside from the deserted bioweapons lab." Whitaker called out to the sergeant. Mike Allen let out an enormous sigh of relief and went back to investigating the lobby of the laboratory. "From this point on, respirators and hazmat suits on. I'm still not 100% convinced anything actually happened here. First objective is to find Dr. Carrington. If we beat Bravo team to the objective, drinks are on me tonight," Sergeant Allen spouted to the men. One by one, the men dropped their gear bags and began to suit up. The hazmat suits made a crunching sound like the crinkling of a potato chip bag. Meanwhile, on the upper deck, Sergeant Miller led Bravo team into the corridors of the top floor of Building 257. The sound of gunshot snapped his instincts into full gear, kill switch engaged. The young staff sergeant had a chip on his shoulder and was eager to climb the chain of command. The easiest way to do that was putting the pedal to the metal and find Dr. Carrington before the Alpha team. "Sir, I recommend we suit up," Barnes said affirmatively while pulling out his gear bag. The staff sergeant stopped dead in his tracks. The rest of the team abruptly halted their vigorous progress towards the sound. "What's the readout?" the staff sergeant inquired, his tone of voice deliberate, as if he wanted to undermine the medical sergeant's advice. Corporal Barnes was unfazed and would not let a cavalier superior officer deter his sound medical advice. "Readout is normal. No biohazard detected," Corporal Barnes read aloud from the high-volume aerodynamic particle. Unfortunately for the team, this only reaffirmed the staff sergeant's suspicions about the veracity of the mission. As far as he could tell, he was a disgruntled employee with a gun or a blown circuit breaker. "Men, as far as I could tell, this is probably just another case of workplace violence. We have overwatch and the element of surprise. Every second we waste up here is 1 second less we have to take the initiative. We are to proceed on mission and take the objective. Move out." "Sir," Barnes whimpered in pathetic protest. The staff sergeant swiveled his head around on his axis, like someone spinning a globe for the first time. The staff sergeant glared at the medical sergeant with an indignant, intimidating, intense look on his face. The staff sergeant's patience was wearing thin, and it showed on his face. His forehead was swelling with a blood-red hue like a ripened tomato ready to be plucked from the vine. There was a vein thumping and extruding from his neck. "Every second we stand here, one less potential hostage and one more potential body bag. We're moving out," the staff sergeant said in a disparaging tone. The medical sergeant had a choice to make. On one hand, he could continue his protest. On the other hand, he could just in line and follow his orders. The medical sergeant was old school. He often chose the path of most resistance. To his own detriment, he often chose the path of learning the hard way. He often chose the path that prevented him from climbing the ranks. For once, the medical sergeant chose to let cooler heads prevail and follow orders. "Aye, sir. Yes, sir." The medical sergeant's momentary hesitation increased the heightened state of awareness adorned by the rest of the squad. The medical sergeant slung his rifle and unholstered his sidearm. He held his M9 Beretta out with his right hand and the high-volume aerodynamic particle in his left hand. The medical sergeant began to purposely show his pace like a marathon runner trying to catch a second wind. He steadily fell behind the squad. Barnes had garnered no favor with the squad by voicing his concerns. The hallways had no real rhyme or reason to the design. The men traversed a labyrinth of long, thin corridors with near 20-foot ceilings. The tile floor occasionally glistened as the beams of LED-mounted flashlights hit the ground. The men covered the hallway with their M4 carbines. Each man moved in a straight line and slowly scanned the room. The military was like that, full of rigorous and repeatable processes to follow. Those who followed the processes the best tended to get promoted the fastest. The men hastened the search and began to increasingly pull away from the medical sergeant. At this point, the men had penetrated deep into the facility. At this point, them men had not seen a single soul. At this point, this was starting to feel like a wild goose chase. Room by room, the squad cleared the upper deck of the facility. No guns, no germs, no one to be found. The staff sergeant stood in the center of one of the cleared-out rooms with his hands tucked under his armpits. The normal protocol for this sort of situation would be to radio the command with a sit rep. "No sign of Dr. Carrington. She's probably in the basement attempting to get the reactor back on," the staff sergeant explained logically. To the young sergeant, the simplest answers tended to be the most correct answers. The world wasn't some mystifying confound. Life was as simple as lead, follow, or get out of the way. "Sir." "What is it, Yamada?" "Shouldn't we radio sit rep into headquarters?" "This isn't a fucking democracy, Yamada." Clang, clang, clang. The sergeant yelled to the team, "Listen up!" The squad pivoted towards the noise with guns drawn towards the hallway adjacent to the room. There was a door off-center across from the open door of the room. Something was making noise on the other side. The sign above the door read, "Stairwell." The door signs flickered, using what last ounces of emergency power they could latch onto. The men slowly exited the room and surrounded the door of the hallway. This was it. Time to turn it up. Sergeant Miller pulled out a wrecking bar and handed it over to Yamada. He plunged the wrecking bar into the door jamb. He obstructed the line of fire for the other men, so they held up their rifles. Subsequently, this took all the light off the breaching point. The corporal used all of his strength and pried the door open with his wrecking bar. The men quickly pointed their rifles back at the door to identify and engage any possible threat. "Whoa, don't shoot, friendly," a man said while holding his forearms up to shield his eyes from the bright light of the LED flashlight pointed in his face. "Identify yourself," Staff Sergeant Miller hollered at the unknown man. "Don't shoot, don't. I'm one of the fishermen. We washed up on shore during the hurricane. What a GD nightmare," he said. The sergeant stepped up to the man and ripped his forearm down from his face. He wanted to get a better look and see who was he dealing with. The sergeant took a quick minute and sized him up. At first glance, he seemed like one of the fishermen. He had mangy hair, an unkempt beard, and looked seaworthy. "What the fuck are you doing pounding on the door like that?" The doors have been automatic locking mechanisms from inside. I ran up the stairs once I heard you guys, and I just tried to call for help." That doesn't explain what you're doing up here by your lonesome. Start talking," Sergeant Miller ordered the man. Miller was wet behind the ears, but didn't lack a sense of paranoia and cunning. "What am I? The man stuttered stupendously. Miller wanted to cut right to the point. He was a man on a mission, and this guy was only wasting his time. "Where's Dr. Carrington?" he asked while shining his light back in the man's face. Instinctively, the man raised his hand up to block the light from obstructing his view. "Oh, Dr. Carrington, yeah. She's down in the basement with everyone else, trying to get the power back on or something. It's all a little above my pay grade, you know," he explained in a soft tone. The squad nestled their firearms away for the moment. This all seemed to be a run-of-the-mill power outage. Miller's earlier suspicions were confirmed, and he was more eager than ever to link up with Dr. Carrington. Who are you guys? Are you here to help with the power outage, or?" "We're the cavalry, son. Don't get in our way, and you won't have a problem," Miller said while shoving the beleaguered fisherman to the side of the stairwell. Miller shoved the fisherman aside like a varsity football jock, shoving his way through an overcrowded locker room of freshmen. "Sure thing. I'm just glad you're here. Follow me. I'll show you the way to the basement," he said as he stuck his arm out. He looked more like a doorman at a fancy hotel lobby rather than a shipwrecked fisherman. The sergeant paused for a moment and stuck his head over the railing to get a better look down the stairwell. He grabbed half a dozen glow sticks out of his pocket and started activating them one at a time. Every time he cracked a glow stick, he shook it and tossed it down the stairwell. The green neon light began to illuminate the once pitch-black stairwell. Meanwhile, inside the main facility from the ground floor level. "Sir, we've got a survivor here by the looks of it," Hernandez said and pointed his flashlight over at a body on the floor. Mike swiveled his rifle and pointed it in the direction of one of the survivors. Mike was perplexed. He couldn't figure out if the survivor was a friend or foe. From the looks of it, the survivor was part of a fishing crew that would wash ashore. Lindell slowly approached the survivor to assess the damage. He often acted on pure instinct like a mama bear looking for her cubs. Lindell checked for a pulse, flipped over the limp body, and placed his ear on the chest of the survivor. After about 10 seconds of silence, a smirk gleamed across Lindell's face. He raised his hand and shot the crew with a thumbs up. Lindell rolled up the sleeve of the survivor to find a spot to inject an adrenaline syringe. As he began to roll back the sleeve, he spotted something. Something he hadn't seen in quite some time. "You've got to be shitting me," he said under his breath. The team looked over curious at Lindell's statement. Lindell wasn't much for profanity, nor hyperbole. When he partook in a colorful language, the men noticed. "What is it?" Mike questioned him. "Look for yourself," he said, holding up the left wrist of the survivor. Mike examined the pale arm of the survivor, only to see a large blackened skull, adorned with a green beret and a bayonet knife. "Interesting." "What is it, Sarge?" "Looks like we have a former special operator here." Green Beret from the looks of it. So the plot thickens, Sergeant Allen says suggestively. Mike Allen uncomfortably coughed through his respirator. He instinctively raised his hand in order to cover the cough. The retired colonel finally decided to chime in. Sergeant, the new CDC recommended protocol for covering a cough or a sneeze is to use your elbow, not your hand. Yeah, Sarge, get with the times, Hernandez said jokingly. The squad looked over at the retired colonel with a significant level of incertitude. Hernandez buddied up with Stefano and whispered, Is this guy for real? What a fucking dweeb. Stefano shrugged off the comment and went back to scanning the hallway. Whitaker slowly walked over to Sergeant Allen's position. His boots made loud thuds as he walked down the hallway. It sounded like someone serving a tennis ball at 100 miles per hour. Does this mean anything to you? Whitaker asked the intelligence officer suspiciously. He looked the intelligence officer dead in the eyes. Whitaker wanted to gauge his honest reaction, even if it was from behind a face shield and a respirator. Whitaker wasn't a beat-around-the-bush kind of guy. He focused crisply in on the colonel's state of mind like a dog staring at a bowl of food. No, I can't say that it does. Can't or won't. Whitaker replied to a wishy-washy answer. The intelligence officer wasn't amused by Whitaker's snarky disposition. He wasn't aching to being challenged or second-guessed. Do I have to pull rank, sailor? That chicken shit kind of response gave Whitaker enough gusto to muscle up on the colonel. Whitaker smiled and said, Look, I don't care who you were years ago, or who you are now, or whose nephew you used to be. The crew was stunned by his words. Occasionally, everyone popped off, but rarely, if ever, did anyone accept that to come from the ever-cool, calm, and collected Whitaker. The tension in the room was as thick as freshly churned Irish butter. Gentlemen, please. Why don't we just ask our sleeping beauty over here? Gentlemen, please. Why don't we just ask our sleeping beauty over here? Lindell said as he plunged the adrenaline needle into the arm of the mercenary. Lindell emptied the contents of the syringe into the forearm of the mercenary. It took almost instant effect, and the mercenary slowly regained consciousness. Sergeant Allen knelt down to meet the mercenary at eye level. The mercenary had barely begun to wake when a large snarl rang out. It was followed by the calamity of what could only be a firefight. The sergeant hopped up from a kneeling position and pulled his sidearm out. He scanned both ends of the hallway. The men sprang into action, ready for a skirmish. The men couldn't make heads or tails of the direction of fire. Was it above or below? Was it behind or in front? The hallways were narrow and tall, which made for the perfect processionary confusion. Clack, clack, clack! Who fired their weapon? Give me a status. To the chagrin of the sergeant, no answer came across the comms. The room was as silent as a library on Sunday afternoon. Clack, clack, clack! Who engaged? Does anyone have eyes on target? The sergeant's questions lingered unanswered as the squad covered both ends of the hallway and attempted to determine the source of the gunshots. The team was attentive as a dog trying to follow a laser pointer. It's Bravo team, sir, the gunnery sergeant answered. It was a familiar sound that the entire squad was able to easily recognize. Nothing else had such a robust, distinctive sound than a 5.56 45mm NATO, air-cooled, gas-operated, direct impingement, magazine-fed, select-fire M4 carbine. Sir. Hernandez, get on the comms and figure out what the fuck is going on to Bravo team. Sir. What? Sir, we need to pursue. Whitaker spoke up with an inquisitiveness of a child discovering caffeine for the first time. He knew with each passing moment the odds of successfully interceding diminished exponentially. Negative, sailor. Delay that order, the intelligence officer said from across the room. The crew looked over at the intelligence officer in a furious disbelief in his cowardice. Bravo team could be on any level of this facility, and we cannot risk a firefight. Our objective is to find Dr. Kerrigan and turn the reactor back on. We need to restore power ASAP. For now, Bravo team is on their own. Stefano slugged his rifle over his shoulder, pulled his combat knife from his boot, and charged the intelligence officer, to which the intelligence officer pulled his sidearm and racked the back slide. It did not have the intended effect of intimidating the gunnery sergeant. The intelligence officer prudently holstered his weapon and said something that halted Stefano dead in his tracks. If we don't get the reactor back online, the building will collapse on itself. Clack, clack, clack. The men were completely unfazed by the sounds of their comrades, most likely engaged by hostiles. The words of the intelligence officer obscured any intention or vigilance left in the squad. De Stefano sheathed his knife and folded his arms in protest. I thought that was only a failsafe, Alan said. How do you think the failsafe is triggered? By this very fucking scenario. Why do you think the front door was open? The colonel said in an admonishing tone of voice. How much time do we have? De Stefano asked the colonel. We have 2 hours max if we're lucky. 2.5. Bravo team, come in. Bravo team, come in. Hernandez continued his attempt to hail the Bravo team over the comm line. Clack, clack, clack. Hernandez was helplessly fidgeting with his radio and failed to reach the other squadron of men. The thick steel and concrete of the building obscured the radios. The radios were about as effective as using a Chinese finger trap as a condom. Sergeant, Hernandez shouted. What? To everyone's delight, a scrambled transmission muttered across the radio. Alpha team, this is Sergeant Miller. Come in. Sergeant Miller pleaded over a broken communication relay. Copy that. We heard gunfire, over. The sergeant said over a garbled transmission. Repeat, Bravo team, repeat. Come in. Shit, Hernandez shouted over the comm line. We've reached sub-basement level 1 via the main stairwell, over, he said as the transmission waned in and out of favor. Copy that. What are we up against? Over, Hernandez pleaded with the staff sergeant. We found a lone survivor from the fishing boat. Son of a bitch jabbed me with something, a fucking syringe full of God knows what. Little shit retreated into the biolab, he said while heavily breathing. Status report. We lost Barnes in the commotion, but I think we managed to wound the bastard in the process, over, he said with bated breath. The sergeant's voice was becoming somewhat erratic. Hernandez held the speaker up for the rest of the team to listen. The squad was tuned in to the fleeting conversation. Each man stared with a tunnel vision at the headset as the staff sergeant screamed bloody murder over the microphone. Yeah, we tagged him all right. There's a trail of blood. We're in pursuit. Over and out. The sergeant shouted through a comm like hound picking up the trail of hair. Meanwhile, in the upstairs level of the building, Corporal Barnes had thought it prudent to fully suit up. He intentionally fell back as the squad proceeded further to the bioweapons lab to chase the fisherman. Just as Barnes finished suiting up, he heard a rustling sound, like the scurrying of a rat running across the floor. He pulled the muzzle of his rifle to the corner of the room and shined a light in the direction of the noise. To his surprise, nothing was there. To his surprise, nothing was afoot. To his surprise, nothing was out of the ordinary. I got to get it out of this fucking place, he said aloud to an empty room. Barnes, can you read me? Sergeant Miller shouted over the Bravo team's comm line. Barnes thought it best to sit back and let his squad leader do all the heavy lifting. No matter how uncharacteristic of Barnes, he felt that the sergeant was on a collision course with getting everyone killed or worse. Accidentally unleashing a bioweapon from the lab, Barnes turned off his radio and transmitter. From this point out, he was on his own or would link up with Alpha Team. Barnes began to follow the trail of the tears left behind by his comrades in arms. As he progressed deeper into the facility, he marked his position by drawing a big smiley face on the wall with a luminescent paint that he kept handy. It easily showed up on his night vision goggles. As he was marking a wall next to him, another scurrying sound rushed by the adjacent unmarked hallway. He swiveled his head and turned his gun forward towards the open door. Who's there? Barnes dished the heroic bullshit and bravado from his earlier protest. He turned his radio back on with his left hand and held his rifle with his right. The light was shaking up and down. He fumbled about trying to multitask or calm his nerves enough to steady the rifle. Sergeant, this is Barnes. Do you copy? The sergeant did not respond to his plea. He was met with unyielding silence. Anyone on this channel? Do you copy? Barnes, this is Alpha Team. We read you loud and clear, over. Hernandez responded affirmatively. Whew! I thought one of you fuckers was up here messing with me, Barnes said in relief. He momentarily could relax and shake off his intolerable sense of anxiety. His respirator was fogging up and obscuring his vision.
He decided to remove it and take a second to reset. He dropped his gun and began to remove his respirator. "I'm on my way to you," he said, followed by an inaudible screeching and static noise. "Bynes, do you copy?" Hernandez pleases with his comrade. "Fuck, why are these comps so unreliable?" Hernandez shouted. Sergeant Allen was somewhat flustered with the lack of progress and lack of communication. "Whitaker, front and center." "Sir." "Grab our guest and follow me," he said. The time for indecision had passed. The time for playing it by the book had passed. The time for not making choices had passed. The sergeant racked his rifle, pointed it forward down the hallway. Whitaker grabbed the wounded fisherman by the arm and swung the near lifeless body over his shoulder. Whitaker was large enough to hold his rifle in one hand and manage the survivor with the other. The men swept the first floor of the building and headed towards Corporal Barnes, or at least where they thought he was. Chapter 4. Blood Money. Jason clasped the rearview mirror with his cartoonishly large right hand and slanted it downward. After a quick glance, he said, "Boss, I think we got company." Dirk instinctively looked back and flipped his sunglasses on the back of his head. Dirk stared down the abusing vehicles and said, "We have a tail, all right." "How far, boys?" Maddox asked. Jason took some chewing tobacco out with his left hand and gripped the wheel with his right hand. "Eyes on target. 100 yards of closing. About 4 cars back. What am I doing here, boss?" Jason asked while fondling his .45. "Change lanes. Make it obvious," Maddox said. Jason slammed on the brakes and switched over to the left adjoining lane. As we changed lanes, the SUV followed in kind, but in a much less abrupt manner. We got a cool customer here," Jason said. Dirk drew his .45 caliber revolver from his waistband, just one of the many firearms he concealed on his person, and pointed it over the back seat of the approaching SUV. Luckily for us, our SUV was covered in black, limo tint windows. "What am I doing, boss?" Dirk asked. "Keep your pants on, Dirk. Just drive. Act normal. It's probably just an advanced security detail for the shot caller. Don't pop off just yet," Maddox explained with a calm precision. The team drove for another 10 or 15 minutes, slowly meandering towards the general direction of the meat site. The SUV was stuck on them like a cheap suit on a cop. Jason kept his cool, typical Jason. He rolled down the window and spit some of his chew out. Most of the chew flung off into the rear driver's side window. It was a rather disgusting habit, but it calmed his nerves. "Boss, these guys are still on us. Want me to lose them?" Jason asked politely and casually. Clearly, he was starting to get impatient with Maddox's conservative indecision. Jason looked in the mirror at Maddox and then over to Dirk. "Burn 'em," Maddox said. "Buckle up," Jason said with a smile. Dirk clicked the safety back on his revolver and tucked it into his waistband. They each strapped on their belts and held on for dear life. Jason slammed on the brakes and drifted into an alleyway like a Tokyo rice rocket. The other SUV lazily rolled down the road and noticeably gave up its pursuit. "Huh, that was easy," Dirk said in a slightly disappointed tone. "Yes, it was," Maddox replied while keeping a watchful eye on the side mirror. "Yeah, a little too easy," Jason said, equally as disappointed as Dirk. Jason pulled the car over a few blocks down the road. We slowly came to a stop, and Dirk asked, "Are we there yet?" Jason just shook his head. "It comes with the territory." Jason and Maddox served multiple deployments in Afghanistan, Iraq, and who knows how many private security details. Dirk was plucked straight out of the Ranger Corps. "I'm waiting on a confirmation from the contact," Maddox said. Jason kept his hands on 12 and 2 with his head on the swivel. The 3 mercenaries waited eagerly for rendezvous point. Dirk started tapping his hands on his kneecaps like a drummer who couldn't find his rhythm. "Ding, ding. Meet at the Montauk Harbor in 45 minutes, the text message read. "Montauk Harbor? Boys, double time it," Maddox shouted. Maddox vigorously started typing back. "How do you expect us to make the trip in 45 minutes? With fancy driving skills like that, I have the utmost faith in your abilities," the text read. We drove like a bat out of hell, and before we knew it, there was a Montauk Harbor. It wasn't much to look at. The trio was thoroughly unimpressed with the meeting spot, though it wasn't the shadiest place to meet. It had a small town feel to it. Jason slowed his approach and started scoping out his exits. Boss, this is a hell of a place to do business, Jason said sarcastically. What he probably meant to say is that this place was a great place to get ambushed. No kidding. One way in, one way out. I love it. Just like the OK Corral, Dirk said in a cocky tone of voice. Don't worry so much. We're stateside meeting with a civilian contractor. What could possibly go wrong? Maddox asked. Yeah, I don't like it. Reminds me of that job we did in Karacha, Jason protested. It was just past dark, but the harbor was oddly emptied out for this time of day. We parked the car in a very open part of the parking lot. We had our veritable pick of the litter when it came to parking spaces. The parking lot was at the end of a long gated entryway that was adjacent to the docks. Dirk couldn't wait to get out of the car and stretch his legs. He jumped out soon as the car stopped moving. Jason took a second to adjust the mirrors and scout out some escape routes. They all got out of the car and waited in the middle of the parking lot. And waited. And waited some more. What's the deal? Dirk said. Boss, you know this guy or what? Jason inquired. Only by reputation, Maddox replied. The mercenaries sat there for about 3 hours. It was like watching a bunch of used car salesmen waiting for a customer to show up on the car lot. The contact simply went by the name Billy. A mutual friend recommended them to Maddox and heard Billy was looking for some discreet, low-budget operators. He also heard Maddox's team was stateside looking for work. Jason strolled the docks, constantly scoping out for any indication Billy was actually going to show up. Jason found refuge squatting on the top of the storage container to get some kind of overwatch. Dirk was sitting on the dock of the bay, skipping rocks into the ocean. Maddox was just content watching the boats float on by and waiting for the inevitable arrival of the contact. Dirk sprouted up, made his way back to the car, slammed his hands on the hood. Boss, let's get out of here. This guy ain't gonna show. We got played. Hey! Jason let out a large howling whistle and hopped down from the empty storage container. A plume of dust shot up as he landed. He must have been weighing in close to around 300 pounds these days. Boss, 12 o'clock. Look sharp. We got company. Talk to me, Dirk said as he started scanning the main drag. 3 extra-large black luxury-type SUVs, 400, 500 yards out, coming in hot, Jason explained. Dirk jumped up on the hood of the car to get a better look. He put one hand over his brow and another around the handle of the nickel-plated 1911 tucked into his waistband. Calm the fuck down, Maddox ordered the oafish mercenary after their last job. Running point on a security detail in Sierra Leone, Maddox could tell. It took a toll on Jason and Dirk. Operating stateside was just the change in pace that the team needed. As far as Maddox knew, this was some cushy security detail for a spoiled billionaire defense bro. The SUVs rolled up and hard braked about 10 feet from the team. The SUVs encircled the team like a crescent moon. A small, unassuming man hopped out of the back seat of the forward vehicle. He was about 5 feet 5 inches, had a shiny bald cul-de-sac on top of his head, and thin framed wire reading glasses. Ah, the 3 Musketeers, on guard, Billy said as he put his fist up and play punched at the team. He did that awkward back-and-forth fencing-style punch routine, typical corporate stooge kind of bullshit. Jason scoffed and looked away. Dirk snickered and played along for a moment. Maddox stood stoic, but eager to strike up the conversation. Man, you guys wound up tighter than a garter belt around the minister's daughter. What's the matter? Billy inquired. Jason stepped forward closer to the shot collar. He took about 3 long strides and asked, What's the matter? We've been waiting here for 3 fucking hours. What's the job? Billy smiled and asked, Didn't your mother ever teach you that good things come to those who wait? Maddox placed a hand on Jason's shoulder. It was a subtle way to let Jason know to calm the fuck down. Maddox had a distinctive grip, like a parent redressing their spoiled child. Now, which one of you is the famous Mad Dog Maddox? I wonder. Billy inquired to the group of mercenaries. Jason and Dirk both simultaneously pointed at Maddox, and Maddox stepped into the forefront of the trio. Maddox wasn't shy about being the team lead, nor sheepish when it came to stepping into the hot zone. The way Maddox figured it, it came with the territory. Ah, You're Mad Dog Maddox, Billy said with a slightly disappointed tone of voice. I go by Maddox. Just Maddox. And that must make you Billy the Kid, I take it, Maddox asked. Billy simply beamed and smiled back at Maddox without answering the mercenary's inquiry. He stood there with his big goofy look on his face, like a person who didn't know how to take a joke, but smiled anyways. There was this long, awkward pause, only to be characteristically interrupted by Dirk. Let's get down to business, shall we? Dirk asked. Dirk had his hands around his waist, Jason with his hands firmly tucked into his armpits. Billy continued. Ah, yes. Your reputation precedes you. You guys really don't mess around. I like that. Just the kind of team we need for this job. A team with true grit and moxie for days. Billy smiled and pulled out a stick of bubblegum like a kid in a candy store. He wadded it up and started obnoxiously chewing it. He discarded the wrapper on the ground and started sizing up the team. Dirk slowly moved his head to the right, looking for any kind of cue from Maddox. Maddox was stone cold. Dirk refocused his concentration on the other vehicles. We're running a series of external safety audits for one of our top facilities. The contract is up for renegotiation. Congressional oversight and whatnot. Look, don't worry about the nitty-gritty, Billy explained hastily. What's the job? Maddox asked. Billy snapped his fingers and one of his large goons stepped out of the SUV holding a titanium-plated briefcase. His bodyguard had two large bulges, one on each side of his chest. Clearly this guy was packing some serious hardware. The goon handed each of the team members a large manila file folder, which had a mission dossier. The job is building 257, Billy explained to the curious operators. A look of confusion and ignorance overwhelmed the team. The curiosity got the better of them, and each team member opened up the mission dossier for further inspection. Huh. Plum Island? Maddox reacted after reading the first page of the dossier. Come on, Dirk said jokingly. Jason threw his hands up and walked around in a small circle. He put his hands on his waist and started kicking the gravel in the parking lot, kind of like a child waiting for his parent to pick him up from school. You want us to invade Plum Island? Jason asked. No. Nothing so serious. Nothing so official. Nothing so dramatic. We want you to participate in a minor stress test on the facility, infrastructure, and defense capabilities. Our security contract is in jeopardy. Nowadays, everyone wants to cut the defense budget. For this, that, or the other reason. It's the trendy thing to do in Congress. It really earns you a lot of brownie points with Joe Schmo, concerned citizen. Somehow, Congress got this idea that you have to be a complete idiot to invade Plum Island. So why bother spending taxpayer dollars protecting it? Wonder how they got that bright idea, Dirk asked sarcastically. What's the job, Billy? Maddox asked. Dirk shook his head and hurled his cigar into the river. Billy grinned and tipped his $1,000 oval-shaped aviator sunglasses down onto the brim of his nose. Like I said, this is a simple job. We need to test the facility security, blah, 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 Billy explained nonchalantly. Why do I get the distinct feeling you're not telling us everything? Jason asked the contractor. Billy stroked his dainty beard and said, This job is right up your alley. It's a simple snatch and extract. Nothing simple when you're talking about infiltrating a government bioweapons lab, Maddox interjected. Let alone a facility on an island, Maddox said while perusing the dossier. Who's the target? Dirk asked. It's not who, it's what, Billy replied. Maddox glanced to his right to gauge Jason's expression. Jason had the dossier folded up under his armpit. Maddox swiveled over to the left, and Dirk had his hand around his waist. Clearly, neither one of them was thrilled with the assignment. What's the target? Jason asked. Billy scoffed at the question. How uncharacteristic for a merc. What do you care? I care because I need to know the transport protocols, Jason explained. Not too serious, Billy said. From my understanding, the only thing they deal with on Plum Island is Category A bioweapons, Maddox said.
Jason and Dirk both looked over at Maddox in amazement. Neither man had experience handling biological contagions.
Yes, that is mostly correct, Billy replied.
Mostly, the trio said in unison, like a barbershop quartet singing around a bonfire.
The facility is carrying a relic, a throwback experiment from World War II. Albumin,
Billy explained. Billy trailed off for dramatic effect. It worked, because Dirk jumped in on him.
Why are you saying that like we know what that is? Dirk asked.
Jason pulled Maddox in close and whispered, It's harmless. Albumin is basically just a protein in your blood. Billy started a slow, ironic golf clap, and a shit-eaten grin beamed across his face. Billy was still obnoxiously chewing his bubble gum. From the looks of it, the gum was some kind of nicotine-laced chewing gum.
Congratulations, Jason. You can read the dossier,
Billy said while sarcastically clapping. I was a combat medic for 6 years, you asshole. Of course I know what albumin is. Jason belligerently said to Billy. 3 other bodyguards jumped out of the SUVs, each of which carrying Russian-made AK-47s. The team didn't flinch. It was just precaution. Nothing to worry about. Jason wasn't easily intimidated, but checked his tone out of respect.
Jason, do us all a favor and keep reading the dossier,
Billy said politely. Well, it's not just albumin. It was an experimental batch of albumin mixed with jonane, testosterone, and adrenaline in order to create. Jason read aloud to the group and stopped abruptly at the drug's stated purpose. Jason looked up at Billy with his bewildered expression on his face. All of the color drained from his face.
That's right. It's not a typo. Read it, Billy explained.
To create a super soldier serum, Jason said.
Bingo. The chemical was delightfully named the SSS-1. Give the Army creativity points on that one. Am I right?
This all seemed rather fantastical in nature to them. A defense contractor wanted us to invade an island in order to justify his bloated defense contract and somehow make out with a 60-year-old super soldier serum.
I know what you're thinking. Sneak into a secret military BSL-4 bioweapons lab, snatch an archaic super soldier serum, and find a way back to the mainland without a scratch? Sounds impossible, right? Billy asked.
I mean, yeah, that is exactly what I was thinking, Maddox responded.
Look, this is just a stress test on our security. You sneak into the facility with some kind of beach incursion, or better yet, a wrecked boat off the coast of Plum Island. 2 of you distract the gods, which operate on a skeleton crew over the weekend. And 1 of you find a way into the lab. Snatch the SSS-1. By the time the Coast Guard shows up to rescue the crew, you'll make out like bandits, Billy casually explained to the operators, like someone explaining the parking situation at a rock concert. Other than skeleton crew of security guards, what are we talking about? What's the head count? Maddox asked. There's about 400 staff on the island. A normal weekend, probably a quarter of that figure at best. The island is over 800 square miles. For the most part, people should be pretty well spread out. Remember, the island is just a facade. The weapons laboratory goes well below the surface of the earth, Billy explained.
You want one of us to sneak past 100 or so people on an island that is 800 square miles? Dirk asked with some hesitancy.
Trust me, it'll be easier than you think. The facility was originally built some 70 or so years ago. Over that time, there was a patchwork or lazily put together security features. I mean, the infrastructure is old as dirt, Billy explained.
What kind of resistance can we expect? Dirk asked.
On the water, there's a single Coast Guard patrol of the island by boat, Billy explained.
1 boat patrol? Are you serious? Dirk asked.
Yes, a single patrol boat after hours,
Billy replied somewhat menacingly. A single boat patrol guarding a BSL-4 weapons lab? Jason asked.
Just 1, on mainland America. The government is barely functional on the weekend. Mind you, that is during normal time. When you ship out tonight, we're expecting hurricane-like winds and waves up to 15 feet. Odds are, there might not even be a single patrol out tonight, Billy replied. The team started slowly shaking their heads in agreement. Maddox was on the fence. Dirk was gung-ho about the mission, and Jason wasn't convinced. Jason was inherently skeptical of this entire situation. Tell us about the security force on the island. How do we beat it? Maddox asked. In the dossier, you have a complete blueprint of the island, including the facility layout. See those red X's on the blueprint? Billy asked. The team nodded in confirmation. Those X's are the approximate locations of security guard towers, various security posts on the island, Billy explained. There's a large cluster of buildings on the northeast side of the island. What is that? Jason asked. That? Oh, that's nothing. That's an abandoned facility. It's an old fort. Don't worry about that. The main facility is located on the west side of the island. It is imperative that you land on the west side of the island, Billy explained. I mean, I'd be a fool not to ask. Why does that matter where we make landfall? Dirk asked. The east side of the island has uncontrollable storm swells at night. You'll capsize and die, that's why. The west side is the only vector to approach that doesn't result in your death, but will result in a plausible rescue scenario, Billy explained. Okay, how do we get there? Jason asked. Well, we're at the marina, full of fishing boats. Use your imagination. I don't know, be creative, Billy explained. You expect us to ship out from here? Jason asked. That's why I'm paying top dollar. Flip to the final page of the dossier, Billy explained. The team scurried to the back page of the dossier, like a bunch of kids skimming pages to see how a book ended. Each of you will be paid the sum of $150,000 in cash for a successful completion of tonight's mission. That includes some additional hazard pay as needed, Billy explained. What if we get compromised? Jason asked. I'm paying you not to get compromised, Billy replied. Yeah, but what if we do? Dirk asked. I know. This is a lot to think about. But this is a rush order, and I was told you were the best low-budget operators this side of Eastern Seaboard. How about you guys think it over? I'll need an answer by, let's say, 10 minutes, Billy explained while looking down at his wristwatch. Well, if you don't mind then, I'd like to discuss it with my compatriots, Maddox said while walking away. Billy smiled and started walking backwards towards his SUV. For what the team could tell, he was just content staring up small talk with his bodyguards while they thought over the proposition. The trio circled up the best they could and whispered among themselves about the mission. Boss, I don't like it, Jason said. Dirk looked at Jason like he must have been crazy to pass this up. As far as Dirk was concerned, this was a lottery ticket. Jason, are you fucking high? We're talking about a lot of money here, Dirk explained. Maddox didn't want to interject too quickly into the conversation. Maddox always let Dirk and Jason air out their feelings before stepping in to make a decision. Boss, we need this. I need this, Dirk explained desperately. Why would this guy shell out $450,000 to complete strangers? Jason asked. The U.S. government spends around $600 billion a year on defense-related spending. Whatever he is paying us is a drop in the bucket compared to the amount of money he stands to make re-upping the security contract for the island, Dirk explained. Jason moaned and groaned for a second, only to be broken by Maddox. Jason, is it doable? Maddox asked. Jason took a second to stroke his beard, one of his more rugged and charming features. His beard was oiled like a well-tuned classic muscle car getting prepped for an auction. Doable? Yeah. Advisable? No, Jason explained. All I'm asking is how. How would you do it? Maddox asked. Jason started rubbing the top of his head to ponder the question, like a bowler polishing a bowling ball.
Jason had a perfectly round and shiny bald head. The fading sunlight beamed a yellow tint from his forehead. Sweat droplets began to form around the edges of his sunglasses. Jason was one of the most patient marksmen in the world. He once held a sniper's nest for 5 days, waiting for a target to come out of his compound. Jason excelled at soldiering and long-range combat, but where he really excelled was during the planning phase of a mission. His approach was always methodical, and Maddox appreciated the level of stewardship. If we had to do it, we steal one of these fishing boats, preferably one of the boats that has a decent global positioning system. Visibility is going to be a problem, and we don't want to get turned around in this mess. One wrong turn could capsize this boat and put us upstream without a canoe. We pack up small arms, nothing heavy. We'll have to conceal everything in our wetsuits, which is not going to be easy. I'm thinking maybe some 9mm sissy pistols and 1 or 2 tranquilizer guns. Packing light is the only way to avoid suspicion. We can take out some of the lone guards and acquire their munitions as we go further and further into the facility, Jason explained. See, there we go. No problem, Dirk said. Breaching the facility will be the easy part, Dirk. The real challenge with our boat capsize is how in the fuck do we get home, Jason said. Both men looked at Maddox for the answer. Maddox was fixing on a possible solution like an octopus trying to open a seashell. I've got that covered, Maddox said. The fuck does that mean? Jason asked. It is easy. We'll steal the boat from the Coast Guard, Maddox explained. The trio of mercenaries burst out laughing in unison. The mercenaries figured this was an elegant solution to a complex problem. Jason, if you're not okay with this, let's just walk, Maddox said. Jason thought it over, looked at Dirk, looked at Maddox, and begrudgingly started nodding his head. What followed was a brief moment of moans, grunts, and sighs. Fuck it, I'm in, Jason capitulated. Maddox put his 2 fingers in his mouth and made a walloping whistle to get Billy's attention. They started walking towards each other and stopped about 6 feet apart. Well, what's the verdict? Billy said. We're in, Maddox said on behalf of the crew. I knew I could count on you, Billy replied bombastically. Billy snapped his fingers and one of his goons came running over with a briefcase in hand. Just one more thing, Billy said as he handed the briefcase over to Maddox. And that is, Maddox said while opening the case. Jason looked over as the case opened and started laughing at the contents. Here it comes, Jason said to Dirk. All you can bring is 1 tranquilizer gun and plastic knives, Billy explained. Maddox shook his head in disbelief and said, Sorry, did you say a single train gun? Jason interrupted and asked, Sorry, did you say plastic knives? Yeah, but they're hard plastic. Ha! Part of our updated security is a new state-of-the-art metal detection system. This tranquilizer gun is plastic and pump action, no metal, no gunpowder. In theory, you should be just fine passing through security. Billy rationalized to the group. Dirk took off his baseball cap and ran his fingers through his long wavy hair. He was quick on the draw, kind of a cowboy, yet even he had his misgivings about this mission. Dirk tied back his ponytail. He put the cap back on and tucked the ponytail in the rear opening of his ball cap. His nervousness caught Maddox's eye. Maddox was getting the feeling Dirk was gung-ho, but was starting to get a case of buyer's remorse. Jason started spitting his chew on the ground and made a subtle groaning sound. I trust we all made the right decision, Billy said almost questioningly with a downward inflection. Through and through, Billy was a sleazy salesman masquerading in a 3-piece suit. Billy looked at each of the mercenaries for confirmation that the job was still on, followed by him abruptly shutting the briefcase and handing it over to Maddox. Billy had his arm almost fully extended, dangling the briefcase in front of Maddox. Maddox stared at the briefcase with this intense flare. Maddox was solely fixated on the briefcase like a stockbroker staring at a bag of cocaine. The briefcase represented a hell of a lot more to Maddox than just accepting the job. This briefcase was a down payment on a house. This briefcase was a new ex-wife.
This briefcase was a fresh start. The briefcase started to tremble in Billy's outstretched, stubby excuse of an arm. Billy clearly hadn't exercised in some time, and as the briefcase shook, his face began to turn red, like a vine-ripened Roma tomato. Billy clenched onto the briefcase and started to lower it. Just as it began to fall, Maddox stepped in and clamped onto the briefcase with both hands. Maddox stuck out a hand to shake on the deal. Billy smiled and lashed onto Maddox's hand to acquiesce. Billy had some small, girly hands just like Maddox. Maddox noticed almost immediately how clammy Billy's hands were. It was almost like clasping onto a dead fish. Maddox tried to remain as externally professional as possible and keep up a good poker face. No matter how uncomfortable the handshake, no matter how uncomfortable the meeting place, no matter how challenging the job looked on paper, Maddox was determined to knock this one out of the park and make a cool, six-figure payday for the crew. Chapter 5. The Plot Thickens. Well, that's all well and great. You came here looking for trouble, and you got more than you bargained for. Does that sum it all up? The sergeant said furiously while pounding his rifle at the mercenary's face. The sergeant started pacing the room with his hands on his hips. His breathing became increasingly audible and more erratic with each passing moment. His eyes had this fire and brimstone kind of intensity to them. His face became noticeably redder as he stared at Maddox. Sergeant Allen was waiting for some kind of explanation from the mercenary. Maddox hobbled over from the ground and propped up against the wall. Maddox's inattention or apathy only further enraged the sergeant. He grabbed Corporal Barnes' ballistic helmet off the ground and shoved it into Maddox's chest. The helmet sloshed with blood, guts, and brain matter. Listen here, sweetheart. None of what you told me explains why the fuck one of my men is splattered across the room like a bunch of fucking hamburger meat. The sergeant screamed at Maddox and repeatedly slammed his fist against the wall. Each punch left a bloodied imprint of the sergeant's knuckles on the wall. The thuds of the punches bellowed the hallways of the biolab. Clang! 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 The sergeant abruptly stopped assaulting the wall and paused, redirecting his anger towards the mercenary. He started favoring his hand. Apparently, when you get in a fight with a stainless steel wall, the wall always wins. He looked down at his hand, and it was covered in blood. What the sergeant couldn't tell is how much of that blood was his and how much was Corporal Barnes's blood. Maddox looked down at the helmet and uncontrollably vomited all over it. Ah, great. What's next? Are you going to start crying? The sergeant said. DeStefano started methodically pillaging what was left of Barnes's mangled corpse. He started with recovering any munitions. He looted his corpse with an indifferent attitude. Sir. What? He must have encountered a sizable force. He unloaded nearly all of his ammunition. There's shell casings all over the fucking place. This place is littered with bullet holes. Sergeant Allen was struck with a look of complete bewilderment. The hallway was tattooed with bullet holes and shell casings, but only the scattered pieces of Corporal Barnes remained. There were no traces of what Barnes was shooting at. He looked sharply at DeStefano and then back again at Maddox. What the fuck are we up against down here? He was supposed to be guarding an empty hallway. How many other mercenaries are down here? He desperately pleaded with Maddox as he pointed down an empty bullet-ridden corridor. Janowski, Hernandez, Whitaker, Lindell, DeStefano. On me. The remaining squad members circled up on the staff sergeant, Allen. They stood poised and ready to roll out on a moment's notice. We stay in tight formation. No one goes anywhere alone until we figure out what the fuck we're up against. Copy? Copy. Sir, yes, sir. Roger that. Tight as a virgin on prom night. The staff sergeant shook his head at the immature remark. Who else but Hernandez would crack wise in a situation like this? As for you, the sergeant said and turned his focus back towards the mercenary. Maddox was trained directly at the pool of blood surrounding what was left of Corporal Barnes. The pool was scattered about 8 feet around the room. Every wall was covered with blood and brain matter,
like a piece of modern splattered paint art. Now you can talk to me, or you can talk to the gunnery sergeant over there. It's up to you. DeStefano was fervently itching to polish his interrogation skills. He slowly pulled his combat knife from his boot for dramatic effect. He started cleaning his fingernails with the tip of his 6-inch blue steel combat knife. Maddox looked unfazed by the threatening gesture. Allen shook his head and patted Maddox on the shoulders with both hands. He shook his head and walked away with his back turned to Maddox. DeStefano's expression sharply changed by the sergeant's unspoken order. He took the sergeant's cue as an excuse to immediately go to work. He grabbed Maddox's hair and pulled his knife up to her throat. He slid the knife slowly up towards her jugular vein. The knife made a peculiar sound as it grazed the neck skin of the mercenary. DeStefano started using the knife to point around the room as he began to interrogate Maddox.
You see, the sergeant over there?
He said while pointing with the knife. He began to tap the flat end of the knife on Maddox's forehead. The tapping made a faint squishy thud as the cold blade smacked the mercenary's olive oil skin.
Tap, tap, tap. He's a bit by the book kind of guy. Me, on the other hand, I'm a fuck the book kind of guy. I'm going to ask you something. I'm going to ask you one time. Do you understand me?
Maddox looked up at the gunnery sergeant with her big blue eyes.
Nod your head once if you understand me,
he said with the knife pressed up against Maddox's throat. Maddox slowly and cautiously nodded in affirmation.
How many mercenaries are we up against?
Maddox remained silent. DeStefano applied more pressure to the knife. Her skin began to turn pale. It was just 3 of us, she replied somewhat cooperatively.
Ah, see? That wasn't so hard, was it? Don't feel too bad. Even the toughest hombres crack with a knife pressed up against their throat.
DeStefano smiled, twirled his knife, and shoved it back into his booth sheath.
Now, please explain what the fuck happened down here.
We took a job. The squadron of men looked around at each other in a somewhat confused manner. The men couldn't figure out what kind of morons would try to infiltrate a bioweapons lab during a hurricane.
You took a job, sweetie. We heard that part of the story. So, then what happened?
We borrowed one of the fishing boats in the marina.
Borrowed? Let's get the bullshit, shall we? You fucking stole it,
Hernandez interrupted. If you don't mind, we are somewhat pressed for time. Let's cut with the pleasantries and semantics, Sergeant Allen interjected.
Okay. You stole the boat. Then what happened?
DeStefano asked while beginning to light up a cigarette. Do you mind if I have some water? Maddox asked.
Water? Are you sure? I'm sorry. Are the accommodations not up to your standards? Can we get you a steak dinner and a reach around?
Hernandez said jokingly. Sergeant Allen snapped his fingers at Hernandez and pointed to his near-empty cantina.
Yes, sir. Anything you want, sir. I'm here to serve,
he said and threw his cantina over to Sergeant Allen. Sergeant Allen snatched the cantina out of the air and walked over to the mercenary. He outstretched his arms and extended the cantina to the thirsty mercenary. Maddox and Allen locked eyes. She grabbed the cantina from Allen, or at least she tried, but he didn't let go. What happened? He asked. Just as Maddox was about to utter the explanation, a rustling down the hallway caught the attention of the duo. Simultaneously, the remaining squad turned towards the threat with guns ready to meet any kind of resistance. The men beamed LED lights down the hallway for more thorough examination. The corridor was lit up with a fluorescent blue, but to everyone's dismay, it was just a couple of rats scurrying down the hall. What happened? Maddox said as she slowly stood from her seated position. Allen sharply turned back to Maddox, still with his gun drawn. The adrenaline started to subside, and he lowered his guard. Maddox instinctively put up her hands, not defensively, but to block the LED light that was pointed right in her face. Would you mind? It's true what they say about you recon guys, huh? Yeah? What's that? You guys are a bunch of fucking adrenaline junkies with itchy trigger fingers.
If you have an itch that you need to scratch, all you gotta do is ask, sweetie, Hernandez said. Check that shit, Hernandez,
DeStefano said kindly to his comrade.
As you were saying?
Well, we commandeered the fishing boat and strategically crash-landed on the west coast of the island.
How'd you manage to pull that off?
DeStefano inquired.
Didn't the Coast Guard intervene? Hernandez asked.
From the channel side, there's a considerable amount of leeway. Fishing boats get a considerable amount of slack. Trust. Especially when it's severe weather conditions. Once we actually hit the island, the Coast Guard loses jurisdiction, and the island security takes over. Simple as that, Alan asked.
Basically, yeah,
she said and took a long swig of water from the cantina. Maddox slowly emptied out the cantina and went so far as to hold it up above her head to let the remaining droplets pour into her mouth. We scuttled the boat off the western shore of the island. Not exactly how we planned it, but it worked. We came in, just the three of us, disguised as fishermen. The island security took 10 minutes to respond to the scene, at which point we had plenty of time to fake our injuries, she explained. Maddox leaned in against the wall to take a breather. The wall was rolled steel and ice cold to the touch. Like I said, we washed up on shore, waited for about 10 minutes until we were greeted by 2 goons from the private security company. 2 guards? That's it? For the whole island? Yep, the island operates on a skeleton crew over the weekend. Lovely. Go on. The guards rushed down to the beach, to the scene of the crash. Like I said, they were run-of-the-mill security goons, head-to-toe Boy Scouts, like G.I. Joe over there, she said as she pointed to Janikowski.
You still haven't told me, Dick. How many other mercs are on the island? What kind of resistance are we dealing with?
DeStefano further inquired.
They aren't mercs, not anymore. Anymore? What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Hernandez asked. Hernandez, shut the fuck up and let the lady explain, please.
Go on, DeStefano said in a pleasant tone of voice. The security team loaded us up on their pickup, and we headed to the island med bay. Everything was running as smooth as a baby's bottom, she explained.
Just like that. No questions, no level of scrutiny. They took your situation at face value,
DeStefano asked. Maddox scoffed and asked, When you got here, how was the visibility?
It was shit. We couldn't see her past our decks, he replied.
Well, I can tell you one thing. It was a lot fucking worse when we made our crash landing, she said.
I guess the gods figured you'd have to be pretty fucking stupid to try a night landing on a small island during a hurricane,
DeStefano said. That would seem to be the case, she replied softly. The mercenary shifted to alleviate some of her physical discomfort. She paused for a moment to scan the room and get a good idea of what was going on. Everything was going according to plan until...
Until what?
DeStefano asked in a soft tone to match the mercenary. One of the security guards, something Dirk said, or something he did, I don't know. The guard made us... Dirk popped off.
Sweetheart, let's dispense with the cute euphemisms, shall we?
DeStefano repeated his earlier request in somewhat more of a forceful tone of voice. He killed both the guards during transport. During the struggle, the pickup truck crashed into one of the backup generators. You want us to believe the 3 of you invaded Plum Island? Just the 3 of you? Janikowski broke his silence and interceded into a conversation. Believe whatever you want. That's what happened, she said resolutely.
You see what's left of my friend over there on the ground?
Hernandez asked while approaching the mercenary from the side. Hernandez grabbed Maddox by the back of the neck and shoved her face into the fermenting mess that was Corporal Barnes' mangled, rotting corpse.
Once I saw this man clear an entire house full of insurgents by himself, single-fucking-handedly. He took 2 bullets and a knife to the back during the process. And you want me to believe a couple of mercenaries or some rent-a-cop on steroids did this to him?
Hernandez grabbed her by the vest and shoved her up against the wall. The back of her helmet cracked against the wall and made a loud thud that echoed down the corridor.
We were sold a bag of goods. These guards were anything but rental cops. One of the guards recognized Dirk's hand tattoo. Marine Raider Regiment. She explained while conjuring some strength to resist the uncomfortable grip of Hernandez. Hernandez looked at Maddox with a disjointed gaze. His curiosity got the better of his rage, and his fury subsided. He slowly loosened his grip. He cautiously released Maddox from his vice grip, like a toddler dropping her ragdoll. We hijacked the transport and swapped gear with the security guards. We still had the element of surprise, and the power was running on backup generators. Dirk was rather relentless. The mercenary was sitting in a puddle of blood, almost completely devoid of emotion. Her face told a horrible story that her voice could barely utter. She was running on empty. She was running on fumes. She was running on nothing but adrenaline.
This Dirk guy sounds like a real winner,
DeStefano said while looking over the squad. Just as Maddox was about to chime in to defend her fallen colleague, a garbled transmission flared the radio waves.
Alpha team! Alpha team! This is...
The transmission was abruptly overtaken by a flurry of static. Hernandez started fiddling around with the radio. He stubbornly adjusted the radio dial in some desperate attempt to reach the other squadron.
Bravo team! Repeat transmission. Bravo team, come in.
Hernandez's attempts failed to receive anything more than static.
We've got nothing, sir. The comms are tits up.
Maddox, I hope you can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. Let's finish this bedtime story on the way to the generator, Sergeant Allen said.
Sir!
What, Hernandez? Hernandez jogged up to the sergeant's position and leaned in close.
We have an island full of ex-special operators guarding what, exactly? Some kind of experimental super soldier serum? What the fuck is going on?
Allen cleared his throat with a large cough. His judgment was clouded, and his concentration was shot. The sergeant took a deep breath and reclaimed his focus. Here's the plan. We have a job to do, people. We stay on mission. We're going to link up with Bravo Team, find Dr. Kerrigan, and get the nuclear reactor back online.
Sir, my vote is we get topside and radio for backup.
Hernandez chimed in with his latest threat assessment. I mean, that sounds good to me, too, Maddox said. Lindell squatted over the sergeant's body and made a crucifix with his hands. He pillaged the mush and recovered the dog tags of the late Corporal Barnes. Lindell said a somber prayer. I am the resurrection and the life. Whoever believes in me, but he die. Yet shall he live. Lieutenant Colonel Johnson broke his silence by firing a single round of his revolver into Maddox's left foot. The unexpected shot echoed through the hallway with a ferocious crack. DeStefano instinctively grabbed Johnson's gun with his right hand and slammed his fist into his jaw with his left hand. Johnson fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes being tossed off the back of a truck. DeStefano stood over the retired lieutenant colonel and said,
We don't shoot unarmed hostages, especially American hostages. Are you out of your fucking mind?
Little did DeStefano realize it, but he knocked the colonel out cold. Lindell pulled out a bag of Quick Clot from his pouch and held it with his teeth as he examined Maddox's foot. Hold still, he said to the moaning mercenary. She writhed in pain and attempted to hold back the tears. Lindell noticed and remarked at the absurdity of the mercenary's feeble effort to resist showing the pain. She took a deep breath and did her best to swallow the pain. The mercenary fought her instincts to lash out in pain. She was intent to just bury it deep down inside, like an old scarf being shoved into the back of a dresser. Don't be so damn macho. You got shot. Cry if you have to, Lindell said in a reassuring voice to the mercenary. Maddox refused to let her guard down and let out so much as a whimper escape her. Her stubbornness was a trademark. She considered it a badge of honor. For a mercenary in her profession, reputation often never met reality. Lindell gestured over to Hernandez. See that guy over there? The mercenary was unfazed by his question and started taking deep, lumbering breaths like a woman about to give birth to a 10-pound baby. Even big, tough guys like Hernandez cry once in a while. Hey, Hernandez, you have a good cry lately?
Only after sex,
Hernandez responded. The mood noticeably lightened in the room. Everyone was dancing on the razor's edge and needed some kind of respite. Turns out, a little self-deprecating humor was just what the doctor ordered. Maddox smiled and started to let her guard down. Sergeant Allen, on the other hand, wasn't quite sure what to do. Being indecisive was not in his nature. This situation wasn't in the handbook. This situation wasn't in the training manual. This situation wasn't what anyone had expected. DeStefano, relieve the retired colonel of his weaponry, Allen ordered his teammate.
My pleasure,
he said. DeStefano grabbed the colonel by chest plate and forcibly cut off his tactical gear. Mike Allen squatted down next to the mercenary and continued the interrogation. Who hired you? She remained steadfast in her loyalty to the client. Lyndall took the gauze out from his pack and held it over her foot. Allen waved him off in an attempt to get her to disclose more information. Who hired you? Allen asked in a more irreverent tone. His patience was wearing thin with the mercenary's lack of cooperation. She cleared her throat and responded. I told you. His name was Billy. He owned the security contract for the island. DeStefano looked back at the mercenary with a look of confusion on his brow. The security contractor for the island wanted you to snatch a 70-year-old super soldier serum. That's your story. That's what you're going with? Maddox looked back at the Sergeant Allen with a look of disgust and confusion. I guess the real question is why in the world would Lieutenant Colonel Johnson want to shoot you?
How the hell should I know? You'll have to ask him.
Allen swung his rifle in the direction of the retired colonel, shining his rail-mounted LED flashlight on the colonel's slumbering body. He was sleeping like a baby after a good feed. DeStefano, do me a favor. Wake the colonel up for me, the sergeant said with a slight chuckle. Tony snapped his fingers twice in the direction of Lyndall. Lyndall pulled out some smelling salts out of his back pocket and tossed them over to the gunnery sergeant. DeStefano snagged the salt bags out of the air and started shaking them in his hand. He grabbed the back of the colonel's neck and ripped the bag open in his mouth. He raised the colonel's head up slightly and muzzled his mouth. The colonel jolted back to life in an instant. He looked around the room carefully, trying to regain his composure. The gunnery sergeant had his knee firmly implanted into the chest of the colonel. The squad guarded the corridor with an unparalleled zeal that only to be matched by their own paranoia. There was a heightened sense of awareness after finding the remains of once beloved medical sergeant. You good? DeStefano lit Lieutenant Colonel with skepticism. He could care less about the real answer. Tony was merely attempting to gauge the threat level. I'm good, the Lieutenant Colonel said, trying to get up from the ground. Good. No more hooting and hollering from you, and we should all be copacetic, DeStefano said while politely restraining the Lieutenant Colonel. To his surprise, the retired colonel was not putting up any resistance. Get him on his feet, the sergeant ordered. Whitaker and DeStefano grabbed the lieutenant colonel and lifted him up by his ears like an old cartoon. Okay, we're going to start over. Fresh start, the sergeant announced and clapped his hands together. The intelligence officer cleared his throat with an audible gulping sound. It was understood that the time for fucking around was over. It was understood that the time for withholding information was long over. It was understood that the time for friendly interrogations was long over. I want you to listen, and listen carefully. That way you know how serious I am about this question. I want you to truly comprehend me. The sergeant put his hands on the shoulders of the retired colonel, and then gently patted his face with both palms. The sergeant turned around to DeStefano and snagged the knife from his boot. He walked over to Barnes' helmet and grabbed it as well. He kicked the helmet over to the lieutenant colonel. It swashed back and forth with blood as it slid over to the colonel. I'm going to ask you one time, and one time only, he said while twirling the knife in the spherical looping motion. The sergeant walked back over to the colonel and cut the respirator from his face. Tensions were running high, and the sergeant was trying to prevent this mission from becoming a complete boondoggle. If you give me some chicken shit answer, hell, if you look at me wrong, I'm going to make you drink this shit, he said while pointing over the corporal's blood-laden helmet. the helmet washed with an amalgamation of brain matter and chunks of skull. The lieutenant colonel let out an uncomfortable gulp. This time it was a little less audible than before. Large sweat droplets began to run down his forehead and cover the brow above his eyes. The droplets swelled up, creating these comically large reservoirs of sweat. It was becoming rather obvious to the men that Lieutenant Colonel had no actual combat experience. How that could happen is anyone's guess. The luxury of time is one we no longer possess. The luxury of having the elements of surprise is one we no longer possess. The luxury of keeping mission-critical intel to ourselves is one we no longer possess. That being said, what the fuck are we dealing with down here? The color fell from his face, and he almost went limp. DeStefano and Whitaker noticeably had to hold up the retired colonel. To the untrained eye, it looked like the colonel was attempting to struggle, but in reality, he was close to passing out. You know, Fort Terry was founded in 1897. My grandfather was stationed on the island around 1900. His son was stationed in 1950, and I was stationed here in 1990. The island has served one purpose all of those many years, and the fort has served one purpose all those years. Mike Allen was not amused with the story time bullshit, so he held up the helmet and tipped it towards the colonel. But the colonel took a deep breath and said, Experimental bioweapons, the last resort kind of bioweapons, world enders. The first WMDs were developed on Plum Island. Preach pulled out his Bible to calm his nerves and read a passage aloud. When the Lamb broke the fourth seal, I heard the voice of the fourth living creature saying, Come. I looked, and behold an ashen horse, and he who sat on it had the name Death, and Hades was following him. Authority was given to them over a fourth of the earth, to kill with sword, and with famine, and with pestilence, and by the wild beasts of the earth. When my father took over as head of the chemical weapons specialist for Fort Terry, he had what? He had to deal with some unique challenges, such as the fort experimented on run-of-the-mill type stuff in the beginning, Lyme disease, Spanish flu, things like that. That all changed around 1950. What happened in 1950? Operation Paperclip. That's what happened, the colonel said in a self-assured tone. The men all stared back at the colonel with blank expressions. The men were understandably confused by the history lesson. Don't any of you kids read? Operation Paperclip. No, nothing. The colonel looked at the squadron with a superficial smile, garnished with a splash of amusement. Berlin was split down the middle at 47. The Russians took the east and we took the west. We took over 1,600 Nazi scientists, engineers, and various technicians out of Germany. We took them, gave them nice fake American names, and boom, we made them American citizens. All courtesy of the soon-to-be renamed Office of Strategic Services, the forerunner for the CIA. Get the fuck out of here, Hernandez said. What do you think founded this very building, gentlemen? We're standing in this epicenter of the bioweapon development for the better half of the last century. The deadliest diseases known to man right here in this building. All thanks for Nazi scientists and gain-of-function research. At this point, DeStefano and Whitaker had retracted their grip from the colonel. He wasn't a threat, at least not compared to what the men might face in the inner workings of Building 257. The mission took a bizarre turn for the worse, like the moment when the crew on the Titanic realized they were about to hit an iceberg. The German scientists were instrumental in the development of all sorts of viruses in this lab. They were ruthlessly efficient and exacting in their genetic sequencing. Overnight, we went from playing checkers to 4D chess. It was a game changer in biowarfare. Taking non-human viruses and manipulating the genetic sequencing to make them compatible with human hosts. The super soldier serum is real, Maddox proclaimed. The squad looked back to Maddox as she stood up and dusted off her uniform. Plumes of dust exploded off the uniform she stole from the security guard. As she patted down the uniform, she noticed the name badge stitched into the breast pocket. This sobered up the mercenary to the reality of her situation. People are dead, and mostly that was a direct result of her actions. Believe it or not, it is as real as you and I. SSS-1 was the kind of virus you tucked away and never spoke about. The initial testing wasn't what we expected. So the brass scrapped the project and moved on to other research. Before I left, they were more interested in some kind of bad research of some nonsense. What does it do? Janikowski asked. The real question isn't, what does it do? No. The real question is, how do you survive an outbreak? So what are you saying? Barnes was attacked by some kind of super soldier? Could be. Or it could be a bunch of mercenaries running around tearing up the place. What I'm saying is that I don't know, the colonel said indignantly. He attempted to get into a more comfortable position, but was only met with Whitaker shaking his head. The colonel realized he was out of friends. The colonel realized he had made this bed. The colonel realized he needed to spill the beans. God help us, if it's SSS-1. How about we keep God out of this one? Lindell added to the conversation. The retired colonel let out a large sigh of relief and continued his remarks. The SSS-1 had a 99% kill ratio in the clinical trial of infected patients. Initial testing of the virus mutated patients in a way. The virus enhanced the patient's speed, increased awareness to threats, made the soldiers into damn near unstoppable killing machines. Okay. Well, that's just lovely, Hernandez responded while flickering its light on and off in the face of the retired colonel. How does this shit spread? Is it airborne? Sergeant Allen asked. If we were dealing with SSS-1, which is still yet to be confirmed, the good news is that it can only spread from direct injection into the bloodstream. It's not airborne. At least that's the intel I have on SSS-1. The colonel slowly trailed off into a silent stupor. Hey, so it's not all bad news, right? Hernandez squawked and went back to scanning the room with his flashlight. Hernandez wasn't frightened easily, but this mission had clearly struck a nerve. Whitaker pulled the sergeant aside for an off-the-books conversation. The kind of conversation that wouldn't make after-action report. The kind of conversation that no operator ever wanted to have. The kind of conversation that created vendettas. Sarge, I've got a bad feeling about this guy. What do you suggest I do about it, exactly? Whitaker looked back at the lieutenant colonel for a moment. The colonel stared at the ground with a lifeless, bland expression. Whitaker pulled the sergeant in close with his hand over his shoulder. He was doing his best to keep the topic of this conversation between the two men. He's going to get us all killed, sir. Look at him. He's a company man. He's been withholding mission-critical information from us this whole time. What more does he have to do? The sergeant attempted to sneak a look back at Lieutenant Colonel, like a guy sneakily checking out an attractive girl at a bar without making it too obvious. The sergeant covered his mouth and said, I can't. The men trust your judgment. The men will follow you to hell and back. This piece of shit will be our undoing. He'll stab us in the back the first chance he gets. Ordinarily, Whitaker was the most cocksure of the bunch, but for some reason was reticent with his sidebar conversation. Mike wooed Whitaker into a more candid conversation. What are you saying? Be concise about what you say next. Don't sugarcoat it. I'm saying I care about you. I'm saying I care about this squad. I'm saying I could care less about this motherfucker. I'm saying maybe he was hit by a stray bullet. Or maybe we lock him in a broom closet. The longer he tags along with us, the more time for him to scheme our demise. The sergeant stared at Whitaker with an unpleased expression stamped across his face. Whitaker was laying in an impassable conundrum at his feet. The sergeant relied on Whitaker's unshakable judgment in the past, and it ended up saving his life more than once. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. It was a lame attempt to stall for time as he mulled over Whitaker's proposition. He's not one of us, Whitaker pleaded. You're right. but he's our responsibility," the sergeant replied dismissively. "Sir." "Those are your orders, Todd." The sergeant placed his hand on Whitaker's left shoulder and said loud enough for the entire squad to take notice. The sergeant tolerated some healthy back and forth. The sergeant tolerated some healthy discussion. The sergeant tolerated hearing each man's point of view. What the sergeant didn't tolerate was insubordination. "Sir." "Yes, sir," Whitaker said, and immediately halted his protest. "Janikowski, please detain the retired lieutenant colonel." Kyle didn't pack any restraints for this mission. Taking prisoners wasn't very customary for this squad. He rummaged through his backpack looking to rig some kind of solution. "Ah, that'll do the trick," he said aloud while pulling out some repelling cord from his bag. "You know what you're doing, son. I'm your superior officer," the colonel said as Janikowski began to bind his hands behind his back. "Sure do," the corporal said while tightening the colonel's restraints.
"Anything else we could do for you, Colonel? Maybe a Mai Tai, a Blowy?"
Hernandez asked while shaking his head in disbelief. Hernandez was unpleased by the lack of intelligence coming from the intelligence officer. "On me," Allen ordered the squad. The squad had hastily diverged to the sergeant's position. They formed a small cluster around the sergeant's position. The sergeant took a knee and started mapping out a plan for the squad. One thing that men knew about Mike Allen, and it was that he always relished the planning process.
"So, what's the plan, boss?"
DeStefano asked with genuine curiosity. The men eagerly awaited their marching orders. Each one of them was ready, able and willing to spill blood for their fallen comrade. At the drop of a hat, the men were prepared to vanquish any foe, any threat that lay in wait. It was time for some get back. "What do we know?" Allen polled his squad for an answer. Back in the real world, Mike Allen was a big-shot business tycoon at some insurance company. He always found it useful to pretend to get people involved in the decision-making process.
"Well, this building about to collapse on us like a falling house of cards."
"And?" Mike asked.
"And Bravo team is MIA somewhere in the facility."
"And what else?" Mike asked.
"Bonds is KIA."
"And?" Mike asked.
"Whereabouts of Dr. Kerrigan are still unknown."
"Exactly. We don't know dick. Right?" The sergeant reassured the group of their strategic implied odds. The men clutched onto their M4s like a bunch of old ladies clutching onto their purses in a bad part of town. The men casually shook their heads in agreement as Mike paraded them through a crash course in the Democratic leadership style. "But you know who does," the sergeant said as he put a spotlight on Maddox and Colonel Johnson. "These two vagabonds," the sergeant said while pointing at the mercenary and the colonel. Instantaneous sign of solidarity that the squad started nodding in agreement. "These two dumb bastards are how we make it out here alive. These two are the proverbial keys to the kingdom. These two are how we salvage the sop," the sergeant repeated. Maddox stood up from her prone position and outstretched her hands. She clasped them together and cracked all of her knuckles at once. She finally found enough freedom to engage with the squad. "Well, boys, I'm game. One thing, though, if I'm going down this rabbit hole with you, I'll need some firepower," the mercenary explained to her new squad mates. DeStefano grinned and detached one of his sidearms from his holster. He wasn't very fond of his .45 caliber nickel-plated hand cannon, but it would be in fine hands with the mercenary. He wiped some blood off the gun and handed it over to the mercenary. "That settles that. DeStefano takes point and let's GTFO. Mike ordered the squad. "Sir, yes, sir," DeStefano said and turned down the corridor with his barrel drawn, followed by Janikowski on his hip. He further ordered his team. Janikowski shot thumbs up, moved into position behind DeStefano. "Lindell, please do us all the favor of escorting the colonel." "With pleasure," he said while grabbing the colonel's arm. Lindell's grip clamped on the colonel like a piece of wood between a vice grip. "Maddox, you're by my side at all times. If Maddox dies, we all can kiss our asses goodbye." "Yeah, I like the sound of that. Keep me alive at all costs, boys," she said with a smile and a nod. She slightly raised the .45 caliber revolver and positioned herself to movement with the squad. "Any questions?" Mike asked the room. Sir, no, sir, the group shouted in unison. The squad was subtly swaying forward and backwards. Lindell started a faint humming. It reverberated throughout the silent hallways.
What's the good word, Preach?
Hernandez asked. Preach smiled and said, You are my hiding place. You will protect me from trouble and surround me with songs of deliverance. I will instruct you and teach you in the way you should go. I will counsel you and my loving eye on you. Hoorah! Let's move out, Mike shouted over the comm line. DeStefano started walking down the hallway with his gun drawn. He swiveled his barrel from the left to the right of the hallway. He was making sure that no crevice was unchecked. He was ready for some real carnage. He was ready for some get back. He was ready to get revenge for his fallen comrade in arms. Each footstep that the squad took echoed on the tile floor. The pitter-patter of the rain was still lingering in the background. The floor tiles were clearly neglected and poorly maintained over the years. The squad followed DeStefano's lead down a long corridor. The corridor was long, narrow, and tall. At the end of the hallway, there was an emergency exit sign, flickering on and off. DeStefano noticeably slowed his pace to a crawl, like a car puttering along on its last ounce of gasoline. He stopped at the end of the hallway and started to examine the door with a pocket LED flashlight.
Sir, seems we've located the main stairwell. No shit, Sherlock.
Keep digging, Watson. Zip it, the sergeant whimpered as he stepped up to the door. He began to evaluate the integrity of the door. He pressed up on the door with his forearm. Unfortunately, life wasn't going to be that easy for the sergeant, because it didn't budge an inch. He turned to Whitaker and pointed his finger at him. Whitaker pulled out a wrecking bar from his backpack and stepped up to the door. He stood at the door and looked for a prime spot to pry from the door. He slammed the wrecking bar into the door. The clashing of metal on metal made a loud screeching sound. Whitaker looked back at the squad with a curious grin, like Babe Ruth stepping up to the plate at Yankee Stadium. "Grip it and rip it," Janikowski shouted. Whitaker pulled back on the bar with all his force. He groaned and moaned as he pulled back on the wrecking bar. The door snapped open and swung off its hinges. The metal slamming against the ground echoed throughout the hallway. The men stood at ready and encircled the entrance of the stairwell. "Janikowski, flare." Janikowski grabbed a flare from Whitaker's outstretched hand. He ripped the cap off and popped the flare over his knee. He crept towards the entrance of the stairwell and with a flick of a wrist, gingerly tossed the flare down. The flare tumbled and twirled down the empty stairwell, bouncing off rails and steps. As the corporal was about to peer his head into the stairwell, the gunnery sergeant grabbed his right shoulder. The corporal's progress was instantly halted, leaving him standing in the middle of the doorway. "Move aside, Junior. I got this." The corporal looked back and answered the gunnery sergeant with a simple response. He nodded his head once and fell back. DeStefano tilted his M4 into the upper corner of the door, and then swept the upper stairwell. He pivoted to his left and looked down the stairwell. The gunnery sergeant looked straight forward and held up his fist. "Coast is clear," he said as he stepped through the doorway. He took a long step into the stairwell and began to scan the environment, every direction. Sergeant Allen patted Janikowski on the shoulder and pointed forward. Janikowski plunged into the stairwell behind DeStefano. Lindell grabbed his dog tags and nervously rubbed them together. There was a faint click each time the aluminum dog tags rubbed together. Sergeant Allen motioned over to Lindell. Lindell dropped his dog tags and moved forward into the breach. Maddox stepped up to the first sergeant's position. She swayed herself back and forth, leaning in and leaning out. She held the muzzle of her gun at the floor with her gaze attuned at the breach. The sergeant smiled with an eager anticipation. He was chomping at the bit to see the mad dog in action. He patted her on the shoulder and she breached the doorway. The rest of the squad followed DeStefano down the stairwell. Lindell held up the rear and escorted Colonel down the stairwell. Lindell unconsciously found himself periodically nudging the colonel with the barrel of his gun. The squad followed the bright glare of the glow stick down the stairwell. As they proceeded down the stairwell, Hernandez slipped and his knee buckled, slamming against the wall of the stairwell.
"Fuck! Give me some light over here!"
Hernandez shouted while trying to recover his footing and regain his composure. Janikowski shined his light towards Hernandez. Hernandez looked down at the ground and grabbed onto the rail to pull himself up. The handrail was ice cold like a flagpole in a snowstorm.
What the fuck?
Hernandez held up his hand into the air and began to inspect it. His hand was crimson red, like a child who just discovered the joy of finger painting. Lindo immediately ran over to Hernandez and started assessing the scene. He grabbed his hand and started checking it. Where did you hurt? To Lindo's surprise, Hernandez ripped his hand from the grip of the medic.
It's not mine,
he shouted back at Lindo as he regained his footing. The men started examining the stairwell in greater detail. Blood had soaked every inch of the stairwell. The question was, whose blood was it? Mike Allen squatted at the bottom of the stairwell and grabbed the flare from the floor. He waved it in the air in an attempt to brighten the room. The blood had a darker hue than the blood found upstairs. There were large black chunks of congealed blood and guts sprinkled across the floor. The mood in the room shifted to a more morose and somber feeling. The pool of blood had footprints leading to the entrance of the main biolab. The men were in hot pursuit of something. Spent shell casings littered the ground from the stairwell. Whitaker knelt down like a catcher behind the home plate. Looks like we have some 5.56 millimeters, 223s, 45s, and even some 9 millimeters scattered all around here, sir, he said while examining the scene. Looks like there was gunfire in damn near every direction, he explained. Whitaker pointed his flashlight upward to find the bullet holes everywhere, even the ceiling. In every direction, he repeated while shining the light on the ceiling. DeStefano scrutinized the handle of the door like a scientist looking through a microscope. He stared at the handle of the door with an intense frustration. At first glance, it seemed completely normal. For some reason, that perturbed the gunnery sergeant. Sir. Allen slung his rifle over his shoulder and proceeded to the gunnery sergeant's position. How are we looking, Gunny?
It looks clear.
The sergeant walked back to the former intelligence sergeant. His boots made squishy thuds stomping around in the blood. He walked up to the retired colonel and politely pleaded. So, anything you want to add before we breach that door? Chapter 6. Into the Breach. Once more.
Janikowski, get up here and help me with the door,
the gunnery sergeant shouted to the young corporal. The corporal hustled up to the door and pulled out 2 wrecking bars from his backpack. DeStefano held up his hand, and Janikowski tossed him one of the wrecking bars. The 2 men plunged their respective wrecking bars into the door jamb.
On 3,
he said while holding up 3 fingers. Janikowski nodded in accordance with the gunny's request.
1, 2, 3,
he said as both men leaned back and mustered the strength to pry the door open. Both men were outstretched as far as the bar could bend. The wrecking bars simultaneously snapped like a mad dog snarling at a male person. The 2 operators looked at each other with a certain level of astonishment and pride. The rest of the team found it an opportune time to heckle, hoot, and holler.
Now what?
DeStefano asked. Breacher rounds? Janikowski asked.
Breacher rounds,
Whitaker said gleefully. Whitaker smiled and pulled out a box of experimental titanium breacher rounds from his backpack. The sergeant ejected his magazine, and Whitaker handed over the box of ammunition. He loaded up the magazine with an experimental rounds. It wasn't often that the sergeant got to experiment with new weapons. He was as giddy as a pothead eating a box of Girl Scout cookies outside of a medical marijuana dispensary. The sergeant slammed the magazine into the rifle and pulled back on the charging handle. He handed the rifle over to Whitaker to breach the door. Whitaker held the rifle waist level and shot from the hip. Okay, boys, let's see what these things are made of, he said and blasted the door. Clack, 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 clack. Whitaker suspended his barrage and handed the rifle back to the sergeant. The sergeant grabbed the rifle back from Whitaker and slung it back over his shoulder. He pointed both of his fingers up and then at the door. DeStefano and Janikowski both charged the door like linebackers going after a quarterback. The door snapped off the hinges and flung into the next room. Janikowski lost his footing, and the door took him into the next room. Like a kid riding a newly wetted slip and slide, DeStefano stumbled to the ground, face planted into the fresh pool of blood. Lindell immediately raised his weapon to put some light on the entrance to the biolab. To his great surprise, the facility was immaculate inside. The men were shocked by the nearly pristine and unmolested biolab. DeStefano cautiously crept into the cavernous room. He carefully scanned the room, making sure to step over Janikowski in the process. DeStefano was feeling charitable and kneeled down to the corporal and picked him up off the ground. DeStefano glanced back at the stairwell and motioned over to the squad.
Coast is clear.
The squad quickly infiltrated the unoccupied biolab. Mike instinctively grabbed some glow sticks from his backpack and started scattering them about the empty biolab. The men scanned the room for some kind of clue. Janikowski picked up on a faint trail of blood-stained footprints. The trail led to a pile of manila file folders scattered across the laboratory floor. The white porcelain tile floor shined the green glow from the glow sticks. Janikowski squatted down to pursue the file folders. As Janikowski was thumbing through the file folders, he couldn't help but wonder what happened. "Find anything?" Allen inquired. "Whatever they were looking for in this mess, they sure ended up leaving in a hurry, sir." Janikowski seditiously started tossing aside folder after folder, like a monkey discarding a banana peel. "Ah, bingo. Here we go, boys," he said. Janikowski found the proverbial needle in the haystack. He held up a folder with a big fat red "Confidential" stamped across the outer folder jacket. There was a broken red plastic seal that once contained the folder. The plastic seal was covered in bloody fingerprints. The corporal tossed it over to the first sergeant for further inspection. "What do we have here?" the first sergeant asked while auditing the folder. The sergeant's casual view of the folder turned chthonic with each preceding flip of the page. The sergeant closed the file folder and bent it under his armpit. He began to pace back and forth, pondering his next move. "What is it, Sarge?" Whitaker impatiently implored the indignant sergeant to inform the ignorant squad of the important intel. The sergeant pulled open the folder to expose a photo of the chief scientist responsible for Project SSS-1. It was none other than the retired lieutenant colonel. Whitaker stood resolute as his prior, seemingly paranoid state was now thoroughly justified. Who else? Who else?
Ha!
Hernandez started laughing out loud. I can explain, the colonel pathetically pleaded with the pissed-off squad. Says here that not only did you head the research project for SSS-1, you were working on a gain-of-function research to make it more transmissible to humans.
Well, yes, but...
While the rest of the squad was bickering, DeStefano was looking over the trail of bloody footprints. He was fixated on the crimson boot prints. He had seen it before somewhere, but couldn't immediately recall where. The wheels were churning in the gunnery sergeant's head for some kind of remembrance.
"I recognize these boots," he said slowly.
DeStefano popped up from his squatted position and started looking for more clues. DeStefano started searching out the remainder of the floor. He wasn't sure what he was looking for, but he felt he was hot on the trail of something. He was rummaging around like a hound dog hot on the trail of a pheasant. "Sir," Sergeant Allen looked over to the distraught gunnery sergeant. The gunnery sergeant roamed off the beaten trail, about 20 or so feet to the corner of the laboratory. The biolab was a labyrinth of desks, science kits, and cabinets, almost like one of those cornfield mazes. The sergeant shined a light over to the gunnery. The gunny calmly held up a set of dog tags. He held the dog tags in the air and they dangled against the gunny's forearm. He quickly flung them over to the sergeant, and the sergeant snatched them out of the air.
"I recognize those boot prints, sir,"
the gunny explained in a distraught tone. The sergeant found this claim to be somewhat outlandish, but still trusted the gunny knew what he was talking about. Who else but the gunnery sergeant would comprehend that level of granular detail?
Those are the men's forced entry tactical waterproof boots, sir, he explained.
The squad looked over at Desfano, waiting for some further explanation. Hernandez had slung his rifle over his shoulder and rested it behind his neck. Hernandez needed to take a breather. The fatigue was beginning to take its toll on the operator. "Speak on it, Gunny," Allen shouted.
"Standard issue boots for the NSF,"
he explained. Mike was taken aback by his discovery. He immediately clammed up and straightened his back up like the first time a nun slams a ruler on your desk in Catholic school. He looked down at the dog tags. The tags were mangled, almost like someone had digested them. "You're saying these dog tags belong to an NSF squad?"
"Sir, yes, sir."
The sergeant immediately turned to the retired lieutenant colonel. He stuck out the dog tags and began to berate the colonel. He was hoping to get some kind of authentic response from the colonel, but wasn't going to hold out for hope. The sergeant grabbed 2 executive leather chairs and faced them off in the middle of the room. The sergeant sat down in the first chair and motioned Janikowski to delicately place the colonel in the other. Janikowski instinctively picked up the sergeant's subtle gestures. "Colonel Johnson, you got some explaining to do," Mike said while pulling out a loose cigarette from his badly damaged cigarette carton.
"I see. It is finally time to cut the Boy Scout routine, Sergeant,"
the colonel asked defiantly. The sergeant smiled and said, "Made it all the way to the Eagle, actually." The sergeant took a long drag from the cigarette and adroitly blew the plum of smoke into the face of the colonel. Mike wanted to make a blatant statement to the colonel. He wanted the colonel to understand the futility of withholding any further information. Time would tell if the colonel could read between the lines. Mike changed his mind and skipped the subtle tactics. He figured it was time to flip the table. He removed his M9 from his holster and placed it on the left hand of the colonel. "I want to ask you this question one time. I'm assuming we have enough rapport at this point in our relationship to where you will trust me when I say, don't fuck with me on this." The colonel was tired of being paraded around the facility like a captured POW. His patience was wearing rather thin and didn't care much for the false bravado of the sergeant.
"The thing about threatening someone with a gun, Sergeant, is that the captive has to believe the interrogator is serious enough to follow through with the threat."
Without a moment of hesitation, the sergeant made a statement that he was no longer fucking around. He swiftly pulled the trigger of the M9 and put a 9mm round through the right hand of the colonel. The colonel screamed a piteous cry of panic and pain. Janikowski immediately attempted to gag the colonel and silence his hollering. Lindell dashed over to the colonel and started dressing the wounds. With a combination of quick clotting packets and a little bit of morphine, the medical corpsman was able to soothe the colonel. Sergeant Allen pushed Lindell aside and looked directly into the eyes of the colonel. The time for subtle was over. The time for courteous coddling is over. The time mucking around was over. For the first time, the colonel saw the real Mike Allen and was petrified of the sergeant. The sentiment of the colonel was adorned by the rest of the squad. Whitaker started rubbing his hand together and whispered with a smirk, "Time for some get back." "Now, where were we before you rudely interrupted me, Colonel?" Mike asked and placed the barrel of his gun on the right hand of the colonel. "Sir, we're shooting hostages now?" Lindell asked the sergeant. A glimpse of hope poured into the colonel's eyes. Mike decocked the M9 and started to shake his head. He turned to Lindell and ordered him to secure the hallway. To the dismay and shock of the squad, Lindell did not budge from his position. The sergeant stood up and bowed up on Lindell. He grabbed onto Lindell's vest and pulled him in close. The sergeant started whispering something into Lindell's ear. The room was silent as a library, but none of the men could hear a word. Lindell shouldered his firearm and defiantly marched into the hallway. "Sorry about that," the sergeant said while pulling the chair close to the colonel. The colonel looked over to the rest of the squad in an attempt to find a sympathetic ally to his cause. Unfortunately for him, there would be no such luck. "Where were we again?" he asked in a comically sinister tone. Mike began to noticeably slow the conversation down and take strategic pauses. He found long ago that pausing was a great source of creating undue tension during an interrogation. It was something he learned working as an insurance salesman in the San Fernando Valley. "Ah, yeah, I had a question." Mike crossed his legs and fervently started smoking his cigarette. He took a long puff from that cigarette and stared into the eyes of the colonel. "Now, I'm no PhD or nothing like that. I live in the real world. I come from the school of hard knocks. But when I see dog tags from the Coast Guard's National Strike Force, covered in blood and goo, I get to thinking," he said while tapping the ash from his cigarette on the lap of the colonel. "I get to thinking maybe I wasn't apprised of all the critical, need-to-know information on this mission," he said and puffed smoke into the general direction of the colonel. "Look," the colonel pleaded with Mike Allen. "No, you look. Shut the fuck up," he shouted down the colonel. The colonel obliged and sat in the chair, content with remaining completely closed-mouthed. "It looks to me like you sent in the NSF, and it looks to me like we're the second team on site. It looks to me like we're cleaning up your major fuck-up." The colonel kept his composure and sat quietly in the chair. He wasn't sure how to interject himself back into the conversation without spurring the sergeant into a fit of justified rage. "I've got dead Marines in this building. People I would have easily given my life for. Now it's the time to come clean, once and for all," Mike Allen said while pulling out his sidearm. He slowly pulled back on the slide to check for ammunition and cocked the gun for action. He flicked the cigarette at the colonel and it bounced off his forehead. DeStefano was shocked, because for the last 10 years, serving with Mike Allen, he had never witnessed this side of him. Mike rose from his chair and placed the M9 shoulder of the colonel. "Speak now, or forever hold your peace," the sergeant said while cocking back the hammer on his pistol.
The NSF responded almost instantaneously. "There's a squad on the standby just off the coast of the island. We kept them on standby for this very situation,"
he blurted out into the total calculation. "See, that wasn't so hard, was it?" the sergeant said while decocking his firearm and placing it back into his waistband.
Dr. Carrington was the intelligence officer tagging along with the NFS team. She had first-hand knowledge of the island facility. "Okay, so what happened?" the sergeant asked and drooped the bloody dog tags over the head of Lieutenant Colonel Johnson. They infiltrated the facility, and all hell broke loose. We received an SOS from Dr. Kerrigan about 20 minutes into the operation. "You knew? This whole time?" Maddox gasped. "I had my orders, just like you," the colonel explained.
"Which were what, exactly? To get in, get the virus, and fuck us in the ass?"
Hernandez shouted belligerently. "Not exactly. We knew that a mercenary incursion was only possible with an inside player. For years, Plum Island had to deal with leaks to the Soviets, high-level leaks of classified intel. We surmised it was Dr. Kerrigan, but could never prove it. Who else could it have been for so many years?" "Let me get this right. You suspected this doctor of espionage and then turned her around and sent her in to assist as an intelligence officer for a counterterrorism mission. In hopes to what? Catch her in the act? Catch her red-handed once and for all?" Sergeant Allen blurted out hysterically in disbelief. "I mean, when you say it like that, it sounds pretty bad," the colonel admitted.
"DeStefano, give me your knife. I'm going to cut this fool,"
Hernandez shouted as he turned to the corner of the room where DeStefano was standing. The gunnery sergeant seemed unfazed by his request. Hernandez slowly raised up his tack light in the direction of the gunny.
"Tony,"
he asked. Not a word came out of the gunnery sergeant's mouth.
"Yo, Tony, you deaf or what?"
he said while approaching the gunny from behind.
The gunnery sergeant deliberately raised up his head and turned towards the sergeant. His eyes were heavily dilated with a maroon color. Hernandez halted his ingress and asked, "You okay, bud? You don't look so hot." DeStefano was favoring his hand as it began to uncontrollably spasm and gust with blood. The blood spewed across the room, painting the walls of the biolab. Hernandez was flabbergasted as Stefano wailed in pain and floundered about the biolab. He couldn't help but be a bystander to what could only be described as an out-of-control human sprinkler system. The strength was immediately flushed from his body. Maddox broke her trance and barreled down on the gunnery sergeant, tackling him to the ground. "Stand still, Gunny," she said. The rest of the squad immediately followed suit and deserted any notion of personal well-being as they dove onto the gunnery sergeant. One by one, the gunnery sergeant tossed the squad members to the side. The more the gunny squirmed, the more the men fumbled about trying to subdue him. After several minutes of seizing and spasming, the gunnery sergeant went completely limp. When the chaos subsided, Lindell looked over the gunnery sergeant's corpse for some kind of clue as to what happened. Lindell held his head to DeStefano's heart and heard nothing but shattering silence. He was as dead as a doornail. He decided to go right to the source and began to examine his hand. The veins on his hands were blackened and bloated beyond belief. There seemed to be a scratch for some kind of epicenter of the hand. "Form a perimeter," Allen shouted at the operators in an attempt to make sense of what just transpired. He took a second to catch his breath and grapple with the reality of his best friend laying lifeless on the floor. "Lindell, figure out what happened. Janikowski, guard the prisoner. Maddox." "Sir." "What is it?" Allen shouted. Janikowski pointed over to the chair where the colonel was formerly bound. The chair was tipped over and the restraints dangled off the chair. "Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me," the sergeant said. Maddox took a moment to recuperate. She wiped the blood from her face and took a few calming down breaths. She got up to her feet and walked over to Stefano's body. "What's the prognosis?" she asked Lindell. "Too soon to tell," he said while examining the body. "Hernandez, show me where Stefano was standing when you found him." Hernandez attempted to locate the gunny's exact position. He started scanning the room and pointed over to the general direction. "I think he was over there by that chair with the lab coat hanging on it. Yeah, he was looking over the pool of blood by the dog tags." "Ah, okay. Let's take a look, shall we?" Lindell walked over to inspect the site. He wasn't sure what to look for. Something cut his hand, but it could have been anything. He squatted down and scrutinized the scene by looking over the spot with an LED flashlight. He was looking for a needle in a haystack. He squatted down to get a better look. There wasn't anything out of the ordinary as far as he could tell. Lindell grabbed onto the adjacent desk to help him stand up. As he clutched onto the desk, he heard a distinctive sound, followed by a piercing blow to his hand. It was the crunch of glass breaking against the skin. The medical corpsman grabbed his wrist to stop the bleeding, like a vice grip clamping onto a piece of wood. "Well, I think I found what he cut his hand on," he said as he fell to his knees. Hernandez instinctively tackled the medical corpsman to the ground and pulled his combat knife out from his sheath. He slammed the serrated end of the knife down on Lindell's wrist and sawed off his hand. Maddox slid over and shoved a piece of plastic in his mouth to bite down on. Lindell writhed in pain and soaked the floor in an amalgamation of blood and tears. Hernandez looked over his wrist to see if the infection had spread any further up the arm. At first glance, the infection looked to be isolated to the hand. Lindell was always considered to be the lucky one of the group. Unbeknownst to the squad, Sergeant Allen and Janikowski had fled the laboratory to hunt down the colonel. They tracked the colonel like two bounty hunters hot on the trail of a recently escaped fugitive. The mercenary grabbed a morphine syringe from the medical corpsman's backpack and slammed it onto Lindell's chest. She speedily emptied the contents of the syringe and tossed it aside. The corporal arched his back and waned in and out of consciousness. Maddox grabbed a packet of Quick Clot and started pouring it over the wound. Neither Hernandez nor Maddox noticed the absence of the other two teammates. "Elevate his legs while I figure something out," Hernandez ordered the mercenary. Hernandez scanned the room looking for a superior officer. In the commotion, he lost his tack light. In a spurt of quick thinking, he slid over to Desfano and borrowed his tack light. The way Hernandez figured it, Tony wouldn't be using it anymore. "How does it look?" Lindo asked the mercenary. "How does what look?" the mercenary responded in an optimistic tone. Lindo was barely able to muster the strength to sit up, but somehow found a way unassisted by the mercenary. After recovering the tack light, Hernandez started searching the room for any medical supplies. "Bingo," he said. He ran over to the nearest first aid kit and ripped it clean off the wall. He took the kit under his arm like a running back who was just handed off the ball. He ran back to Lindo and flung open the kit to look for additional supplies. "What do you need, Preach? Tell me what to do, buddy." "Take out the drama pad and cover in that antibacterial ointment. We have to stop the bleeding." Maddie shanked out the antibiotic ointment and ripped it open with her teeth. "Hold on, buddy," Hernandez said while lacing the bandage in the ointment. "This is going to hurt, so I'll need one of you to hold me down, just in case," he said while wincing. Maddox straddled the medical corpsman to pin him down. Under normal circumstances, most people would find it customary for him to be stuffing dollar bills into her pockets. Under normal circumstances, Hernandez would be cracking jokes. These were anything but normal circumstances. Hernandez took the dampened gauze and applied it to the lopped-off wrist. The medical sergeant writhed in pain and whimpered to the best of his ability. How Lindo remained conscious was anybody's guess at this point. Meanwhile, in the inner corridors of the facility, Mike and Kyle had been in hot pursuit of Lieutenant Colonel. Kyle found a trail of blood, scuff marks, and smudged fingerprints on one of the door handles. "Sir," he whispered over the comms. Mike turned to the corporal's position, which was about 10 feet ahead and up to the left of the sergeant. He swung his rifle, shining his rail-mounted flashlight in the corporal's direction. Mike approached with delicate paces to observe the scene. He flashed a light at the doorknob and took 2 steps back. "Gotcha! What's my orders?" "Shoot on sight. I'm done fucking around." Janowski smiled and clutched on the door handle. He pulled down on the handle and muscled his way into the room. Janowski stumbled into the room, and Mike immediately flowed in and started unloading his magazine. Janowski followed in kind and started blindly emptying his rounds. Clack, clack, clack! Mike cycled through his entire 30-round magazine, but was so enraged he did not realize it. Plumes of gun smoke had filled the room. Mike and Kyle simultaneously hit their mag release button, and their magazines dropped to the floor. Mike reached into his ammo pouch and slammed in a fresh magazine. Kyle followed in tandem. Each man started laughing at the respective overzealous and premature response. The laughter immediately subsided, and the men heard a nightmarish sound from behind their position. Click. It was the sound of a hammer pulling back on a gun. It was the sound of someone who had the drop on the 2 men. It was the sound of an ambush. "I can't let any of you leave here alive," the shadowy figure said in the background. Janowski turned his head and made eye contact with the sergeant. He had his hands raised in the air and pointed down with the tips of his fingers. What followed was a barrage of gunshots in the direction of the 2 men, like a maelstrom of lead raining down on their position. The men turned about face and unloaded into the shadowy figure standing in the hallway. Janowski fell to the ground but managed to keep exchanging fire on the way down. Mike took a knee to better steady his rifle. Once more smoke had filled the room, but this time the LED flashlights had refracted a crimson hue to the smoke. Mike took shelter behind a desk and reloaded his magazine. "Janowski, you hit?" "Sir, yes, sir," he said while patching up a stomach wound. He did his best to conceal the wound, but the bullet ricocheted throughout his body. Blood poured out of his body like a broken slushy machine at a convenience store. "Corporal, cover the doorway. Buy me some time," the first sergeant pleaded with his wounded comrade. "Sir, yes, sir." As the smoke started to subside, the corporal attempted to balance his rifle on his kneecap. He found it to be an impossible task given his wounds. He dropped the rifle onto the ground, and it made a large thud. Sergeant Allen looked over at the corporal as the life slowly faded from his body. The corporal mustered enough strength to pull out his sidearm and cover the doorway. The room had cleared of any smoke, but to the dismay of the corporal, The shadowy figure was still standing on the outer banks of the doorway. The figure held up his firearm and aimed it directly at the young corporal. The corporal faced down the barrel of the gun in an inevitable end to his mission. The corporal yelled out, "Sergeant, get down!" Janikowski and the shadowy figure unleashed hell on each other, causing bullets to scatter the room like a popcorn maker popping kernels of corn. Mike watched in awe as he reloaded his rifle with a single hand. He popped up from behind the desk and started raining bullets down at the doorway. He hobbled over to the corporal, moving laterally from his position. Clack, clack, clack! Shots rang out like a dinner bell at supper time. Hernandez sprung up with his gun drawn and scanned the room. The light on his M4 started to flicker on and off. Clack, clack, clack! Maddox dashed over to Desfano's body and looted his corpse for munitions. Time was of the essence. She took what she could and sprinted over to Hernandez. She slapped him on the back to break his trance. "Hernandez, we need to move out," she said while checking her newly acquired M4. Clack! A single gunshot broke his hypnotic gaze. Hernandez lowered his guard for a moment to contemplate his decisions. Whether he liked it or not, he was now in charge. I agreed. Lindell rolled on his side and pushed off the ground with his good arm. He haphazardly hopped up and leaned against the wall to stabilize his footing. He had lost a considerable amount of blood. He had lost a considerable amount of energy. He had lost a considerable amount of his hands. Yet, he was deterred. Can you fight? I'm still a Marine. God damn it. Of course I can fight. Hernandez smiled and handed his teammate a .45 caliber 1911. It was one of the few weapons a man could reliably load, cock, and operate with one hand. I'll take point. Maddox, you're glued on my hip. Lindell, cover our six. We're going to move and move fast. I'm getting us the hell out of here, he ordered the remaining squad. Hernandez stood silent for a moment, for the reckoning was upon him. Lindell was drenched in his own blood, but kept a steady hand. Maddox started humming with a sense of renewed vigor. Hernandez spontaneously began to hum as well. Lindell tucked the 1911 to his armpit and pulled out his pocket Bible. It was time to read one last passage. But stay awake at all times, praying that you may have strength to escape all these things that are going to take place and to stand before the Son of Man. The sergeant had a renewed spirit and felt a sense of replenishment. Hernandez pulled back on his charging handle and marched to the nearest exit. Sometimes you choose to lead, and sometimes leadership chooses you. Hernandez plunged head first into the breach. His movements were methodical and exacting. All the years of special operation warfare had prepared him for this one moment. He remembered the advice from his first commanding officer. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. 10 times a day his CO had pounded that mantra into his head. The hallways were riddled with bullet holes and stank of death. He hopped out a 5.56 millimeter round from his magazine and plugged it into one of the holes. It fit like a glass slipper. 5.56 millimeter, all of them, by the looks of it, were close, he said, looking down at the fresh trail of blood. Hold fast, Hernandez said while pointing at a slumped-over body in the hallway. The trio approached the body with a hypersensitive discretion. Hernandez sheepishly stepped forward and poked the corpse with the barrel of his gun. The corpse fell over and shattered into a million pieces. It scattered like marbles falling out of a marble bag. He's dead, a voice said from the shadows. Maddox swung around and pointed her M4 at the voice. Whew! I almost damn near blew your head off. You had us worried for a second there, she said after locking eyes on Sergeant Allen. Allen stumbled his way out of the shadows and into the hallway. He limped over to the squad while favoring his wounds with one hand and barely holding on to his weapon. Where's Janikowski? Hernandez inquired to the lone Marine. He didn't make it, Allen explained egregiously. Good to see you, sir, Lindell said reassuringly. It's a miracle I survived, Allen explained somewhat egotistically. So, the $24,000 question is, who the fuck was that guy? The first sergeant stammered over to the corpse for a closer inspection. He was nursing a bullet wound and some minor lacerations.
Let's just see who our mystery guest is,
he said while examining the corpse. The corpse was almost completely unrecognizable. What was left of the body was loosely held together with bullet fragments. Maddox, grab some gauze out of my pack and help me patch up the sergeant, Lindell recommended to the operator. Maddox and Lindell started attending the sergeant's wounds, but he barely noticed. His focus was fully engrossed on the corpse. He managed to scavenge one key piece of intel from the body. The sergeant found a pair of dog tags under the body. Anthony DeMarco, National Strike Force.
Boss, what happened?
Hernandez asked skeptically. He couldn't fathom the possibility of going up against another Special Forces unit, let alone another American Special Forces unit on American soil. What happened? We walked right into an ambush. That's what happened. Lindell knelt down to inspect the corpse. Sir, this man sustained over 30 gunshot wounds, Lindell said armingly. And what? And it looks like some of the wounds have started to coagulate. I must have skipped that day biology class. What are you saying? Allen asked the medical corpsman. His body was trying to heal itself, sir. Janowaski and I emptied 3 entire magazines into the son of a bitch. You're telling me what exactly? That he wasn't dead? Sir, I don't know what to think. If he was infected with that shit, I just don't know. I do know what coagulated blood looks like, and this motherfucker is covered in it, Lindell said while motioning with his hand. Hernandez, when was the last time we had radio contact? Allen asked the communications expert.
From who? Bravo team?
From anybody, Allen shouted in a sultry tone.
Comms been dark for the last hour at least or so.
Well, fuck me sideways and call me Susie, Maddox said. Maddox reclaimed some tactical items from the fallen soldier and went about her business. Hernandez started rubbing his hands together, probably a soothing gesture to calm his nerves.
So, we got an unknown number of operators running around here. Bravo team is MIA. The lieutenant colonel's MIA, or KIA. Just great. Clack, 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 clack.
2 gunshots rang out from both sides of the hallway. Mike and Maddox covered the north side of the hallway. Hernandez and Lindell swiveled to cover the south side of the hallway. Lindell wasn't moving like a spring chicken, but he was still deadly enough to put in some work. The squad was hunkered down into what infamous General Erwin Rommel would call the kill zone. Does anybody have eyes on target?
No, sir, Hernandez shouted.
I don't see shit, Lindell squawked. The dimly lit hallway was about 20 yards in each direction. From the squad, the men couldn't make heads or tails of the source of gunfire. Down the south end of the hallway, some shadowy figure scurried across from one room to the next. It went in one door and out the other, like an old episode of Benny Hill.
Contact left, Hernandez shouted and let out a controlled 3-round burst.
Lindell attempted to follow the aberration, but struggled sighting in the target. Hernandez was mindfully attempting to conserve his ammo. In the flash of an eye, the target vanished from sight. Hernandez knelt into a prone position and yelled,
Sir, one hostile. Permission to engage.
Negative. Hold your position, he responded sharply. The sergeant wasn't buying time to think, but knew every second that passed was one less second until the building collapsed. The squad patiently waited for their orders. Anticipation boiled over like pots of water foaming over a boiling pot of water. Hernandez asked,
What's the plan, Sergeant?
The sergeant was sitting at a fork in the road. He could go forward into the unknown or backwards backtrack into the unknown. Neither situation was feeling like a solid option. We're pressing forward. Lindell plummeted to the ground like a fish merchant tossing a dead fish at Seattle's famous fish market. Hernandez immediately stuck out his hand in an attempt to grab his falling colleague.
Sir, cover me.
Sergeant Allen flipped around and covered the hallway as Hernandez sought to his injured comrade. Allen took a knee and pointed his rifle down the hallway with vicious intent in his heart. He was operating on adrenaline and instinct. Hernandez started looking at the medical corpsman's arm, and the veins were pulsating with a worrisome black hue.
Sir, the infection has started to spread.
Hernandez updated the squad. Allen lowered his rifle and looked over at the medical corpsman. Lindell spat out a splash of blood-laced vomit. Get out of here.
Linda ordered the squad while recovering to one knee. He was barely able to stabilize himself. "Stay down," Hernandez said to no avail. Lindell pushed him aside with the little strength he could spare. "I'm not making it out of here, but that doesn't mean you can't make it out alive."
"Don't be stupid. We can."
Can what? I have one fucking hand. I'm 200 pounds of liability. I'll only slow you down."
"Lindell, we can."
"Can what? Wait till I turn into the thing on the ground and then try not to let me? Go. Get out of here. I'll cover you. Let the last thing I do be worthwhile." He pleaded with the men. The squad meandered around for a second without a word spoken amongst them. There wasn't much to say at this point. The first rule of the Marine Corps is to never leave a man behind. For the first time in his storied career as a Marine, Mike was about to break that sacred oath. Mike stood up from his shooting position and abruptly walked away. Before he could take 2 steps, Lindell grabbed his hand. Mike halted his retreat. He was petrified by the heroic gesture of his comrade in arms. "I want you to have this," Lindell said as he handed over his pocket Bible to Mike Allen. Allen attempted to withhold his tears, while Lindell started to chant his final rite of passage. "For whoever wants to save their life will lose it. But whoever loses their life for me will save it." Mike begrudgingly took the Bible from him and walked away. As he walked away, he tapped Hernandez on the shoulder twice. Hernandez ducked down and said,
"Via con Dios, amigo."
He patted Lindell on the helmet, turned around, and followed Mike down the north end of the hallway. On his way, Hernandez whispered, "Give them hell, buddy. Give them hell." Mike led point down the hallway. The sounds of pot shots echoed from their rear. Lindell was slowly emptying out his magazine. As they scurried down the hallway, the sounds became fainter and less noticeable. The squad advanced to the next biolab and stopped just short of the entrance. "Look, what waits on the other side of that door is anybody's guess. Whatever happens next—"
"Don't get poetic on us now. It doesn't fit you," the mercenary said. "Sir, let's do an ammo check," Hernandez said prudently. The group acceded to the request and began to take down their weapons for ammo check. "I've got 30 rounds of the 5.56 and a full load in the 6-shooter, the mercenary said. 2 mags left, Hernandez said. 3 magazines of 9mm and training rounds left in my M4. Allen chimed in with a delighted accountancy of his munitions. The 3 operators curiously contemplated their crummy situation. They were low on ammo. They were low on morale. They were low on manpower. The situation was looking as dire as a wet t-shirt contest that was running out of cold water. "Well, this is it," the first sergeant said while grabbing the door handle to the next biolab. Chapter 7. The Final Countdown. "Since we're both good as dead, might as well get to know each other a little better." "Good as dead, huh? Speak for yourself, Grandpa. I plan on getting the heck out of here." The wounded sergeant mercenary shared a brief moment of levity among the sprawled-out body parts, broken beakers, and collapsing building. The silence was broken by a blood-curdling scream. Maddox pivoted her head and scoped out a potential Alamo for the 2 to get situated. She found the perfect spot, a small office at the end of the long corridor. The office was at the end of an L-shaped corridor. One road led to the stairwell, the other led directly to the door of the office. She kicked in the door and hurled Mike Allen into the room. "Let's rest up for a moment. We can hold up in here until we figure out a solid game plan." "A plan? Ha!" Mike Allen said while coughing up some blood. He smiled for a second and wiped off the blood from his chin. The blood was smeared across his muzzle like a teenage girl putting on lipstick for the first time. "I don't know about you, Allen. I still like our odds. I give us 20-1. At best, I give us 15-1. I'll take that bet any day and twice on Sunday." Allen snickered at her robust response. "Why do you do it, Maddox?" "Do what? Be a merc?"
Yeah. The money, you big dummy. Why else would anyone do it? Ah, how noble, he said sarcastically, while writhing in pain. Look, the way I see it, we both live for our freedoms. We both fight for our freedoms. We both love our freedoms. We both will probably die for our freedoms. Why not get rich in the process? Fair enough. The sergeant took a moment to regroup and regain his composure. He had been shot before, but it wasn't most enjoyable experience. But he knew how to control the decline. He slowed his breathing and checked his wounds. His brief assessment was positive. The quick clot had stopped the bleeding, and the lacerations weren't as deep as he initially thought. I heard stories about Al Mad Dog Maddox. Yeah? Any of them good? No, not really. Then they're probably all accurate, she replied and chuckled. You weren't exactly what I was picturing, Al. It's short for Alexandra. Ah, that makes sense. If it's any consolation, you weren't exactly what I was expecting either. Really? Yeah, you recon guys sure do bitch a lot when you take a bullet. It's a through and through. Get over it. Stop being such a girly man, she said with a wince of heartfelt words. If humor was the best medicine, she dashed a pinch of it on every sentence. It worked wonders on the sergeant's attitude. His spirits had a renewed vigor. Was it enough to fight his way out of the facility? Time would tell. Alexandra is a strong name. I'm a strong woman. Undoubtedly so. Do you know the etymology of your name? The mercenary looked over at Mike Allen with confused gaze. She answered the sergeant by shrugging her shoulders in a perplexed manner. All I know is that it's Italian. Alexandra means the protector of men. How fitting, indeed. Clack, clack, clack! A burst of gunfire rang out down the hallway. The two simultaneously drew what little strength was left and aimed their firearms at the closed door. Their bodies ached in pain. Neither one of the combatants was able to steady their weapon. The sergeant's hand trembled with every passing second. The sidearm weighed heavily on the sergeant's hand. He grabbed onto the bottom of the receiver in hopes to recover his stability. The mercenary hardly noticed Sergeant Allen fumbling around with his weapon. She was trained on the door like a Doberman pinscher looking at a full dinner bowl. Take a breath, Sergeant. I think we're fine for now. Sergeant Allen clasped onto Lyndall's pocket Bible. It was the one memento he reclaimed from his fallen team members. The pages were almost illegible due to the bloodstains. He flipped through the pages for something to read and stumbled onto one of the bookmarked pages. It read, I am the resurrection and the life. The one who believes in me will live, even though they die, and whoever lives by believing in me will never die. Do you believe this? Maddox walked over to the Sergeant Allen and grabbed the Bible from his hand. She slammed the passage closed in a fit of rage. God gave up on us the second we stepped onto this island. If you want to have faith in me, like I have faith in you. We are all we got right now. It's you and me against the world. That's the only way we survive, by working together as a team. Maddox said while tucking away the Bible into her back pocket. Maddox knelt down and tucked her .45 caliber handgun into her waistband. She bowed her head and dumped the remnants of her canteen over the back of her head. The water flowed over her head, washing away the dried bloodstains. The watered-down blood pooled below her feet and created a faint pinkish circle around her body. She pulled her hair back as tight as the skin over her drum. Her hands had a firm, strange hold over her outstretched hair. She wrung out her hair like a soaked dish sponge, ready to get squeezed. She methodically put her ball cap back on and adjusted it to her liking. The mercenary turned her head over to Mike Allen while she was stuffing her ponytail into the back of her ball cap. What'd you say, Sarge? Time for an ammo check, she said. The sergeant obliged with a smile. He appreciated the fact she was focused on the mission, even if she was forced into it. He grabbed his M4 and used the buttstock to push himself off the ground. Maddox flung a chair over to the Sergeant Allen's position. He instinctively grabbed the chair with his free hand. The sergeant plopped down into the chair and began to examine the M4. It was covered in soot and blood. "Okay, let's see what we got," the sergeant said. He grabbed onto the M4 and started maneuvering his hand down to the magazine release button. He took his thumb, and with a little strength he could click down on the button. The standard pressure required to detach the magazine from an M4 assault rifle was approximately 1 pound of pressure. But for the sergeant, even this was a daunting task. The button produced a loud click sound that reverberated across the room. The magazine dropped out of the receiver, and the sergeant managed to catch it right before it hit the floor. He held it in his hand, but to his chagrin, the magazine was empty. He looked back at the M4's charging handle. Not ready for the inevitable outcome, he yanked back on the charging handle, and a single round of 5.56 millimeter popped out of the ejection port. "Well, there you go. Not a total loss," the sergeant said as he recovered the round and stuck it back into the empty magazine. Maddox looked on with a little less zeal than before. Her spirits were somewhat dampened with the dire position the two now faced. She opened the cylinder of the revolver by pounding down on the cylinder release button. The 6-round cylinder flung open from the revolver. The mercenary made sure to take a soothing breath to calm her nerves. She lifted the revolver and pointed it into the air. The shell casings slowly dropped to the ground. Cling, 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 cling. The two looked down at the ground like kids sprawling out pillowcases full of candy the day after Halloween. To the surprise of the mercenary, there were 2 unspent rounds. She quickly grabbed the rounds and intently inspected them. "Well, we're not totally hosed," the sergeant said. "Hold up there, Skippy," she responded while further examining the .45 caliber rounds. She slowly turned the rounds around to examine the head of the cartridge. The integrity of the rounds seemed to be fine at first glance, at least one of the first rounds she inspected. She juggled the rounds and swapped them in her hands. "Just our luck," she said. Mike Allen looked over at her and asked, "Huh?" The firing pin slammed down on this round, but it didn't fire. "We got one possible dud and one good round." "Perfect," she said sarcastically. "One for each of us. How about that?" "Yeah, or one for each of them," she replied in an encouraging tone. "Time for some get back." "Yeah, I like the sound of that," the sergeant said in an attempt to muster some energy. The sergeant pulled an MRE from his backpack and started tearing it open with a disjointed zeal. "You're kidding me, right?" "What? You don't like freeze-dried food?" "First of all, I don't consider an MRE food. Ooh, heck no. Hold on." The mercenary started rummaging around the office. She was looking for some hidden desk drawer snacks. The mercenary was keen to human behavior. She figured the food on the island was probably sparing, and a prudent, rational scientist would hoard snacks. "Ah, here we go," she said while grabbing onto something in an open drawer. To Mike's surprise, she pulled out some energy bars. She held them up like playing cards. As far as Mike could tell, they were manna from heaven. She flung one of the bars over to him and opened the other by ripping it open with her mouth. Mike and Maddox scarfed down the energy bars like 2 vacuums sucking up dust from the old carpet. Kaboom! Chow time was interrupted by a sudden impact. What could only be described as a short, loud explosion. The pair immediately made eye contact and attempted to assess the situation. "What was that?" It sounded like it came from the reactor room. Based on the location of the explosion, that only left one option on the table. The fail-safe had activated, the building began to collapse on itself. Mike and Maddox were now operating on a severely truncated timetable. The odds of making it topside were increasingly becoming a distant memory. "It's time to dance through the pain," she said. "I don't know how to dance, but I know a lot about pain. I'll take point. You cover my 6. We only have to clear 2 floors, and we can make a break to the helipad. We jump off the fucking rooftop if we have to. Either way, we're going to get the hell off this facility. It's about time we get the hell off of Plum Island." The mercenary sprung to her feet and gently nudged open the door to the office. The door made a creaking sound and carried down the corridor of the hallway. Mike rose to his feet and put his hands on Maddox's left shoulder. You take the lead. I'll cover your 6. The first sergeant reluctantly recommended to Maddox. Maddox wasn't naive of her situation. She would have to step up and carry the sergeant to the finish line. Maddox lacked any resemblance of contingency plan, so Mike was her ticket off the island. She pulled the Stefano's knife from her boot and held it in her left hand. In her right hand, she held the revolver. She dove into the hallway and started making her way to the stairwell. Mike followed the mercenary as close as he could. As she progressed down the hallway, she quickened her pace. Unknowingly to the mercenary, she began to create significant distance between the two. The sergeant's night vision goggles were compromised in the commotion. They fizzled and flickered as he fidgeted with the settings. Maddox maneuvered her way to the end of the hallway and stood ready at the entrance to the stairwell. The door to the stairwell was severely compromised, but with a little elbow grease, she could probably get it open. You know I can't let you get out of here alive. Maddox stumbled back from the door and pointed her revolver at it. The mercenary was barely able to control her sidearm. It was shaking like the flicker of a candle dancing in the wind. The heavy steel frame of the Colt 45 weighed heavily on the mercenary's hand like the first time a kid picks up a bowling ball.
Dirk, the fact that you made it this far is astonishing, really.
Dirk snickered from the inside of the stairwell. The only thing that separated the former teammates was a 2-inch steel door. Maddox was practically foaming at the mouth to get some payback.
Dirk, I brought you into this world, and I sure as hell can take you out of it.
Like I said, Maddox, I can't let you get out of here.
Why don't you open this door and find out?
Fine by me. The mercenary kicked on the emergency exit release for the door, and it flung open towards Maddox. She instinctively hopped out of the way, diving into cover. Dirk stepped into the hallway like a conquering king returning to his castle. Dirk stood in the doorway of the stairwell with nothing more than a bayonet in his hand. His body was nearly camouflaged in bile-laden blood.
What a fucking day, huh?
Click. Maddox stood up tall and pulled back the hammer on her revolver. She pointed it at her former co-worker with bad intentions. Dirk looked at her skeptically.
What are you going to do with that?
What I should have done a long time ago, she said while placing her hand firmly on the trigger of the revolver. Dirk dropped the bayonet and held his hands up in the air.
Clap!
Dirk dropped to his knees with a gaping bullet hole protruding from his chest cavity. His knees hitting the floor made a loud thud. Smoke protruded from the barrel of her gun and wafted upwards towards the ceiling like a couple sitting in a bedpost lovemaking holding dimly lit cigarettes.
Damn, that fucking hurt,
Dirk said as he looked up at Maddox.
What the?
Dirk robotically lifted himself up from the ground and dusted his uniform off. He poked the wound with his hand, and a blackish blood oozed out of the wound onto his index finger.
That's new,
he said, surprised to be alive. Dirk rushed his former colleague like a heavyweight boxer blitzing an opponent. She pulled the trigger a second time.
Clack!
Maddox was overjoyed the bullet turned out not to be a dud. The second bullet ricocheted off Dirk's forehead. His head was snapped back by the bullet. He slowly turned his head back towards Maddox. Unfortunately for Maddox, it was just a grazing shot. Black blood discharged from Dirk's forehead and covered the better half of his face. Dirk continued his assault and attempted to close the distance on Maddox. She flung her combat knife wildly as she backed away from her former colleague. Her attempts were noble, yet ultimately ineffective. Every blow that she landed on the mercenary only enraged him further. Maddox was able to land a piercing blow and plunge the knife into Dirk's chest. He slumped his head over, but only for a brief moment. He grabbed onto her wrist and slammed his hand down onto it, shattering the bones in her arm. Maddox reeled out in pain as she dangled down on the ground with a broken wrist. He flung the mercenary into the nearest steel wall, like a tantrum-prone toddler tossing a rag doll around the playground. Dirk stood in the hallway and examined the knife in his chest. He grabbed onto it with just both hands and began to slowly pull it out of his chest. Just as the knife began to recede from his chest, he paused for a moment to look down at his former boss. She looked up at him with a smile. She rolled over and hopped off the ground. Maddox unlatched her utility belt and wrapped it around her arm like a boa constrictor, wrapping around a gazelle. I'm glad you can still smile. Not many people enjoy the feeling of their own death, he said with a big-ass knife sticking out of his chest. I give as good as I get, she replied. Dirk noticeably slowed down, and with the knife protruding out of his chest, Maddox hit him directly in the heart, and the effects were compounding on Dirk. She was doing the mental gymnastics in her head. She stepped to her right, and Dirk stepped to his left. The two mercenaries began to encircle each other like a couple of novice dancers trying to learn the waltz for the first time. Maddox was in a vendetta kind of mood and decided to go for the nuclear option. She somersaulted forward at the mercenary and jumped up into the air, throwing a Superman punch. As she sprang into the air with her hand cocked back to strike down at the knife, Dirk outstretched his arm and grabbed her by the neck. She dangled in the air like a fish out of water. Dirk watched the life precipitously drain from her body. She languished in pain. Blood seeped from her eye sockets as she hung from his death grip. Dirk started up his lambasting dialogue once more. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Just as he was about to give his evil bad guy speech, a sound interrupted him from behind. It was the all-too-familiar sound of a charging handle pulled back on an M4 assault rifle. Dirk turned his head to the direction of the sound, only to be met with America's best, a uranium-tipped 5.56 45mm NATO round shot from point-blank range. The round traveled at 2,970 feet per second, all courtesy of First Sergeant Mike Allen. The round blew out the back of Dirk's skull, spewing brain matter in chunks of bone across the room. It splattered the wall of the hallway like an early impressionist painting that might be hung up in some hoity-toity art gallery. Mike dropped the M4 onto the floor and caught the falling mercenary as she broke free of Dirk's clutches.
Chapter 8. What goes up must come down.
Boom, 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 boom.
The blades of the Black Hawk helicopter had a distinctive sound like the motor on a finely tuned air conditioner. Mike and Maddox stared up at the skyline as a Black Hawk swooped down onto the roof of Building 257. Mike Allen was barely able to prop himself up, even with the assistance of Maddox at his side. She slid her hands under his armpit and tossed his arm over her shoulder, like someone posting up a scarecrow. Hold on, old-timer. We're almost home, she said in a reassuring tone of voice. I'm glad you kept your sense of humor intact, the sergeant said. Two men burst out of the Black Hawk and surrounded the helicopter in defensive position. The first, a familiar face to Mike Allen. To Mike's surprise, it was Detachment Commander Russell. Russell pulled the cigar from his mouth and waved over to Mike Allen. Looks like our ride is here, Allen said with some encouragement. Looks that way, Maddox said hesitantly. The two stumbled over to the Black Hawk like a couple of drunks getting tossed out of the last call. Commander Russell lowered his weapon and started walking towards their position. He tossed his cigar into the wind and shouted, We heard an SOS over the comm line. Hope we aren't too late. Mike and Maddox stopped in their tracks and looked at each other with a comical disbelief. Sergeant Allen, you look like shit. Sir, yes, sir, he replied to the commander. Let's get you on this bird ASAP, he responded to his favorite son. The detachment commander put his fingers in his mouth and let out a loud whistle. Luckily, the weather had tampered down enough for the other Marine to hear. The commander pointed to Sergeant Allen, and the Marine ran over to grab him from Maddox. Maddox obliged and let the Marine swoop him up out of her arms. The Marine and Allen trudged over to the Black Hawk. Who the hell are you? The detachment commander asked Maddox. The mercenary paused to think about her answer. Sergeant Allen looked back for a moment and the two made eye contact. She's one of the fishermen, Allen shouted with his last ounce of strength. Before she could finish her answer, Allen interjected on her behalf. He knew that if the commander found out the truth, she was a disposal asset and as good as dead. The commander looked her up and down. He wasn't sure what to make of her. He looked back at Mike Allen with a pinch of disbelief. The commander knew quite a few fishermen in his day, and well,
Maddox did not seem like the typical fisherman. Instead of letting his masculine bullshit get in the way of his common sense, he only politely inquired further. Fisherman, huh? Is that so? He asked the mercenary. Maddox is my name, and fish is my game, she said with a smile and a wink. Uh-huh. The name's Alexandria Maddox. Nice to meet you, she said, and outstretched her hand. There were a lot of things the detachment commander would never do, but shake a pretty young lady's hand was not one of them. He latched onto her hand and asked, Do a lot of fishermen know how to handle the business end of a Colt 45? Maddox started to blush and realized in her other hand was an empty revolver. A gun without bullets was just basically a big-ass paperweight. She held the gun up slightly and looked it over. She laughed and daintily tossed it to the ground like Penny down a well. A girl's got to know how to protect herself. It's a dangerous world out there, she said while attempting to turn up the charm. The detachment commander was born at night, but not last night. He didn't make it to the top by trusting people blindly. Unfortunately for the commander, the ground beneath his feet was shifting. Given the fact this building's about to collapse, why don't we make like a tree and get the fuck out of here? He asked the operator. You read my mind, she replied. The two ducked their heads and sprinted to the chopper like a couple of bank robbers making a hasty retreat to a getaway car. The detachment commander jumped up onto the Black Hawk. With a hop, skip, and a jump, Maddox followed in kind. Without hesitation, the detachment commander looked over to the Black Hawk pilot and yelled, Son, get us the hell out of here, pronto. Mike Allen was propped up against the back of the cockpit. He shot the commander a thumbs up and said, Sounds good to me. One of the Marines aboard the Black Hawk was tending to his wounds. It was mostly simple bandage work, but due to the liftoff, the Marine was fumbling around with the cloth and tape. Mike was covered in duct tape and loosely held together cloth bandages, like a cheap children's Halloween costume of a mummy.
Sergeant, I'm going to need you to sit still while I fix your dressings, the Marine pleaded with the ailing sergeant.
The humming of the Black Hawk defended any attempt of cordial conversation. Luckily for the pilot, the storm had subsided, and the weather was somewhat tolerable. The detachment commander kept his gaze locked on the mercenary. How's he holding up? The commander asked the medical corpsman. He turned his head on a swivel almost like an owl. He made sure to do so without breaking eye contact with the mercenary. The commander had a deceptive look about him, but the mercenary was unfazed and was hell-bent on keeping up her little charade.
Sir, he has dozens of minor lacerations, breaks on both left fibula and radius. He sustained 2 gunshot wounds, which were both through and throughs.
The Marine spouted out casually like a waitress reading off daily specials. What's your assessment?
He'll be fine. He's a Marine, sir.
That's what I like to hear, son. Hoorah. The detachment commander pulled a cigar from out of his left pocket and rubbed it across his upper lip. He enjoyed the scent of unlit cigars almost as much as he enjoyed the scent of lit cigars. He pulled out a Zippo and flicked back the base lid from the lighter. It snapped back and made an oh-so-typical sound of a Zippo. Clink. The commander started flickering on the flint wheel of the Zippo lighter. The archaic lighter was as predictable as a broken clock, in that it was right twice a day. The commander held on to this lighter for the better part of his military career, mostly for sentimental value. He slowly brought the flame up to the cigar and lit it up. As the flame burned the tip of the cigar, the commander puffed down to ignite it. He flicked the Zippo lid back and stuffed it back in his pocket. Tell me again, he said with a big cigar shoved into his mouth. The cigar pushed his left cheek to the side, creating a large bulge of skin like someone who stuck a jawbreaker into their mouth. Sorry? The mercenary was genuinely confused by his line of inquiry. She started nervously tapping on her knee, like a drummer tapping on a drum pedal. Unfortunately for Maddox, she was completely unaware of this subtle detail. The detachment commander picked up on her nervousness, but didn't make much of it. As far as he could tell, these two just went through hell and back, and then back again. Tell me again, what were you doing fishing in the middle of a storm? He asked with a deeper tone of voice. The commander took his cigar out of his mouth and blew the smoke into her face. Maddox was unsure of what to make of his gesture. As far as she could tell, she was still on a good footing with the commander. The commander patiently waited for an answer. He gingerly held on to the cigar, placing it between his index and middle finger. "Oh, it's a long story," she said dismissively to downplay the reality of the situation. "I'm sure. But why don't you humor me? We have a long ride back to base camp," he said. Well, what can I say? We fucked up royally," she said. "Clearly," he said, and scoffed at her terse remark. The two shared a smile and a moment to revel in laughter. The mercenary was soaked in blood and smelt like spent shell casings. She reeked of death like a 2-week-old pile of garbage. "Are you injured?" the commander asked, somewhat confused by her almost unblemished appearance. He was unsure how his best operator barely scraped by, while a mere fisherman was virtually unscathed. "I'm fine," the mercenary said while attempting to conceal her many wounds. "Let me have the medical corpsman come over and check you out. It's the least I can do." "Well, if you insist, thanks." The commander put his fingers in his mouth and let out another loud whistle. He was happy as a pig in shit with the cigar. The commander started tapping on the handle of his M9 sidearm. Maddox wouldn't have paid much attention, except it made a loud clang every time his pinky ring tapped onto the steel handgun. "Come and take a look at our esteemed guest," the commander said to the medical corpsman. The medic finished up with Sergeant Allen and made his way over to the mercenary. The corpsman walked over with his legs slightly bent and hunched over like a crab. Boom, 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 boom. The mercenary timed the humming of the blades to help him calm his nerves. She could see the mainland on the horizon and was becoming more hopeful of her situation.
"Let me take a look at you. Where does it hurt?"
he asked the mercenary. "Believe it or not, I'm actually feeling pretty damn good." "Uh-huh," the Marine said with some healthy skepticism. The Marine began to examine the mercenary's body in great detail. "How does she look?" the commander asked the Marine.
"Let me take a look at some of these bandages and I'll let you know," he responded.
The Marine grabbed her arm bandage and started to unwrap it. The mercenary had begun to space out the detached herself from the situation, like an employee counting down the last 15 minutes of work. The medical corpsman delicately removed the bloodied bandages from her right arm. Layer after layer came off from her arm, like leaves falling from a tree in the middle of fall. The Marine finally made it to the bottom of the bandages like a dog digging up a bone.
"What the hell?"
The detachment commander looked over to the medical corpsman for some kind of insight. He peered over to see what all the fuss was about. Maddox broke her trance for a second and looked down at her arm. To her surprise, her arm was barren. There wasn't so much as soft tissue scar left from the knife wound. "What the fuck indeed," the commander said. The detachment commander wasn't exactly sure what they both were talking about, so he pulled the medical corpsman aside for an off-the-books conversation. They pulled in close to Mike Allen and asked, "What the hell happened in there, son?" Mike started perking his lips like a newborn baby showing signs of hunger. The detachment commander noticed and snapped his fingers in the direction of the medical corpsman. "Marine, get the sergeant some water." The medical corpsman pulled his canteen from his backpack. The corpsman outstretched his arm and offered the canteen to the sergeant. The water in the canteen swashed and shook, like a high tide splashing against the shoreline. The turbulence had kicked up again. The arm of the corpsman started to shiver as he held out the canteen to the sergeant. Mike snatched the canteen from the Marine's hand like a fireman clamping onto an out-of-control fire hose. He quickly popped the lid off and began to pour the bottle over his face, like someone looking up while standing under a waterfall shower for the first time. The sergeant emptied the contents of the canteen and impulsively threw it out the helicopter. "Your friend over there looks pretty unscathed," the medical corpsman said while pointing back to the mercenary with his thumb over his shoulder. The sergeant's view of the mercenary was obstructed by the commander and the Marine. He was getting a suspicious feeling that was intentionally coordinated. It was a by-the-books interrogation tactic. "Unscathed? What, are you kidding me? You pulling my leg or something?" the sergeant asked in a baffled tone of voice. The commander placed his hand on Mike's shoulder and asked, "What'd you find down there, son?" "What did we find? What happened?" "We stumbled across a virus." "Was it SSS-1? The commander asked abruptly without hesitation. The sergeant took a second to absorb the commander's almost accusatory line of questioning. The commander's knowledge of SSS-1 piqued Mike Allen into a heightened state of awareness. The sergeant started looking around the Black Hawk for some kind of clue. He made an attempt to get up, which was molested by the medical corpsman. Presumably, he wasn't in a condition to get up. His mind was willing, but his body was unable. Mike inconspicuously looked back towards the cockpit. The compass showed a northern orientation, which was rather peculiar to the sergeant, especially considering the base would be west of the island. Affirmative, sir, he responded. The sergeant sought at best to keep his answers terse and on point. The commander and the medical corpsman shared an incredulous glance. Without a spoken word, the commander and the Marine were speaking loud and clear. The Marine clicked the safety off from his M4 and switched it to automatic fire mode. The commander slowly slid his hand down his waist to his holster. He judiciously went to grab his M9, but was met with nothing. His holster was empty as a box of condoms on prom night. Click. The commander's face turned pale white as he heard the familiar sound of the M9 cocked back ready to fire. The life drained from his face, and what remained was pure apprehension. Drop your weapon, the mercenary said to medical corpsman. The medical corpsman had little experience in close quarters combat and looked over to the commander for some kind of guidance. Neither man was eager to get shot in the back. The commander turned his head back to glance at the fisherman and figure out an amicable solution to the lopsided standoff. She quickly pointed the gun out of the Black Hawk and fired a single warning shot in the air. Marine, toss your weapon aside. The next shot goes into your ass, she screamed. The commander motioned over to the Marine and said, It's okay, son. Toss it. The Marine obliged and unslung his rifle. He methodically took the weapon and shoved it to the side. Gentlemen, I really appreciate the ride, but this is where I get off, the mercenary said with a visceral smile. Her veins began to profusely pulsate. Her forearms began to belligerently bulge. Her neck muscles began to uncontrollably undulate. The mercenary began to peer over the open cargo cabin door. The helicopter was traveling around 200 miles an hour and hovering approximately 1,000 feet above the sea level. The mercenary started removing the remainder of her bandages like a tourist in Seattle, removing the excess layers of clothing. Oh, wow, this shit really works, she said with some amazement. Mike Allen instinctively knew she was infected, but couldn't figure out how it happened. He was trying to piece it together, but just couldn't line up when it happened. The mercenary could see the wheels turning in his head and said, Mike, don't feel bad. I wasn't being completely honest with you. When you found me, I was already very much infected. What are you saying? The mercenary beamed a bright smile at First Sergeant. She found a sick sense of enjoyment in this pending revelation. Dirk wasn't trying to stop you. It was you, all along. He was trying to stop you from getting out, the sergeant said. The mercenary holstered her newly acquired sidearm in her waistband. She started slowly applauding the sergeant's epiphany. Clap, 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 clap. Bingo. You got it. I take back what I said about you recon guys. The commander looked back at the retrained his focus on the sergeant. Clearly the sergeant had some explaining to do. The sergeant bowed his head in shame. The gig was up. He looked like a kid about to be placed in timeout. I'd love to stay and chat, boys, but I gotta run. Time is money, after all, she said while unholstering the M9. She pointed the M9 square at the detachment commander. The detachment commander didn't so much as flinch. He hunkered down and took a long puff of his cigar. You're one tough hombre, huh? She asked the commander. The commander was unfazed by her threatening gesture and belittling question. The way he figured it, if she wanted to kill him, she would have done it already. Sweetie, if you think this is the first time someone shoved a gun in my face, you're sorely mistaken. That's fair, she said while snatching the cigar from the commander. Maddox pressed on the mag release button and caught the falling magazine with her left hand. She tossed it out the window without a moment's hesitation. She pulled back on the slide of the M9, releasing the chambered round. The gun was dry, so she tossed it back to the commander. The commander instinctively tried to catch the M9 and fumbled it to the ground. Just as he was about to pull a fresh magazine, Maddox jumped from the helicopter. He slammed the magazine in the receiver and started firing wildly into the air. Clack, 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 clack. The sounds of gunshots were murmured by the humming of the Black Hawk blades. The commander unloaded his entire magazine out into the general direction of the plummeting mercenary. He had about as good of a chance hitting her as a kid playing one of those carnival claw machines grabbing at a stuffed animal. The commander fired off all his rounds, and the slide of the M9 opened to let him know it was empty. He uncontrollably kept pulling back on the trigger, and in a fit of rage threw his M9 out of the helicopter. Epilogue.
Barkeep, another round for my new friend over here, the man said and slammed his palm on the countertop. The smacking sound made a reverberating godsmack that rang across a semi-uninhibited bar. The bartender pursued his vast bourbon offering. The bottles came in a colorful array of reds, browns, and burgundies. The bartender poured over the labels of bourbon and arrived at the cheapest one in the bunch. The bottle stuck out like a sore thumb. It had a handwritten label over a piece of duct tape, which read, House Bourbon. Ah, there you are, the bartender said while seizing his favorite bottom shelf bourbon.
The bartender snagged the bottle from the bourbon rack. He stood across from the sergeant and carefully poured another shot of bourbon into the sergeant's sipping glass. The sergeant found it rather ironic, calling it a sipping glass. Was that supposed to make him feel like less of an alcoholic? The sergeant stared at the glass with a melancholic expression. He picked it up and swirled it around for a while. The bourbon made these large, concentric circles as it swirled in the glass. The bourbon had a faded hue of what surmounted to overpriced, watered-down soda with a splash of alcohol.
So, then what happened?
The mysterious stranger asked former Sergeant Mike Allen. Mike slugged back the drink and firmly slammed the glass down on the bar top. The bottom of the hard glass made a loud thud. No one in the bar batted an eye or so much as flinched a muscle. People at this place tended to keep to themselves, which is the main reason why Mike frequented this bar so often. The bar top was one of those modern countertops only relegated to upscale DC social clubs. He was frustrated by the fervor of the man fawning over his fantastical story. He knew it was hard to believe. That's why he was so forthcoming. Mike didn't see much utility in varnishing a story nobody would believe. The bar coached itself as a social club, which was one step removed from gentleman's bar, or something you'd find in a mafia movie. For DC standards, this place was kind of a dive bar. The bar top was about 30 feet long and made of faded fake off-white marble. What is this? 20 questions? Mike snapped back at the man and shoved his glass back to the bartender. The bartender took no offense to his rude off-the-cuff gesture. Liquor tended to suspend formal platitudes and relinquish most people of normativity to pleasantries. He snatched the glass off the countertop and secured it under the spout of the bourbon. The bartender clearly took a lot of pride in his free pour. Bourbon flowed out of the bottle like tears falling from heaven.
Oh, no. Sorry to be so intrusive. I'm just captivated by your story. That's all,
the man said slightly defensively. Mike clasped back onto the glass of bourbon and began to sulk over his drink. His companion started twirling his martini glass to mirror Mike's behavior. When he picked his glass up from the bar, he noticed a slight ring of condensation forming on the countertop. The man slid over a complimentary coaster for Mike to put under his glass. He thanked the man by casually continuing the conversation. What happened? I'll tell you what happened. The building ended up collapsing on itself, like one of those seaside condo complex demolitions you'd see on cable TV. Instead of rebuilding, the government just decided to cover it all up, literally. They poured hundreds of tons of concrete over the site and just buried it, he explained. Mike started tapping on the brim of his bourbon glass as if he was lost in deep contemplation over the entire situation. He was clearly grappling with the reality of what he endured. He was clearly pondering the entire journey. He was clearly lost in deep thought over his conundrum. This whole exercise was rather cathartic for Mike, but he struggled retelling all the key details of the story. The way Mike figured it, if the military brass was able to bury the story, then why couldn't Mike?
Sounds like a real clusterfuck.
You don't know the half of it, buddy. I was stuck between a rock and a hard place. The brass wanted to sweep this whole thing under the rug, so they granted me a medical discharge and kicked me to the curb.
All things being considered, could have been worse, huh?
That's the understatement of the century. Could have been a lot worse. In retrospect, a lot worse. I could have been rotting away in a cell at Fort Leavenworth.
Huh. I hear breakfast is pretty decent at Hotel Leavenworth. Tuesday they do $silver pancakes.
Mike shut up for a second to think carefully about his next words. He chose them about as carefully as a newlywed couple buying their first home. The man's statement left a bad taste in his mouth, but Mike wasn't ruling out the bourbon amplifying the dissent of the conversation. I think the risk of any of this going down in public records wasn't a risk the brass wanted to take. All it would take is some overeager reporter or a potential Senate hearing to make a mess of everything. God forbid someone filed a FOIA request. It was easier to discredit me and throw me to the wind.
Huh,
the man affirmed while sipping on his room temperature appletini.
It all sounds rather fantastical. Mercenaries, super soldier serum. Might even make a good buck.
Right? Who would believe me? Oh yeah, some unarmed mercenary group was dumb enough to infiltrate a bioweapons lab on an island? Right. In the middle of a hurricane, no less. Yeah, who'd be that dumb?
Come on, man,
the man asked. Mike was unsure what to make of this guy. For the time being, he was making a great sounding board and freed up his bar tab. Yeah, who would be that dumb? Who indeed? Mike responded while pointing both of his thumbs back at him. Mike turned his back to the bartender and leaned up against the bar top. He started sipping his glass while scouting out the room for some warm company. He noticed the room was unusually quiet. Even for 8 o'clock p.m., it was quiet. Mike chalked it all up to his drunken paranoia and low-grade bourbon.
So, what happened to the mercenary?
Maddox?
Yeah, Maddox,
the man said curiously. The Coast Guard launched a large-scale manhunt, the biggest in naval history.
Yeah? How'd they cover that up?
It was dubbed a joint training exercise between local law enforcement and the Coast Guard and the Navy.
Impressive.
Undoubtedly.
So?
So
what? So did they end up finding her?
She jumped out of a Black Hawk with no parachute, which was traveling somewhere in the ballpark of 200 miles per hour. What do you think they found?
Fair enough,
he replied. I mean, shit, even if somehow she managed to survive the fall into the ocean. And that's a big if.
Big if,
he interjected. If she somehow managed to swim to shore during a hurricane with no thermal gear on?
You know what I think?
No, not really. Can't say that I do.
I think you're a severely undervalued asset, my friend.
Really?
Really,
he said while finishing his martini.
Well, I'd love to sit here and chat, but I've got to get back to work, the man said.
What is it that you do exactly? Instead of an instant retort, the man produced a menacing smile. It's clear that Mike's story was making an indelible impression on the man. Mike figured he was some kind of military groupie, the kind that lived vigorously through extracting stories out of the veterans one drink at a time.
What do I do?
What do I do?
That's an interesting question, Mike. Well, I'm an investment analysis of sorts. I find value where others do not.
Oh, like a stockbroker or something?
Something like that.
A large man in a black suit leaned over to the man and surreptitiously whispered something in his ear. The way Mike figured it, the free drinks were about to end. Mike held up his glass as a demonstrative form of gratitude, like a best man holding up a glass for a toast. At the same time, Mike realized he was spilling his guts to a complete stranger. This guy was a total stranger, and that was something Mike had to solve. I didn't catch your name, friend. The man smiled ear to ear and slid his business card over to Mike Allen. Mike didn't bother looking at it immediately. He was still rather focused on his caramel-colored drink. At this point, the ice cubes had melted and watered down any remaining alcohol.
That's 'cause I didn't give it, friend,
he replied back to the now-defunct former operator. Mike slugged the remainder of his drink and slammed the glass on the countertop. He snagged the business card off the countertop with his left hand and a handful of bar nuts with his right.
The name is Billy.
My friends call me Billy the Kid, he said with a shit-eating grin stained across his cheeks. Mike looked back at Billy and then looked down at his business card. He held the business card in his hand and tapped it against the bar top.
If you ever need work, I'm always looking for good people. Stay in touch, Mike Allen.
The end. This has been Escape from Plum Island, written by Lorenzo Detante, narrated by Joseph P. Ergel Sr. Copyright 2021 by Lorenzo Detante. Production copyright by Lorenzo Detante.